Hey guys, welcome back. It's Joseph. Quick and simple gospel. Yeshua, Jesus, came to this earth, lived a perfect 33 years, was crucified on a cross for our sins, buried in a tomb for 3 days, and rose from the grave on the third day. We are saved through faith in Christ alone, and by no other name. Amen. Guys, there has been a major incident. There has been a plane crash in Philadelphia. Guys, there has been a plane crash in Philadelphia, and we just had the plane and the helicopter in the collision, guys. And I've been connecting that plane crash to Philadelphia for the last couple days. Guys, this is like the biggest confirmation ever. The plane crash that happened in Washington, D.C., that collided with the helicopter, that had nothing to do with Philadelphia, unless you know the ritual going on, which I'm going to share with you guys everything tonight. This is going to be a long video tonight. I went live as quick as I could. I haven't run any numbers yet. I don't know any details except that there has been a plane crash in Philadelphia, guys. I have been connecting the plane crash that just happened in Washington, D.C. I've been connecting that to Philadelphia ever since it happened. And now we have a plane crash in Philadelphia. Unbelievable, guys. So let's listen, because this is all breaking news for me too. Let's listen first, and then I'm going to show you guys the connections we've already made to Philadelphia, and then we're going to stick around and try to figure out all the new numbers. But my goodness, I had to go live with this, and let me catch my breath, let me turn this up, and let's just listen for a few minutes. And guys, do me a favor when you come in, please hit the like button. Very much appreciated. And please share this video everywhere. Share this on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, please. All right, guys, let's listen in.
This thing went down so quickly in low visibility and low ceilings, they had no time to try to find a place to land that would put it out of harm's way for
Philadelphia Mall.
Yeah, so it appears to be a loss of control situation.
Mary, it sounds like the data that Pete was sharing, at least initially here, is that it was airborne for less than 50 seconds. So you were talking about seconds with a fully fueled up jet, a Lear 55, again, more comparable in size to the American Airlines regional jet than it would have been to a sort of single engine, small, recreational aircraft.
Right, and Pete also mentioned it was Mexican registry, so if it was going, say, someplace in Mexico, it would have had to have sufficient fuel on board to get to its destination, to get to another emergency, a second location in case it had to do a missed approach, and then 30 minutes beyond that. So this plane could have had an awful lot of fuel, depending on, of course, on where it was going. But that explains the huge fireball, the just the incredible fires that we're seeing online. But those are the fuel requirements. Well, obviously, we don't know where this plane was going. That information will probably come out fairly quickly because there's a lot of open sources to get that. But that would be a lot of fuel on board if it was, for example, going to Mexico, returning home.
Right, we don't know, but important information, as you referenced there, that it was registered in Mexico, Lear 55 business jet, according to our Pete Muntean and open source information, which would have been fully fueled.
Just give it a few minutes, guys, and we'll get started on all the decodes. Just want to listen to this first, okay? And guys, please hit the like button when you come in. Thank you.
In commercial Philadelphia. So we're going to continue with our breaking news coverage as more of this information comes in from our Pete Muntean, Danny Freeman, that plane crashing in that congested area, boulevard, traffic, mall, major incident according to police, all hands on. We do not yet know anything about casualties, but you can see those flames burning right now, still uncontrolled. We'll be right back.
This part.
All right, while they're on commercial, all right, give me a second. Let me show you the connection to Philadelphia that we've already established, okay? 1 second, guys. All right, hold on. All right, guys. So the big connection here is Kobe Bryant. All right. So long story short, the helicopter and plane collision we just had, I connected it all to Philadelphia. Okay, here's why. Because Kobe Bryant died in a helicopter crash, right? And this helicopter crash with the plane, it happened 159 days after Kobe's birthday. Kobe Bryant was born in Philadelphia. Okay, that's the connection. Kobe Bryant is from Philadelphia. The helicopter and plane collision was 159 days after Kobe's birthday. Helicopter is 159. Plane and helicopter 159. There were figure skaters on the plane. Figure skaters is also 159. Okay? So the big connection here, Kobe's from Philadelphia. The Philadelphia Eagles are why we connected this whole thing. The Philadelphia Eagles just advanced to the Super Bowl by beating the Washington Commanders, the team from Washington. The helicopter and the plane crash was in Washington. Now we have a crash in Philadelphia. I've been connecting this to Philadelphia the whole time, guys. So Philadelphia just advanced to the Super Bowl. They picked up win number 666 to leave the Washington Commanders on 666 wins all time. Why does this matter? They did this on the day Kobe Bryant died, January 26th, the 5-year anniversary as the Eagles advanced to their 5th Super Bowl appearance. And what's insane, guys, the Eagles posted a picture of a helicopter on game day, and Kobe died in a helicopter. And helicopter equals 666. And the Eagles got win number 666 the day they posted the helicopter. And Kobe Bryant scored his career high 81 points in game number 666, guys. Okay? So Kobe's from Philadelphia. And the Eagles did that on January 26th. They won game number 666 to go to the Super Bowl. Okay? This is unbelievable. And the plane, guys, in the helicopter collision, the plane was an American Eagle. It was an Eagle, guys. And the plane was from Wichita, Kansas, like Kansas City. And I know Wichita is in Kansas, and Kansas City is in Missouri, but still, they're pretty close. And the favorite team in Wichita, Kansas is definitely the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, also, the plane crash happened as they were approaching runway 33. Kobe equals 33. Kobe wore the number 33. In high school, the word collide equals 33. There's more to it, but I'm trying to go quick right now. The name of one of the pilots of the plane, Sam Lilly, 135 and 54, like Kobe being Bryant, is 135 and 54. The other pilot was Jonathan Campos, which has a 75 like Kobe, like Army helicopter, like plane and helicopter. They're all 75, and it happened on a day with 75 date numerology. A total of 67 people were killed, allegedly. 64 from the plane, 3 from the helicopter. That's 67. Kobe equals 67. Again, Kobe from Philadelphia. Now look at what I discovered today after the live stream I did earlier, guys. This is unbelievable. They identified the pilot of the helicopter. The pilot of the helicopter is Andrew Eves. Andrew Eves equals 1831. The helicopter crash happened 1,831 days after Kobe died. Like, if there was nothing in this video to hit the like button on, that right there. I mean, guys, we have a plane crash in Philadelphia. This is absolutely unbelievable. Like, this is like some crazy biblical matrix we're living in. I've been talking about plane crashes in Philadelphia nonstop for the last 2 days straight. And guys, his name is Andrew Eves. Like Eve. Eve was tempted by the serpent. This happened on the first day of the snake year. And Kobe Bryant, the Black Mamba, right? And remember, COVID started with the, Kobe's crash and all that. Remember, Kobe's crash was 5 days after the first U.S. case of COVID. And there's so much more to say. But yeah, his name Andrew Eves, like Eve and the serpent. And don't forget that old serpent 201, like Event 201. But yeah, there's so much to say, guys. And remember, this happened on the 29th day of the year, Potomac 29, the Snake 29, and Trump had the sword, right? Sword 29, Trump 29, and he was cutting the cake with the plane on it, and Melania had the dress with the black snake on it, like the black mamba. It's so deep, guys. I'm trying to hurry to get back to the news. But anyways, that's the name of the helicopter pilot, guys. Andrew Eves, 1831. The helicopter crash was 1,831 days after Kobe died. Kobe from Philadelphia. All right, there's what I was just talking about with the snake connections. Kobe said, when I step on the cord, I become that. I am the killer snake. And speaking of snakes and planes, the plane crash with the helicopter, guys, it was 201 days from the movie anniversary of Snakes on a Plane. And runway 33 equals 201. That old serpent, 201. Another name for the devil. Revelation 12:9 mentions that old serpent. Revelation 12:9, like 129. Like 129 was the first day of the snake year. It's like, guys, Kobe is the black mamba, right? So they did a big Kobe helicopter ritual on the first day of the snake year. And now they're continuing it on with a plane crash in Kobe's hometown of Philadelphia. This is insane. All right? And then there were 3 people on the helicopter, and it happened 3 days after Kobe's death anniversary. And it happened 60 months after Kobe died. And Kobe scored 60 in his last game. And there were 60 passengers and 4 crew on the plane. And the helicopter was a H-60, and Collide is 60, and Figure Skaters is 60. And yeah, it's all connected to Kobe. 100%. Again, if you're coming in late, plane and helicopter 159, helicopter 159, Figure Skaters 159. That helicopter crash was 159 days after Kobe's birthday. And guys, this is all connected to the Eagles and Philadelphia and 666. Again, the day that the Eagles advanced to the Super Bowl, they picked up win 666 on Kobe Bryant's death day, who's from Philly. Kobe scored 81, his career high in game number 666. And helicopter equals 666. They left the Commanders on 666, and then there was a helicopter and a plane crash in Washington. This is absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unreal. And yeah, for the record, if the Eagles were to lose in the Super Bowl, which I'm not saying they're going to win or lose, but either way, it's interesting. If they were to lose, their all-time record would be 666 and 666. Interesting. But yeah, this is all about Kobe and Philadelphia. And now let's go back to the news and see what's going on. And guys, there's so much more to it than that. You got to watch all my videos from today. All right, but I have a feeling we're going to be on here for a long time talking about this. 1 second.
A descent, a normal descent in at least a small airplane, you do at a 3 to...
And guys, when you come in, please hit the like button. Please hit the share button. It's good to see all you guys. Hey Sue, hey Midwest, hey Mike. Much love to everyone. Let's please get this information out there. Thank you guys.
Descent of incredible rate. And that is just one piece of data. I've not even had a chance to go through the granular data, and that will come out as time goes on. The reality is that some of this data is so good now, you're able to get a lot of clarity pretty quickly.
Yes.
As to what the airplane was doing. It seems like this airplane was out of control.
Yeah, 20 times faster rate of descent than you had said you would normally do. All right, Pete, I know you're getting more information here by the second, and obviously as you're making calls, let me just go back to you, Jared Solomon, state rep from the area. I know you're on the ground walking. You no doubt have heard some of these new developments that we understand it was a business Learjet with a range of more than 2,000 miles. It was traveling more than 1,000 miles.
So it was a jet.
So
yes, another crash in Philadelphia.
For that trip coming down in less than 50 seconds.
Breaking news, guys. This is breaking.
Seeing? And I know you've been on and off the phone. Have you learned anything more from where you are?
Guys,
Yeah.
I mean, think about it, guys. Just think about this. I've been connecting the plane crash, the plane and the helicopter crash, right, to Philadelphia, right? This could have happened anywhere in the country, any city, and it just happened to be in Philadelphia. This is one of the biggest confirmations ever.
Breaking news with Pete Montine just reporting from the FAA. 6:30 p.m. is what they're reporting is when this Learjet 55 crash going from that Philadelphia airport to Missouri. So that's more than 1,000 miles. What does that mean for fuel? And as we are obviously so desperately trying to understand any casualties on the ground, they say there were 2 people on board. Can you just explain that would that definitionally be a pilot and a co-pilot in a case like this?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when Pete was discussing it. It was definitely. It sounds to me like it's just just the crew on board. I could be wrong, but I believe this airplane requires 2 crew members. So indeed, that's what it could be. This is a reliable airplane, a very sophisticated corporate airplane. But judging by what happened.
And guys, as we're going, if anybody in the chat has like a big discovery, like a big decode, put it in the chat. And if I don't see it, put it like 10 times. I don't care. If you guys have anything to share, let me know, okay?
All right, I want everyone, we just have
I'm over here off on the side looking stuff up as we speak.
a ring cam video right there in the area, and I'm going to stop because I want everyone to watch it, but also hear, because this is the moment we believe of impact. So here it is.
Here we go.
All right, let me see if we can re-rack that and play that again. Then I want to give you all a chance to respond to it and a chance to look.
Oh, also, I forgot to say, Eagles is a perfect match to crash. Let me show you that.
You're going to see that light. There we go. Watch it coming down. You hear it. You hear the breaking and shattering of glass. It also does look like a missile coming down. You can see that light. Can you tell me, Mary, what you see in that? That again, if you look at that bright light, that appears to be the plane. Okay, it's going to pop up here in just once. There you go, coming down, looking like a missile there, and then, yep.
Looking like a missile.
Yeah. I mean, it coming almost straight down. Pete's description of a lawn dart is very good because it's coming straight down, and the explosion, and I was looking up on flight radar. This plane was a very busy plane. It made about 2 to 3 flights every day, pretty long flights, so it most likely was loaded with a lot of fuel. Its destinations just today: Miami, Philadelphia, Springfield, a couple trips in and out of Philly, Port-au-Prince, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Albuquerque, Fort Lauderdale, Mexico, Veracruz, Toluca. So it was a very busy plane. Made about 3 flights a day. It
Look real quick.
Full fuel on board.
Eagles
Coming
equals
down
crash.
like a lawn dart with that full fuel on board. That explains so much of this explosion. But flight radar says it is registered to Jet Rescue Air Ambulance, but registered in Mexico. So I agree with Les. It's probably 2 pilots on board.
All right, Jet Rescue
And that
Air
would be the
Ambulance.
requirement in the U.S. I don't know Mexico.
You guys see that? Eagles is a perfect match to crash. And now Philadelphia, where the Eagles are from, they have a plane crash approaching the Super Bowl. What are the odds?
The sound that you hear on the ground, when we are thinking about horrible unknown here. The casualties on the ground. What do you hear here as you look at this, Chief?
Well, clearly, I mean, he went straight down. So earlier we were talking about whether or not he was trying to land on Roosevelt Boulevard or Cotman. Obviously, that's not the case. And even if it had been, those are 2 incredibly busy streets at that time of day, the end of rush hour.
You guys let me know in the chat. Can you believe this? Like, I can't even believe this is real. Like, knowing what we know on this channel, can you believe what just happened? After all the connections I've been making for the last 2 days, there's a plane crash in Philadelphia. I cannot believe it, man.
What took place, but I can tell you this, that area is very, very busy. The odds of not having on-ground casualties is very low. I mean, the odds are high that there would be casualties on the ground, unfortunately.
It looks that way. May I ask you, Les, just to look at that image again? Obviously, the weather's bad. This is a ring cam, right? So we can only see what we can see. But when you see it, it is already on fire. It is coming down as if there had been sort of I don't use the word scientifically, but an explosion. I mean, that thing is already fully on fire and exploded as it's coming down. All All right, let me just bring in here. We've just got an eyewitness on the phone, so let me just interrupt here and bring in Ryan Tian. He saw that huge explosion. He was getting dinner from a food truck. So Ryan, tell us what you saw.
Yeah, so the explosion actually happened behind me. I first noticed the sky like lighting up a bright orange, and then I like peeked out the window of my car, and then glanced behind me, and there was just massive like mushroom cloud erupting, and yeah, I kind of just got my food and got the hell out of there.
Did you even at that moment even realize what it was? I mean, it sounded like could have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I honestly thought it was like a missile or something. Like it looked like a nuclear explosion. Like it's just like right out of the movies. Like that giant mushroom cloud right in front of me.
Can you tell us, Ryan, from where you were standing and knowing the area, where it might have hit? I mean, we are just so uncertain now, and everybody obviously is truly realizing that there most likely are casualties here, in addition to the 2 individuals on the plane on the ground. Can you give us any sense of how busy it was, or?
How's the sound, guys? Can you hear okay? Let me know.
Yeah, so I was in the parking lot of the PC Richardson Sons, around 2420 Cotman, and it was, from what I could tell, it kind of hit around Bradford Street maybe, or like just right behind that area.
Okay, well, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, look, any of this is information at this point. It is just a.
All right, guys, see how it says major incident right there? I got the first decode, guys. Major incident equals Kobe Bean Bryant and multiple ciphers, including the number 81. Like Kobe scored 81 in game number 666. Major incident, 81, Kobe Bean Bryant, 81, Mark of the Beast, 81. Kobe scored 81 in game 666. Then he died in a helicopter. Helicopter equals 666. And the Philadelphia Eagles just picked up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death. The same day they tweeted out a helicopter. Kobe's from Philly. So they keep putting up on the screen, major incident. Let me go get my pointer. But yeah, major incident equals Kobe Bean Bryant, guys, in multiple ciphers.
Of that actual explosion, which he describes as like a missile, that it seemed like a nuclear mushroom, and you see all of that debris coming illuminated behind it. It's obviously cloudy and wet there in the sky, but that two dual plumes in that initial moment of fire and smoke. What does that say to you?
Right. It was fully loaded, and by looking at flight radar and its prior flights, they're fairly long distance flights, 1,200, 1,500, or longer flights. So that is a full load of fuel. And from the video of the plane coming down, I agree, it looks like it was coming straight down for one turn of the plane, and it was also spiraling down. But one turn of the plane, it almost looked like a small, explosion on board, maybe an uncontained engine failure or something like that. But then when it turns around, it could be just the plane's reflection. But clearly, absolutely loaded, and that would with fuel, and that would make sense, given its flight history of fairly long distances and about 3 flights a day. So a workhorse plane, whatever it was doing, it flew a lot.
It flew a lot. We don't know what it was doing. We don't know much about it. We know it was jet rescue air or of something of that nature, but 3 flights a day, obviously very significant. All right. Thank you all so very much as we are looking at this and these breaking details of this Lear business jet crash in Philadelphia, with no known sense right now as to how many people on the ground were killed. Let's hand it off now to Anderson.
Good evening from Ronald Reagan National Airport. We are covering 2 breaking news stories tonight, and we start with the breaking news of another plane crash. The FAA says a Lear business jet crashed in northeast Philadelphia near a local mall at about 6:30 p.m., just about a short time ago, an hour and a half ago. We have new Ring camera video that captured the moment of impact, and I want to play that for you.
Yeah, man, she's
The plane dropping out of the sky. This is more video of the crash. A massive fireball just a short time ago. The deadly crash comes just 2 nights. You see there the fireball off in the distance. This, of course, comes 2 nights after Wednesday night's mid-air collision here in Northern Virginia. We'll have the latest on the investigation into that crash in a moment, because we've been watching crews out on the Potomac right outside Reagan Airport, where I am right now. But first, our aviation correspondent Pete Montine joins us with the latest on this new crash in Philadelphia. Pete, let's talk about the plane involved, what we know happened.
We know, at least from the FAA right now, confirming it for us through an official source, that this was a Lear 55 business jet. To clarify, that is not the small single-engine airplane.
Did he just say Lear 55, like the Eagles just scored 55 points on Kobe's death date? The Eagles just scored 55 points when they picked up win number 666. Satan equals 55.
Confirming to us that this flight just left Philadelphia Northeast International Airport at about 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, was on its way to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri.
6:30, like 6 times 3, right? 666.
Fuel, very likely, and would explain the large fireball that we have seen in these videos that keep surfacing on social media. The early data, the preliminary data from open source flight tracking site ADSB Exchange, also corroborated by Flight Radar 24, is that this flight took off and was airborne for about 40 minutes. It took off on Philadelphia Northeast Airport's runway 24, that's to the southwest, and was airborne rather for about 40 seconds, and was descending at the very end at 11,000 feet per minute. That is an alarmingly high rate of descent. Business jets like this in a normal descent descend at about 2,500 or 3,000.
Yeah, guys, look. It's a Learjet 55. The Eagles, who I'm connecting it to, they just scored 55 points when they picked up win number 666 on the day Kobe Bryant died, who's from Philly. They scored 55 points. Satan equals 55. It's a Learjet 55. Unbelievable. That's another big confirmation. Remember, Eagles is a perfect match to crash in 3 out of the 4, guys.
That is not particularly small. It's more akin in size to the regional jet that we saw involved in a mid-air collision only a few thousand feet away from where I'm standing here at Reagan National Airport.
So, Pete, a couple of questions. There are 2 people, we believe, aboard this. That would be the pilot and co-pilot on a flight like this, right? I'm not sure if it's by law, but normally there would be 2 people in the cockpit on a flight like this, wouldn't there?
I'm not the most familiar with the Lear 55, but business jets of this vintage typically require a dual pilot operation, meaning a pilot and a co-pilot. Some business jets, some newer business jets, you can fly with 1 pilot only. This is probably the pilot and the co-pilot, and the FAA does confirm to us that 2 people were on board. Of course, it's very preliminary information, and the FAA always underscores in its statements like this that this is subject to change. The FAA is investigating now, and now the National Transportation Safety Board is investigating, according to the FAA. Those investigators have had a particularly tough week. There have been about 40 of them on site here at Reagan National Airport and out in the dark, cold Potomac.
All right, real quick, guys. Real quick. So, look. See how they kept saying major incident? Highlighting it, major incident, right? And before I even looked up major incident, I came on as quick as I could and told you this whole thing was connected to Kobe. There you go. Major incident equals Kobe being Bryant in multiple ciphers, including the 81, like Kobe scored 81 in game number 666. Look, let me go back to the slide for you. Game number 666, Kobe scored 81. Unreal. Helicopter 666. The Eagles just won their 666th win on January 26th, the anniversary of Kobe's death, who's from Philly, and they posted a helicopter. This stuff is crazy. So yeah, they're calling it a major incident. Major incident equals Kobe being Bryant. Of course it does.
airplane by any means, maybe more of a medium-sized airplane, a maximum weight of about 20,000 pounds.
Yeah, the number 55 is huge. Remember Little Nas X with the Satan shoes with the Luke 10:18 written on them? The 666 pairs that they sold for $1,018, like 1018. Anyway, Satan shoes equals Antichrist. And long story short, you remember the music video J Christ with Little Nas X where he's playing basketball against Satan and they're wearing the Satan shoes? Anyways, when he's playing basketball against Satan, he's wearing the number 55 jersey. Satan equals 55, fallen angel equals 55, lightning equals 55, and Satan falls like lightning. And don't forget Barack. Barack Obama was represented in that video, J Christ. And Barack means lightning. Obama means the heights. Barack Obama means lightning from the heights. Like Luke 10:18, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. And there's a lot more I could say, but let's get back to the news.
Anderson, now that we have just covered another plane crash in only a couple days.
Yeah, Pete Munchkin, stay with us. I want to bring in former Transportation Secretary Ray LaHood, also Stephen Wallace, a former FAA Director of Accident Investigation, who's here with me in the airport. Secretary LaHood, when you see this, particularly that ring camera image where the plane just seems to plummet out of the sky, what stands out to you about this?
Well, without really knowing what happened, I wonder if something mechanical took place, Anderson.
Hey, Guy, good to see you.
Appears to be descending. It appears that the pilots lost control.
Amen. Jesus is coming soon. Keep looking up, guys. This stuff is off the charts. The beast system is here. We are living in the biblical end of days. And keep looking up because we are going home soon. Jesus is coming.
The airplane, as Pete said, was in the air for 40 seconds. And then we saw just a brief video clip that showed it in an absolutely vertical descent. So something catastrophic happened. So, it can be an engine explodes, it could be a structural failure, or it could even be a collision. We're in the early stages of the investigation of the accident here at Reagan Airport, and we're in the extremely early stages of this investigation, but it certainly appears that something catastrophic happened to explain that vertical descent.
Chief Ramsey, just from as you're very familiar with, obviously, Philadelphia and also Washington, D.C., former chiefs of police, Commissioner Ramsey, talk about the neighborhood where this crash occurred and what you know about the airport.
Guys, I just got another big Kobe connection. All right, the Eagles just scored 55. The plane that crashed in Philadelphia. It was a Lear... Hold on, my phone's ringing. Sorry about that. My phone was ringing. Guys, so it was a Learjet 55, right? And the Eagles just scored 55 to go to the Super Bowl, right? Look, today's 5 years and 5 days after Kobe died. There you go, guys. 55, 5-5. The Eagles scored 55 on the anniversary of Kobe's death, right? And I just got done saying, Learjet 55. That's what it was. Learjet 55, Philly. Here's a new article from Fox News. Or that's not an article, it's just a video. Yeah, I just want to show you again. Here it is. Look there, guys. Learjet 55, 5-5. The Eagles just scored 55 when they picked up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death, who's from Philly. And where am I at here? I'm all over the place. Yeah, look. This crash in Philly tonight is 5 years, 5 days after Kobe died. Learjet 55. There you go.
Like material. I'm not a firefighter, but I've seen them use it before where they put out the fire. You obviously can't use water for something like that, but they do have specially equipped vehicles that responded to the scene to deal with that particular issue. There are a couple homes that caught fire, and obviously from that explosion, that one video that you saw from the Ring doorbell, you could hear the sound of glass breaking. That's a shock wave from the actual impact itself, I would imagine, where there are some homes that were damaged as a result of that. But unfortunately, we do have fatalities on the ground. How many, I do not know, but it's a significant incident here.
Yeah, if we can, let's try to play this Ring camera with the sound and not talk over it, and so we can just hear what the Ring camera picked up, if we're able to do that. So Pete Montine, you can actually, it sounds like you can actually hear the aircraft kind of as it is plummeting.
Yeah, and the video shows a lawn dart-like descent. I have to disagree some with what our contributors are saying. This may have been something that is pilot caused. This may have been some sort of upset due to some sort of malfunction in the airplane. It may not be necessarily mechanical. It may be an autopilot issue. I'm not sure if the airplane had some major failure of some type, an engine failure or something that would not really explain near vertical descent. And so I think it's really early to speculate on the cause here, but we know that videos like this, and with the emergence of doorbell videos, they continue.
Does anybody have any codes yet? I'm over here researching everything I can off to the side. Let me know. Does anybody have anything yet that they found? Let me know.
Was in the air for only about 40 seconds after taking off from runway 24 at Philadelphia Northeast Airport. I have to tell you, I've landed at Philadelphia Northeast Airport. I've landed there in good weather. It's nice because it's convenient to the Philadelphia area. You don't have to fly a small airplane into the busy Philadelphia International Airport. It's easy to get an Uber ride into the city. I was there not all that long ago even. These general aviation airports are a great resource to our country, and there are 3,000 public use general aviation airports in the U.S., primarily auxiliary fields. We have seen them come into great use during the wildfires in the L.A. area to stage aircraft. This is something, though, that will no doubt trigger a conversation about small airports near very urban areas, and it seems that this plane came down in that urban area very quickly after taking off.
And Pete, how long did you say that it was in the air for? The CNN's weather unit is reporting there was light rain just starting to pick back up after or around the time of the crash this evening. I mean, I don't know, we don't know if weather was in any way a factor, but how long was it in the air for?
The weather could potentially be a factor only because of the fact that the clouds are low, there's light rain and mist that poses a whole nother set of challenges for pilots when it comes to staying oriented and keeping the airplane upright relative to the horizon. I'm just going to look back at the data here, the open source data from ADS-B Exchange. It says that this flight took off at about 6:06 and 21 seconds local time. That's the first return signature from the transponder on the plane, and then the last signature that shows the 11,000 foot descent is at 6:07:02. So if we're going to subtract that, we're talking about 41 seconds in the air. This seems like this plane.
Did he just say 41 seconds in the air? Guys, Kobe Bryant equals 41. Kobe died at the age of 41. Oh my goodness. When Kobe scored 81, the rest of the team scored 41. In Kobe's last game, he scored 60. The rest of the team scored 41. His last game in the NBA was his last shot was over the number 41, and he came off the court for the last time with 4.1 seconds left. Did they just say that plane was in the air for 41 seconds? Did I just hear that?
And then there was apparently confusion there at the control tower where the controller tried to reach this flight several times to no avail. It's a very morose and grim tale that we have seen play out one more time in the United States. Commercial air travel is incredibly safe. We just saw something that flew in the face of that. It's a different story when talking about business jets and corporate jets and small aircraft, private aircraft, general aviation flying. The safety record is regrettably much different, and that is the bottom line.
Pete, now you had we believe this is a medevac jet, or it related to a company that provides medevac services.
We know that the call sign was a medevac call sign that they were using on the radio, and that is something, the moniker that is given to flights. If they're doing something like transporting a patient, of course, you're familiar with medevac helicopters, but business jets are often used to transport patients longer distances, or they could be transporting something like an organ transplant. In fact, a source of mine flies organs in business jets.
So guys, as I'm doing my research over here, I just found a big find about the helicopter crash that happened the other day. This is a new find that I just discovered. Remember, I connected this whole thing to the Philadelphia Eagles and Kobe, right? Look, the helicopter crash was on January 29th. That was the day leaving 336 days left in the year. Look at that. Philadelphia Eagles equals 336, guys. It was right there the whole time. Philadelphia Eagles equals 336. The crash happened on the day leaving 336 days left in the year. The helicopter crash. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Helicopter crash was January 29th. 336 days left in the year. Philadelphia Eagles equals 336. I cannot even believe what I'm showing you guys tonight. And all credit to God. Unbelievable, man. This is crazy.
That's got to be very difficult then for paramedics, law enforcement to get to people who may be injured or who are deceased.
Well, yeah, right now, of course, putting the fire out, they're probably evacuating people on that block to make sure that everyone is safe, not only from the fire itself, but the toxic fumes. You can see from the shot now, you can see the way the wind is blowing the smoke, the fumes. That shot is actually going down Cottman Avenue, and you can see from that how wide a street Cottman Avenue actually is. This is a major thoroughfare. My understanding is there is a huge debris field that has to be secured, so it's going to take a lot of resources in order to be able to do that. And that's pretty much what's being done now in terms of the unified command that has been established between police and fire and others that are responding to the scene to make sure that they can do everything that needs to be done. But that is a very congested area. You see a lot of parked cars, a lot of people. So it's a huge area to try to control right now.
Stephen Wallace, when you were with the FAA looking at crashes in an area like this, I mean, if this came down on a street where there's traffic, how much does that complicate the actual crash investigation itself?
Well,
and the large debris field.
Yes. Well, it certainly the safety of the people on the ground and the first responders are taking care of. That is the priority. So that will certainly make the determination of the cause of the accident is very much a secondary consideration at that point. So those are things that investigators fairly routinely deal with.
Secretary LaHood, the new administration's appointees to the FAA and the Department of Transportation just started their jobs. How big a task do they have in front of them right now with this in Philadelphia and obviously this ongoing tragedy here in Washington, D.C.?
Well, it looks like the fact that they have no FAA administrator, although apparently the president appointed someone to look into the crash that occurred at Reagan. It's
ground. So we just have to pray tonight and hope for the best. But I would not rule that out because there's just too many people. It's a heavily populated area, and it's an area where there's people going out to dinner tonight, going to catch a movie, going to see friends and family, coming home from work, leaving to get a 95 to go and see other friends and other.
Yeah, the branch, yeah, it's a Learjet 55, Satan equals 55, and the Eagles just scored 55 points when they picked up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death. And this plane crash in Philly tonight in Kobe's hometown, 5 years and 5 days after Kobe died. in a crash.
Their best to lend a hand and to help out tonight.
Well, you're going to see Philly's finest out there doing what we do. And as you said, tragically, you can't rule out casualties on the ground. And we're just praying for everybody in the Northeast and all the cops, all the firefighters, all the first responders. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
Fox News at Night host Trace Gallagher joins me now. Trace, what are you learning about this plane and the reason it went down?
Well, a couple of things real quick, Jesse, just to kind of go over what Rich was asking there about people on the ground. Rich Zioli, we do now know that there are several reports that people on the ground were injured. In fact, saying there are several injuries on the ground. So that gives you an idea of how powerful this was when it hit the intersection. It was in the middle of the intersection, didn't necessarily hit the mall, the Roosevelt Mall, which has stores like Macy's and Ross Dress for Less and restaurants around there. It hit an intersection, and the reports are there were several injuries on the ground and row houses on fire. It's important also to note, Jesse, the weather, just so we have clarity on this. The weather at the time of the takeoff at 6:06, temperature was 49 degrees, light rain, some fog, and wind gusts of 30 miles per hour. There is nothing to indicate any trouble there. If you look now at the flight data, it shows that at 6:06 the plane took off and it disappeared from radar 30 seconds later, which is an indication that sometime between 25 and 30 seconds, something catastrophic.
Hey everybody coming into the chat, welcome, good to see you guys. Big breaking news, a new plane crash, and it's in Philadelphia. And guys, for the last several days, I've been connecting the helicopter and the plane collision to Philadelphia and Kobe Bryant, and what a huge confirmation. And when you come in, guys, please hit the like button, very much appreciated, helps out the algorithm, and please share this video to everyone you can. And also, whenever this video does end, which it could be a long time, do me a favor, after the fact, leave a comment on the video to help the algorithm, very much appreciated.
Mexico. It flew Baseball Hall of Famer David Ortiz to Boston after he was shot.
Yeah, he just said 6:06. I'm hearing different times, and I'm reading different times. So I think earlier they said 6:30. Now I'm hearing 6:06. So we'll get to the bottom of it.
Philadelphia, that because it was a medical transport plane, this is interesting, that the Philadelphia police telling a reporter there outside of McDonald's at Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard near where the plane crashed, there are pieces of the jet everywhere. But what's fascinating is a quarter of a mile away, Jesse, there is a medical oxygen tank that was found. And the speculation has been from pilots and other experts, maybe something happened. Maybe the configuration of this plane was, as you said at the top of your show, it was configured to be a flying ambulance, and there were oxygen tanks. And the possibility that one of those oxygen tanks may have leaked or exploded or something like that is now a very real possibility. And if you look at this, it was going to Springfield, Branson, Missouri, to be specific. That's the airport. And we don't know exactly how much fuel it had on, but they can carry up to 1,400 pounds. So this thing is a flying bomb, especially just taking off. That's why when you see the picture on the middle of your screen there and you see that explosion, this thing could be loaded down with fuel and very dangerous and very lethal to the buildings and the people around the area of the crash scene. And of course, Sean Duffy, as you said, Jesse, has now confirmed there were in fact 6 people on board, several injuries on the ground, and the investigation is not even beginning.
Yeah, you know, when they find the black box, I'm sure they'll learn a lot more. You mentioned this is like a jet ambulance. So
Right.
If there's an emergency situation with a high value individual, a VIP, you mentioned Hall of Fame baseball player, this thing's wheels up and is going to the best surgeon in the country. Doesn't matter where they are, whether it's Boston, Missouri, Los Angeles, this thing is ready to go. And it's loaded up. You called it a flying bomb. Explain to me how, if you have all these oxygen tanks, and we don't know what other gases or anything like that they had on the flight, because it's a kind of medically equipped flight, how could that have sparked an incident with the engine?
Well, it's unclear.
Go ahead.
It's unclear that it is the engine, Jesse. I mean, it's unclear that this was an engine. So, I mean, there's a good possibility it was an engine. There's a good possibility it had one. The question is, what is the black box tape going to show? Because that's the flight data recorder. That would record the conversation inside the cockpit. Because we have heard nothing, zero, about any contact with the tower between the time this thing went up and then it disappeared from radar. Unless they gave it a handoff at some point in 15, 20 seconds. But after that, after the explosion, after this thing lost air capacity and started twisting toward the ground, there is no word that we have heard yet there was any communication with the tower at all. An indication that the pilots were doing what they're...
Yeah, they're saying 6 on board, 606, like 666, like, you know, like the Eagles are on 666 wins right now. And Kobe scored 666... Kobe scored his career high in game number 666. Died in a helicopter, which equals 666. Unreal.
Something catastrophic that happened on board the actual plane that had nothing to do with the engines, but it either maybe blew a hole in there and they lost pressure and something else happened, and then they lost the ability to fly this plane. So it is really early and really too soon to be able to point at engines and point at anything else, because there's so many variables, especially in a medical jet like this that can have various equipment on board that you normally would not have aboard your regular Learjet airplane.
Yeah, it's a unique aircraft. And like you said, it loses the ability to be seen on radar. Now, why does it all of a sudden disappear from radar? Is that because its transponder exploded in the explosion, or what would cause it to go off radar?
It could be a combination of things, Jesse. It either fell so fast. I mean, you look at the video there, and you know, this might have happened, the explosion might have happened in 29 seconds. They're saying that it went off radar at 30 seconds. So it took off at 6:06, and at 6:06:30, this thing went off radar, which is an indication that the explosion might have happened. And remember, it was at, and I heard you talking about this earlier, let me check, it was at 1,600 feet when this thing apparently started losing altitude. So it was at 1,600 feet. It was marked on radar, and then something happened. But at 30 seconds, it went off radar. It's not saying, and this thing didn't happen at 26 seconds or 23 seconds, and by the time it fell out of radar's reach, that was the 30 seconds. It might have been on the ground at that point. So it's really unclear exactly why it went off radar and exactly at what point in the fall it went off the radar. That's something the air traffic controllers would have to tell us. Was it a transponder issue? It's unlikely, because they would still kind of have a grasp. They would still have a sweep of it. So it's a pretty good indication that it was at a fairly low altitude when it disappeared from the radar at that point in time, unless it exploded, the transponder went out, and then the plane just went dark. So a lot of questions yet to be answered.
Yeah, the NTSB, they're going to have their hands full between this and the Potomac. Trace Gallagher, thank you so much. We'll be watching for you later. Fox News medical contributor Dr. Nicole Saphier joins me now. So, Dr. Saphier, this plane, explain to the audience how it is basically an ambulance with wings.
Yeah, Jesse, so first of all, echoing your guest a little bit ago when they were talking.
I'm trying to figure out, why did they say 41 seconds before? Because I don't think the plane was in the air for 41 seconds. Can anyone try to help me figure that out? Earlier, I know I heard them say 41 seconds. And again, Kobe Bryant equals 41, dead at the age of 41, and a bunch more. But yeah, let me know. I'm trying to figure this thing out.
I was thinking, well, this is probably some sort of organ transplant, and that happens all the time, whether it's via automobile, helicopter, or an airplane, where you are taking an organ from one city or one state to the next for organ transplantation. But now what we're hearing, it's been confirmed by Secretary Duffy, is that there were actually 6 people on board, 2 pilots, 2 doctors, a patient, and a patient's maybe family member. And so that made me think of now what was going on here, because you have this medically equipped Learjet 55, I think it was, going from Northeast Philadelphia, which is home to University of Penn, or UPenn, which is an incredible healthcare system known for a plethora of things, going to Branson, Missouri, which is Cox is a great level 1 trauma center. It also is a transplant center but I'm not necessarily clear on what could be in Branson, Missouri that they didn't actually have in Northeast Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So, my brain's churning a little bit as to why this flight was going there. And when you look at these air ambulances, they can really function just like an ambulance that you see on the ground. They can be equipped to handle medical emergencies, keeping patients stable with IV fluids and oxygens and really a tiny OR if need be. One of the things that I heard just by, I think it was Trace, that he said that there was an oxygen tank that was found far from the scene. And so oxygen tanks, you are able to fly with what's called condensed oxygen. Say if you need oxygen and you're traveling commercially, you can have that in your carry-on. Condensed oxygen is essentially where you've taken oxygen and made it into its liquid state. And this is safe to travel with. But if you now have it compressed, those big oxygen tanks, that in itself is not dangerous, that it's flammable, but it can act as an oxidizer, which means that if there is some sort of fire in the engine or any sort of spark within the plane, that could cause it to burn quicker, faster, and may account for why you saw such an explosion, as we're hearing from reports on the ground.
Wow. So the compressed oxygen tanks can turbocharge a flame or any sort of flame incident and just basically turn this thing into a fireball in the sky. Explain to me, you said that they could possibly going to a trauma center, but also a place where they do transplant surgery. So you would take somebody that was in need of an emergency transplant halfway across the country?
No, so that's why when the initial report from the FAA News on X came out, it said that there were 2 people on board. And that's when I initially thought, well, this is probably a transport flight. Because what you see in those is you see a pilot, someone who's in charge of driving a vehicle, whether it's a car or a plane or a helicopter. And then you have a transport officer, someone who's in charge of that organ. You don't necessarily transfer the patients in that sense. As I said, Northeast Philadelphia, but also Branson, Missouri, are transplant centers. So you wouldn't have to be flying a patient either way because they have transplant teams at both of these areas. You would only be flying the organ. So once we started to get more reports, as I said, confirmed by Secretary Duffy, that there were 6 people on board, including 2 doctors, a patient, all of a sudden, I didn't necessarily...
So right off the bat, they're saying that it took off at 6:06 and there's 6 people on the plane? Hello. 666. I mean, come on. You're saying the plane took off at 6:06, and they'll probably change this number. They always love to change the numbers. Just like we heard earlier, it was 6:30, which is, like 3 6s. But anyways, now they're saying 6:06 and 6 people on the plane. That's a clear 666 right there. And remember, this is all about that number. The Philadelphia Eagles are on 666 wins right now. They just picked up win 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death date, who scored his career high in game 666, who died in a helicopter. Helicopter equals 666. The Eagles tweeted out a helicopter that day, and they scored 55 points. Now we have a Learjet 55. Today's 5 years, 5 days after Kobe died. My goodness. Yeah, this is just crazy. This is crazy.
So an eyewitness saw the plane go down in Philadelphia and described the terror and carnage on the streets.
You just hear everybody say, get down, get down, get down. And when everybody say get down, we all get down. But I just see the plane is getting lower and lower and lower. It nicked the house. When it nicked the house, it hit a couple cars. Boom! And it to the plaza, and to the Dunkin' Donuts, everywhere. I've never seen.
Look at the 6 on the microphone. See the 6 on the microphone?
You got dead bodies over there, cars burnt up.
Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams joins me now. Alexis, what do you have?
Hey, Jesse. Well, I just got off the phone with some senior fire officials who tell me that the story here really has been this blaze. Okay, you can see it in the video. We're talking about multiple fires that have popped up all across the street there. That's because these senior fire officials out in the Philadelphia area tell me that when the plane went down, it sprayed that jet fuel we were talking about everywhere. So not just all over on those cars and the entire parking lot near the mall, but all near those row homes. They specifically said 6 homes and at least 6 cars, okay, lit on fire, exploding there. And these people thought they were under attack, because if you look at it, you see a thing go down like this big fireball in the middle of the street, and then the debris starts flying all over the place. People were kind of just driving down that street heading to wherever they were going on a Friday night, and they see this thing coming down. They didn't know what was going on. They had to evacuate at least 3 of those row homes. So I'm told it was kind of like the end 2 that lit on fire first.
Yeah.
Pieces.
I'm reading an article from CNN. In the article, it's saying it crashed around 6:30, but that's not accurate. I think that's what I heard earlier. Because we had CNN earlier, they said 6:30. But yeah, that doesn't make sense, because they're saying it was only in the air for a few seconds, I think. And it took off at 6:06. So something somewhere is not accurate. But again, we'll get to the bottom of it. But there's no mistaking. They are saying it took off at 6:06, and there's 6 people on the plane. 666 right there.
Field Airport in Missouri. It was in the air for 30 seconds before this thing went into basically a fireball and came down.
See, they said right there 30 seconds, but earlier on CNN, I swear I heard them say 41 seconds. Which Kobe Bryant equals 41, dead at the age of 41, 41 days from the Pope's birthday.
Little explosions all over the place. They think that the fires near the row homes, Jesse, are under control, but it wasn't just the row homes, it was the cars that were also in that park.
Yeah, good one, Leslie. They're going to say it hit 6 homes and 6 cars next.
Small fires everywhere, so the fire department's working on it.
Yeah, it looks like a war zone out there in the northeast Philadelphia. You said that they were able to evacuate people from these row homes that were on fire?
Yeah, the senior fire official told me that they had crews out there as quickly as they could. So Philadelphia.
Look, I just want to show you that they're throwing out all kinds of different numbers right now. Look, this is CNN, right? They're saying that it crashed around 6:30. All right. Well, if it took off at 6:06 and it was only in the air a few seconds, then that's not accurate. But anyways.
Cotman Avenue. This occurred shortly after 6 p.m. this evening.
Oh, here we go. Press conference.
As of right now,
yeah,
we
6
have
fireballs.
no reports on the number of fatalities. So right now we're just asking for prayers for any and everyone who may have been affected. We do want to note that several dwellings and vehicles were impacted. So what are we asking you to do for us right now, Philadelphia? We're urging you to please stay away from the scene. If you see debris, call 911. Don't touch anything. This is still an active scene under investigation. I'm proud to note that all of our federal and state partners, they are either en route here or on the ground with us right now.
I would love if one person could do me a huge favor. I don't know how difficult it would be. Maybe if you have a second device, like if you're watching me on the TV, pull me up on the phone. Try to go back, listen on fast forward. Try to listen to where that mention of the 41 seconds was. Let me know so I can go back and find it.
When we have more facts and information to share with you. But I do want to say a special thank you right now, again, to all of our federal and state partners and our amazing first responders right here in the city of Philadelphia. Our fire, our EMS, our police department, they have been here working vigorously to ensure that we get this perimeter and the surrounding area blocked off to ensure that we make public safety and health our #1 priority. So we don't have any further information to share at this time. I've spoken to our Governor Josh.
It's at 2440 where they said it?
Senator John Fetterman, other federal officials, and everyone, all hands on deck. That's where we are right now. Thank you so very much, and we'll have more information to report in the near future. Thank you.
All right, so that...
People are asking what happened. Guys, this is a new plane crash. Breaking news. A new plane crash in Philadelphia. And I have been connecting the plane and helicopter collision that happened in D.C. I've been connecting that to Philadelphia for the last 2 days. So, Like, if there was ever a video that the world needs to see, it's this one, guys. This is unbelievable. So yeah, if you're just coming in, please hit the like button. This is breaking news. There has been another plane crash, and it's in Philadelphia, of all the places.
The plane, and they can't confirm any survivors. So someone under 18, probably some person a lot younger 18 that was on that plane, either coming from surgery back to Missouri.
Wait, what?
Or the other way around.
Did he say Missouri?
Did
he just say Missouri? Did he just say Missouri, guys? Was the plane going to Missouri? Like the Kansas City Chiefs? Like Kansas City, Missouri? Oh, like the Philadelphia Eagles are going to play the Kansas City Chiefs? Did that really just happen? Oh my gosh. If that's not a confirmation. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The plane was going to Missouri from Philadelphia? Kansas City is in Missouri? Oh my gosh. Guys, share this video, please. Oh my goodness. I'll be surprised if they let this video stay up.
And crashed into the North Philly area.
Guys, of all the places, Philadelphia going to Missouri? Stop it. Oh my goodness.
Of the Concorde crash 25 years ago. They took off.
Oh my gosh.
There was a perforation of a fuel tank. We're not going to get into what went or why. The plane did fly for a while, and then ultimately the structure succumbed and crashed.
These are the last days, guys. They don't even care how obvious they're being. This is like straight evil in your face. Wow.
Explosion on board this plane. This Lear 55, which weighs 21,000 pounds, could fly 2,000 miles, holds 1,000 gallons of fuel. It's a hot rod in the sky. It flies as fast as jet airliners of today. Had 6 people on board. So what could cause that kind of explosion? So some of your prior guests did talk about oxygen tanks on board. There are various forms of oxygen tanks. You could have liquid oxygen on board. You could have solid components inside a tank, which makes oxygen generators like we have on commercial airliners. There clearly was a massive explosion, which then followed an imminent burn, which was jet fuel burning in the air, which caused this catastrophic failure, stop a forward movement, and the plane came vertically down. We know the plane was in the air for about 40 seconds, from takeoff to about 1,600 feet until the massive explosion, forward movement stopped.
Guys, you're not going to believe this. You know the mayor that we just saw, the mayor of Philadelphia? Guys, today's 222 days from the mayor's birthday. I talked about the 222 earlier, guys. The Chiefs. I'm going to have to go back to my slides. Oh my goodness. Guys, you know the biggest number I talk about on my channel is the number 222. Today is 222 days from the mayor's birthday, dude. Oh my gosh. Look at the mayor's birthday. Cheryl Parker, born September 9th, 99. Look at this. Today's 222 days from her birthday. Oh my gosh. Give me a second to pull up my 222 stuff. Oh my goodness, guys. Wow.
Doctors, a patient, a friend, and 2 flight crews. One of you guys talked about it's basically a flying ambulance.
Oh my goodness.
Rescue trucks. They're all laden with oxygen.
Guys, 222 is the whole number with COVID. And Kobe's crash was literally the first week of COVID. Remember, COVID was declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11. The first U.S. case of COVID was 222 days from Trump's birthday. Wuhan coronavirus equals 222. 5342 equals 222. That's the name of the flight that just crashed. Give me a second. Oh my gosh, guys, this is all connected to the Super Bowl. Andy Reid picked up win number 222 in his first Super Bowl win. And it was on February 2nd, 2/2/2020. February 2nd equals 222. And the Chiefs got their first Super Bowl with Mahomes and Reid 222 weeks after the Kansas City Royals won the World Series. Royals like Crown, like Corona. And then the first Super Bowl they did, J-Lo did halftime. J-Lo equals 222. The only Super Bowl that Mahomes lost, he lost it to Brady. The year Brady picked up win number 222 as a Buccaneer. And Brady came out of retirement 222 days from his birthday. And the only Super Bowl Mahomes lost was 222 days from his birthday. And the guy who caught the game winner last year for the Chiefs, his birthday 222 days from Obama's birthday, which is a whole different story. But yeah, give me 1 second here. Let me just show you a few things on the 222. Look, Andy Reid gets win number 222 in his first Super Bowl victory. It was February 2nd, 2020. 2/2/2020. COVID declared a pandemic March 11th, 2020, 222 months after 9/11. Wuhan coronavirus 222. Obama tested positive for COVID 222 days from his birthday. Andy Reid got his first Super Bowl win on the 222nd win was his first Super Bowl on February 2nd, which equals 222. And February 2nd, 2020 is 2220. And J-Lo equals 222. She did halftime. And the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl 222 weeks after the Kansas City Royals won the World Series. And there's Mahomes' only Super Bowl loss, 222 days from his birthday. The same year, Brady picked up win number 222. Then Brady came out of retirement 222 days from his birthday. And then there's the other guy with the 222. Let me pull up the Stargate Project. Guys, they just rolled out the Stargate Project with Donald Trump, where they announced the AI cancer vaccine. And they rolled out the Stargate Project on the anniversary of the first U.S. case of COVID. It was 222 days from Trump's birthday. Trump equals 222, calls himself the father of the vaccine. Just won the election 222 days from his birthday. But yeah, they rolled out Stargate 222 days from Trump's birthday. Let me pull that up for you.
Plane flies along and hits the side of a mountain.
But yeah, guys, long story short, the last 2 days I've been connecting the plane crash to the number 222 in Kobe, right? In Philadelphia. Now we have a plane crash tonight in Philadelphia. We just saw the mayor up there. So I saw how far is it from her birthday. It's 222 days from the Philly mayor's birthday. Oh my goodness. And again, Kobe kicked off coronavirus. Where's Kobe buried? He's allegedly buried in Corona Del Mar. Come on. We got 222 watching. Let's go.
And the nose to come up, which causes a wing stall. At that point, the nose goes straight into the ground. It could have been a mechanical issue, a runaway trim, which would trim the nose straight up.
And I'm not kidding. We really do have 222 watching right now. That is unbelievable.
Like this happens very close to the ground, right at the takeoff. It's more often than not a wing stall.
You got to love when God confirms things, right?
To speak, and not all, but the Learjet is an entry-level jet. So the crew could have been low on experience. And when they went into the cloud, they got a disoriented. Not saying all Learjet crews are inexperienced. There are some very, very good and very experienced crews in that area.
Guys, if you have a Facebook or a Twitter, please share this out right now while I'm live. Let's try to get as many people in here. Very much appreciated.
And I think we'll find answers as the days go on. Thank you so much for coming.
You're very welcome.
Now, here's a statement just released by the jet company. It says today, jet rescue air ambulance experienced a crash after takeoff from Philadelphia. There were 4 crew members on board and 2 passengers, a pediatric patient and an escort. At this time, we cannot confirm any survivors. Trace Gallagher joins me now. That's just so sad.
Jesse, yeah, it is. And I'm reading the same statement you are from Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. They're saying today at approximately 1925 Eastern time. Of course, the tower is saying different time. They're saying it happened at 1906. So 6.
You hear that? Different times.
Took off, and sometime within 30 seconds after that, it went off radar. It's fascinating, Jesse, when you listen to different stories. You just had on the...
Here, real quick, guys. We're going to be listening to the news all night. Trust me, this is going to be a long video. Just a little bit more on the 222, guys. Look, they just rolled out the Stargate Project on January 21st, the anniversary of the first U.S. case of COVID. Trump calls himself the father of the vaccine. So they're talking about AI cancer vaccine, right? 222 days after Trump's birthday. Look at the gematria. Wuhan coronavirus, World Economic Forum, Antichrist system, Event 201, mandatory vaccination. COVID vaccines, vaccine cards, order out of chaos. They're all 222, right? And then COVID declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11. Trump just won the election 222 days before his birthday. Trump equals 222. Trump's sister died 222 days from her birthday. Ivana Trump died 222 days from her birthday. Trump organization equals 222. All right? And again, Obama tested positive for COVID 222 days from his birthday. So just want to show how important that 222 is. And again, here, I'll show you something else on the 222 in a second. But today is 222 days from the Philly mayor's birthday. We just saw her in the press conference. They did say 41 seconds. I got to go back and find it for you guys. Because even if they changed the number, the fact that they threw the 41 out there should tell you a lot, if that's what I actually heard. My brain is going in a million different places right now, so I want to confirm that's what they actually said. I'm going to go look it up right now.
Much higher until the pressure is becoming more of a factor. That's what they're telling me. And then you have others saying, no, we worry about them at all times. And then we should point out that even planes that are not medevac or flying ambulances, even planes that are passenger planes normally have oxygen on them. A lot of oxygen. When you talk about big planes, that's not really a concern. So I think to focus on the oxygen right now is valuable, but also you have to look at the engines. You have to look at whether this stalled. How does a plane go up to 1,600 feet? You're still climbing. You still got, you're still looking for lift. You still got your flaps down, and all of a sudden this thing stalls and goes into a death spiral. That's the question that investigators are going to look at. And meantime, we should also kind of reiterate that this thing hit outside that mall, the Roosevelt Mall, and it did have injuries. We don't know if these are injuries from the fires in the row homes that are nearby. We don't know if they're impact injuries where shrapnel just spread and wreckage spread and it hurt people. It's unclear. We don't know if it was the impact and the fire that hurt people. We haven't gotten that information yet, but we do know there are several injuries on the ground, but none in the actual mall itself, meaning it is very clear now that this did not hit the mall itself, which is a good sign. But for the homes around there, the people around there, the cars in the parking lot, people in the cars, it's a very bad sign. And when all is clear, Jesse, you're going to have new numbers, and they're not going to be good.
We were looking at different videos. In the video we played a little while ago, it did not look like the plane was on fire as it was headed to the ground. And then we just saw some other video from one of the Ring doorbell cameras where it did look like a fireball going right into the ground. So now that video does look like the plane is on fire. The other video does not. I think we're not going to know until days and weeks ahead. But one of the other theories from one of the other aviation experts said that it could have been disoriented, inexperienced pilots. But you mentioned earlier, Trace, that the weather was pretty good and the winds were average and not really too much cloud cover.
Yeah, I mean, let me just repeat this for you. Temperature around the time of the crash was 49 degrees. It's as warm as it's been in the Northeast in a while, Jesse, with light rain, some fog, and a wind gust of 30 miles per hour. That is ideal weather. I mean, if you're flying in that kind of weather, you forget about the light rain. Planes love rain. It is ideal weather. There is nothing around that weather forecast that would cause any pilot to be concerned one bit. So weather is kind of something they take out pretty quickly. The other thing is, I think you're right. When you see this thing coming down, it does not appear to be on fire. It appears to be lit up, but it does not appear to be on fire. You can't see anything sticking out outside the actual, what appears to be looking like a falling star, like a fuselage. There's nothing kind of sticking out, Jesse. So, but we're going to cover this for the foreseeable future, and we'll have live coverage coming up on Fox News at 9.
I'm sure we'll get some new videos from some of the eyewitnesses on the ground as the night rolls along. Thanks so much, Trace.
Yep.
Fox Report anchor and licensed pilot John Scott's here on the phone. John, what do you think happened here?
Well, I hate to dispute my buddy Trace, but I was actually driving through Philadelphia at around the time of the accident, and the weather was pretty bad. I can guarantee you that that plane was in the clouds when they were 100 feet off the ground. I've heard the air traffic control tower clear them to take off on runway 24, but then they were supposed to make a climbing right
Hey, Michelle, you got to include the playoff games. I'll pull it up for you and show you. Yeah, it is 666, Michelle. You just got to include the playoffs. It's their all-time record. Give me 1 second, all right? I'll show it to you.
So my very preliminary theory is that they got up in the clouds. They either lost their instruments or just perhaps got disoriented and weren't able to read them. Now, you know, I'm not one to blame the pilot here. He may have lost lighting. He may have lost his instruments. And if you're in the clouds and you don't have instruments in an aircraft, you're in serious trouble. What?
All right, Michelle. I'm doing this just for you. There you go. Whoop, I forgot I got my my charger plugged in. Real quick. I Google this if you don't believe me. Google Eagles all-time record, including playoffs. You'll see the first link that pops up, StatMuse. All right, let's click it. So including the playoff games, the Philadelphia Eagles have a record of 666 and 665 in the regular season and playoffs all time. So there you go. Michelle, I'm showing you right now. I don't know if you're behind in the video. If you are, that's okay. But anyways, just showing you, Michelle. You got to include the playoff games. The Eagles have 666 wins all time right now. They just picked up win number 666 on January 26th, the anniversary of Kobe's death, who died in a helicopter. Helicopter equals 666, and Kobe scored his career high in game number 666 of his career. Michelle's saying she's glad she checked. Well, Michelle, I just showed you were wrong, so you must be behind. But, whoop. Hold on, lost my charger again. Hold on. Yeah, that's okay. She'll catch up, and if not, you know, not everybody is going to understand what I'm talking about, and that's okay. I still love you.
Is a very safe way of transportation. It's just mathematically odd that we have these two crashes back to back.
It is mathematically odd, isn't it?
But I would be surprised if we see another one anytime soon, because the aviation system in this country is very, very safe.
Yeah.
And there's really nothing the control tower can do at this point. It looks like they totally lost the ability to see this plane immediately on radar, and this thing came down like a bomb and then just spread fire all over this neighborhood.
Right. And that's another thing I was going to say. In looking at that video, I don't think the aircraft was on fire. First of all, in the 30 seconds or so that they were in the air, it would have been incredibly difficult for a fire to engulf, you know, the exterior of the aircraft. I think what you're seeing is the takeoff lights. You know, there are takeoff landing lights that are extremely bright, and they probably hadn't turned them off yet after takeoff. They weren't in the air long enough to go through some of those things. I heard on the traffic control tower, you know, they tell them to switch over to Philadelphia approach, which is anyway, they didn't get any response.
All right. John Scott, thank you so much. So President Trump's been briefed on this deadly crash in Northeast Philadelphia by Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. As we told you, there are 6 people dead. This was a pediatric patient that was being transported in a ambulance jet. This is a very elite jet that's used to bring David Ortiz all the way from the Caribbean all the way to Boston. So this thing, if you need to go somewhere in this plane for a medical emergency, this is the way to go. It went up and immediately went down. There's lots of different theories about what happened, but we're not ruling anything out, and we'll wait for a full investigation. Our hearts and prayers go out to everybody on the plane and everybody in Philly.
All right, we begin this Friday night with a Fox News alert. A small plane, a Lear 55, crashed into a mall in Philadelphia, carrying 6 people, according to the company that was operating the flight. Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. 4 were members of the crew, along with one.
as we are still searching for answers tonight about the deadly plane crash over the Potomac in Northern Virginia, we start with breaking news this hour of a medevac jet with a child on board crashing near the Roosevelt Mall in Northeast Philadelphia. The moment was caught on a Ring doorbell camera. I do want to warn you before you see this, it's hard to watch. Here's what we know so far about that moment. The plane went down in the middle of a packed neighborhood with flaming debris hitting homes and businesses. Now, it's still early as we are trying to gather information. The initial information that we have now may change, but right now, according to the FAA and updated numbers that they just posted, 6 people were on board this Learjet when it went down. Compounding this tragedy, as I noted, the company operating the flight says it was an air ambulance carrying 2 passengers, including a child patient and an adult escort, and 4 crew members were also on board. It appears to have crashed right after it took off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport, that's separate than the Philadelphia major airport, and federal officials say that the small plane was headed to Springfield-Branson National Airport in Missouri when something clearly went very wrong. I want to get straight to CNN's Danny Freeman, and Danny, we have just heard from a witness who saw this happen. I want to listen to what they had to say.
I was in shock. I'm still in shock. Like, this is insane. Why can this happen? And before that, to be honest, in my mind I thought, like, what if the rocket would, because I'm from Ukraine, right? And there's war. There's always rockets coming in and stuff like that. And then I see like things flying. Like, no way, the war started again? You know, and you say, you never know.
The plane fell so quickly he thought it was a rocket. Danny, obviously you know the Philadelphia area very well. Just tell us the latest that you're learning.
Yeah, and just to put a finer point on it, Caitlin, I mean, this area where this plane went down, Roosevelt Boulevard and Cotman Avenue, I mean, is a major thoroughfare, a major intersection, an area in Northeast Philadelphia. Not surprising that we would hear such troubled sound from people who live and reside and frequent that area because there's a mall there as well. But let me tell you exactly what we know at this point, Caitlin. According to the FAA, this is a Learjet 55 twin-engine medvac. It went down around 6:30 p.m. And as you noted, it was leaving from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. It's on the northeastern side of the city as opposed to, like you noted, the major airport in the south part of Philadelphia. It was heading to Springfield-Branson National Airport in Missouri, but according to flight data that was reviewed by our own CNN's Pete Muntean, the plane was only in the air for about 40 seconds before it came plummeting down.
They said 41 earlier.
This video that we're able to show viewers,
like Kobe Bryant equals 41, dead at 41.
Stunning to watch. That speed of rate that plane went down, so intense. Now, local officials would not say how many fatalities there are at this point, but as you noted, we did hear just in the past 20 minutes or so from the company who's claiming the plane, Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. They put out a statement saying this was an air ambulance. There were 4 crew members and 2 passengers, and as you noted, one of those passengers was a child patient on that plane, and then that child.
All right, guys, I got another 666 for you. Okay, don't forget, we're still 666 months after the moon landing, where they said the Eagle has landed, right? The moon landing, allegedly, July 20th, 1969. That was 666 months ago, right? The Eagle has landed. And not only was it 666 months ago, guys, guess how many years ago it was? It was 55 years ago. Like Learjet 55. Like today is 5 years and 5 days after Kobe died. And the Eagles just scored 55 points when they picked up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death. Satan equals 55. And we're 666 months after the moon landing. The Eagle has landed. Right? Philadelphia Eagles.
One of the things that first popped to my head when hearing that this was in the area of Cotman Avenue, especially during rush hour, there would be a lot of cars in that area. So not surprising that.
Yeah, don't forget the fake moon landing was also on the 201st day of the year. And Neil Alden Armstrong equals 201, like that old serpent 201, like the Jesuit order 201, like event 201, like preparing for disease X was held 201 weeks after COVID declared a pandemic and 201 days from Obama's birthday. The Guidestones went down 201 days from the Pope's birthday. The first celebrity with COVID, Tom Hanks, in the tweet where he let us know he had COVID, he also let us know he was losing in gin rummy by 201 points. But yeah, Neil Alden Armstrong 201. On the 201st day of the year, that old serpent 201. NASA's logo has the serpent tongue, right? And what's the full name of NASA? To bring it all together, National Aeronautics and Space Administration equals 666. I'll go ahead and show you that too. Hold on.
123.8.
123.8. My service here, 056 medevac. Thank you. Good day.
Medevac med service 056, Northeast Tower. Contact Philly 123.8. Medevac med service Northeast Tower. Medevac med service 056 Northeast Tower. You on frequency?
First to runway 24. What's going on down there?
Position 765.
Yeah, NASA says T minus. If you take Satan and minus the T, you get NASA.
That silence is only a few seconds. It seems to go on. What does it tell you that air traffic control did not seem to be hearing anything from this plane?
It's sobering, Caitlin, and one of the first calls there, you can hear the controller telling that flight med service 056 to contact departure. So that's a handoff from the control tower, the local controller, to the Philadelphia Terminal Radar Approach Control Facility, and that works the airplane up to higher altitudes. And then the controller repeats that again, says med service 056, contact Philly. There's no response, and then you hear other pilots, sounds like, chime in and say what went on down there, and the controller saying we've lost an aircraft. So you have to feel for the controllers helplessly in the tower cab watching this. There is not much they can do, as they were presumably watching what we have all seen from these dash cam and Ring doorbell camera videos of this flight making what apparently seemed like a lawn dart-like descent into this Philadelphia neighborhood. And I've looked at some of the flight data that is publicly available from sites like ADSB Exchange and Flight Radar 24. It shows that this flight took off on Philadelphia Northeast runway 24, that's to the southwest, pointing essentially towards the center city of Philadelphia, climbing to an altitude of about 1,650 feet, and then making an alarming rate of descent, 11,000 feet per minute, according to the preliminary data. Now, sometimes that granular data is not perfect, but it does show that this plane was making a terribly fast descent into the ground, and really matches up with the video that we are seeing. One thing that I'm trying to figure out from the video right now is, was this plane on fire? It seems that there was a bit of a glow from the plane as it was descending towards the ground, and then of course the giant fireball that ensues afterwards. Was that just the lights of the airplane? Was it the position and strobe lights and the landing lights of the airplane? Or was there something else amiss here? Was there a mechanical issue? Or did these pilots simply become disoriented in the clouds? The weather was particularly bad at the time.
Hey, Gene Splice, good to see you. Can you believe it, man? A plane crash in Philadelphia. Man, we are digging deep tonight. And don't worry, before we hop off here, which is still going to be probably a long time from now, there's so much information to come out and look into. But don't worry, before we hop off, we'll do a recap on everything we found tonight. But yep, a plane crash in Philadelphia, after I've been talking about plane crashes in Philadelphia, you know, for the last several days.
This matter, he just said, so sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia. More innocent souls lost, of course, as you noted. And Danny, the mayor said no fatalities confirmed yet. The president said our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. We'll see what comes out of that briefing. And the transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, I know, is tweeting about this as well. Pete, when you look at that, though, and you see this, one, my first thought is, how stretched thin is NTSB going to be doing these two major investigations, given what's happening in Washington still? And two, this flight was obviously going to be a lengthy one. If they were going from Philadelphia to Branson, Missouri, what does that indicate about how much fuel would have been on board this plane?
there would have been a lot of fuel on board this plane at the time of this crash because it just took off. The capacity is quite large in the 3 fuel bladders on board a Learjet 55 like this, and that means that it's just more fodder for there to be an explosion and for there to be a fire, and we've seen that in the videos that have popped on social media and online. The big thing here is, will the NTSB be stretched thin? And they do have the resources, thankfully, to do things like this. They are often pulled in multiple different directions, although of course this is yet another huge investigation on the heels of what is the biggest likely investigation that they have undertaken since 2009, when we had the Colgan Air crash. That's the last fatal commercial airliner crash in the U.S. The NTSB has always been under financial pressure. Of course, this just shows Congress that they need the money to make sure that they are able to go at a moment's notice. It is a sad and sobering reminder that the hangar that the NTSB launches from, when they launch a GO team to something like this, is barely a quarter mile away from where I am, Hangar 6 here at Reagan National Airport, and it's really in the backyard of one incident and in the backyard of the National Transportation Safety Board. We never thought we'd be covering an accident right in essentially our hometown of not only the people who cover this beat, but the people who investigate these huge incidents.
Yeah, Pete Muntean, just a sad note, but please keep us updated this hour as you're learning more about what's happening in Philadelphia. We're also going to check in Washington in a bit as well. Right now joining me is the former Philadelphia Police Commissioner, Chief Charles Ramsey. And Chief, thank you for jumping on with me. You heard from the mayor earlier saying no confirmed fatalities as of this moment, but what are you hearing? Because obviously you're incredibly well connected in the area.
Well, there are some fatalities on the ground, unfortunately. When you look at that one video that you've been showing, it looks like it's from a dash cam. That plane went right down on Cottman Avenue, and it's been mentioned before, Cottman Avenue is a major thoroughfare. It actually crashed right in the street. And according to individuals that I spoke to, there are several cars in the lanes of traffic that are completely burned out. And just looking at that video, you can see that there was still a lot of heavy traffic on Cottman Avenue at the time of the crash. So it's very...
All right, guys, I got a new one for you. They're saying this was an air ambulance jet. And I told you this is all connected to Kobe Bryant, right? An air ambulance jet. You ready? Air ambulance jet equals Kobe Bean Bryant in 2 ciphers. Air ambulance jet 13554 Kobe Bean Bryant 13554. And we already made another connection to Kobe Bean Bryant earlier. I mean, the whole thing's connected to Kobe. But remember, they called it a major incident. They highlighted that major incident, 135-81, like Kobe Bean Bryant 135-81, who scored 81 in game number 666. Like helicopter equals 666, like the Philadelphia Eagles picked up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death, who's from Philadelphia, leaving the Washington Commanders on 666 wins all time. And remember, the Eagles put out a post about a helicopter that day. It's just all crazy, man. And, oh yeah, the full name of NASA. Remember I was telling you? The full name of NASA, National Aeronautics and Space Administration, equals 666. We're 666 months after the moon landing. The Eagle has landed, right? By the way, Eagles equals crash. Perfect match in 3 ciphers. But yeah, they're calling it an air ambulance jet. Look at that. Equals Kobe Bean Bryant in 2 ciphers. Another huge confirmation.
This is an area you know very well, as we are continuing to monitor these breaking updates on the ground in Philadelphia there. As I noted, the mayor says no confirmed fatalities yet. You heard Chief Ramsey say he is hearing from his sources on the ground that there are several fatalities. We'll continue to check in with our reporters there after a quick break.
This part changed my life.
Superman is now nominated for a BAFTA Award for Best.
One thing that really stands out is the angle of descent. That thing is coming down, like you said, it's like a rocket. I first thought that may have been what hit Philadelphia until we realized it was an airplane. airplanes, it's hard to do that with an airplane. As short and stubby as the wings are on a Learjet 55, you still have that ability to move forward with a plane on the most circumstances. If the word catastrophic has been bandied about all night, that had to happen on board. Whether it was catastrophic engine failure in both engines, in which case you would have expected that there would have been a mayday call, but listening to the tape of the tower, there was no mayday call, or some kind of fuel exhaustion or fuel, that wouldn't be fuel exhaustion, but it would have been fuel contamination that took both engines out at the same time. And then we get into the type of aircraft it is. It's a...
All right, one sec. All right, whoever just let me know in the chat, Fly Eagles Fly equals Kobe being Bryant. Thank you very much. Check this out, guys. Here's a video of Kobe, big Eagles fan, right? Here's a video of Kobe saying, "Fly Eagles Fly." The Eagles saying, right? Let me turn it up all the way.
Fly, Eagles, fly, on the road to victory. Fly, Eagles, fly, on the road. Fly, Eagles, fly, fly, Eagles, fly.
Fly, Eagles, fly from Kobe Bryant. Check it out. Fly, Eagles, fly. 135.54, like Air Ambulance Jet 135.54. Kobe being Bryant 135.54. Wow. And speaking of 54, remember that's the first Super Bowl that Mahomes and Andy Reid won, Super Bowl 54. That was right after Kobe died. Just a heads up.
It's 1,000 gallons of fuel, and that's going to hit. Any spark is going to create an explosion, the likes of what we saw. And yeah, there were low cloud covers, so that's going to make the explosion.
And guys, when you come in, keep hitting that like button, keep sharing this on Facebook, Twitter. Very much appreciated, guys. Thank you.
Hitting the ground so hard that its fuel is spraying out and hitting the...
Yeah, Gene, Learjet 55. Today's 5 years, 5 days after Kobe died, and the Eagles just scored 55 points when they picked up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death. Unreal. Yeah, amen, Leslie. Fly, Christians fly. Let's get out of here.
And how could that happen?
Well,
what scenario? What scenario would cause that?
Well, I'm not.
Hey, Gene, I know you're just coming in. Gene, today's 222 days from the Philadelphia mayor's birthday.
Of things, and as I went through my usual list of trying to figure out what could have happened normally, what do we normally see when we have an accident like this? There are so many things that I couldn't check off yet because we don't know enough quite yet. We've got to get more information. It's going to be hard in this case because the aircraft itself is consumed in the fire. The NTSB is going to have their work cut out for them. One of the...
Look at Cozy bringing the fire. So Cozy just let us know the Eagles, the music group, they have a song called Old 55. Song by the Eagles. Look at that. That's interesting. Right? Old 55 by the Eagles. There you go. Good one, Cozy. Thank you. Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming.
She confirmed what we all know, that we lost an aircraft. We don't have any further information. If you see debris, call 911, which I think is good advice. As I mentioned, President Trump has commented publicly on Truth Social, quote, "So sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More innocent souls are lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all." It's always sad to see something like this, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, and I'm glad to see President Trump is out in front of this, and Duffy is involved, Secretary Duffy. It's good to get the higher-ups out there. Be the point people. Put people on, give them some confidence in the aviation system. After the couple of days that we've just had, it's a little hard to do that, but aviation is safe. These two incidents are not related. These two incidents are very different, and when we get to the bottom of it, we will. That's what makes aviation so safe. We have the NTSB. They will give us a probable cause at some point when they can, and when they're sure of all the evidence. And that's going to make aviation even safer. We have, as aviators, we have an obligation to do that for the people after us.
Yeah, we really do. Sal, we really appreciate your time as always. Thank you for being with us. All right, here now with more IAFF Local 22, Philadelphia Firefighters Union President Michael Bresnan. Bresnan is with us. Michael, first of all, you know, we can't put enough emphasis on moments like this when we really appreciate all that first responders, firefighters, policemen, law enforcement officials do, and they don't get enough credit. And these are the moments that you prepare for, and that you're willing to put your life on the line. You and all the people that you work with. Our prayers are with all of you tonight. Can you give us an idea of the status of what's going on the ground? My understanding is homes have been impacted. It's right next to a mall. I know we don't have any casualty count, but are you getting this under control and contained?
Sean, from what I'm hearing from our members, and I have a radio, they did an outstanding job when they initially arrived. I heard the initial report. They had multiple dwellings on fire, and I imagine it was from the jet fuel. And in our business, whenever there's a flammable liquid involved, it makes our job 10 times harder. And if that...
Again, I would not be surprised if they change all kind of details with this, because I already see they're trying to change the time. They said 6:06, now I'm reading different stuff. So we'll keep an eye on that. But regardless of the time that it spent in the air, or when it took off, or when it crashed, you don't even need the time for this one, right? You really don't even need the gematria for this one, because the whole thing with the Philadelphia Eagles picking up win number 666 and Kobe scoring his career high game 666, you know, there's no gematria there. And but then you add the gematria piece, like the fact that helicopter equals 666 and all the other stuff, you know, it just fits perfectly. But guys, this is one of the most obvious rituals I've ever seen. I mean, this is crazy. And it's such a big confirmation that we are definitely on the right track on this channel. Why do you think they've deleted my YouTube channel 14 times? And for no reason. They keep deleting it over and over with no strikes. They're just like, yeah, we've had enough. You know? So, anyways, guys, we're definitely right on track on this channel. And on this channel, all credit goes to God. We wouldn't know anything if it weren't for Him. So thank you, God, for eyes to see and that we're able to share this information.
Like, it's tragic, but this could have been a lot worse.
Yeah. Now, I understand that the governor and the mayor and Sean Duffy and everybody involved and the president himself has reacted and responded. You know, it seems like an all-hands-on-deck moment. I assume that any neighboring fire companies are jumping on board as well. How far away have they been coming from?
Well, Sean, in our case, we're one of the largest fire departments in the country. So, I mean, we have 60 engines, 30 ladders, and over 60 medic units. So something of this nature we can handle in-house. But I have had multiple jurisdictions, union presidents reach out to me. But like I said, our members got this under control pretty quickly. You've seen a lot of smoke and fire. Later on, that was the autos burning, which they put secondary because there's no life hazard. So that, and autos, as you know, they put out a lot of smoke because of the tires and such forth.
Yeah, listen, I don't think firefighters and first responders get enough credit for what you guys do on a daily basis. These are the days that you put your lives on the line for your fellow countrymen, for your community, and you deserve a lot of credit. And I want to thank you all for the hard work you put in tonight in a very, very volatile, dangerous scenario. Thank you, sir.
Sean, your work is much appreciated.
We really appreciate what you all do. All right, we go back to Alexis McAdams. She has some breaking news now. Alexis, what's the latest?
Well, Sean, I just got off the phone with the people who are with Jet Rescue. So we know that is the group that was operating this Jet Rescue air ambulance. It was a Learjet 55. I am told by the representative with Jet Rescue some pretty upsetting details. They said 6 people on board didn't make it. A medical jet that had a young girl on the plane, okay? She was picked up today in Philly after she had life-saving treatments at a hospital there. So they had been working with a group who had been sponsoring her and her family to pay for all of her medical bills because she had been sick for quite some time. She had just finished those life-saving treatments in Philly. She gets on a plane with her mom and this crew, and the plane goes down. So you gotta take that in and think about.
Alexis, how old?
They won't say how old. They told me she's under 18 years old. What I do know is that the plane, left in Miami this morning because that's where this group is based out of. They picked her and her mom up in Philly, and then this is the new detail we're just learning from this group from Jet Rescue. They said they were heading back to Tijuana, Mexico. So they said everyone on board is from Mexico. According to this group, they were Mexican nationals, including the crew, that were sponsored for this little girl to have this life-saving treatment. So in terms of why it was going out to Missouri, I'm not exactly sure, but I'm told by this group that it was supposed to end at Tijuana Airport. But she had been coming back and forth and getting these medical...
Look, guys, Missouri, Kansas City Chiefs, Kansas City, Missouri. Look at this.
I asked if the crew was...
This is ridiculous. The Philadelphia Eagles are playing the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs are in Missouri. They're talking about Missouri and Philadelphia. This is insane.
Plane went down, but it's just a sad, sad story.
Oh my gosh! I mean, she'd just been through treatment, and was my understanding headed back to Branson, Missouri. Alexis McAdams, we'll check back in with you throughout the night. We appreciate.
There you go. She was headed back to Missouri. You can't make it up, guys. How could I make that up?
John, over the years, we've had you on when incidents like this happen with airplanes, and you were just on my radio show, and based on what had happened at Reagan National, when you look at the speed and the trajectory of this crash, and knowing what you know about Lears, I happen to know a lot about them. I have friends that are pilots. It's a little bit different than your average commuter private jet, in as much as it's just...
Thank you, the word of Yah. I see your comment. Thank you. I got it. Thank you.
Trajectory.
Right. It's a very fast and capable airplane. To me, this looks like a loss of control accident. And, the question is what caused the loss of control? I happened to be driving through Philadelphia tonight at around the time this plane went down. And there's...
Thank you, Cozy.
I heard the transmission from air traffic control from the tower giving the pilot directions. He was supposed to take off on runway 24 and then make a climbing right turn to a heading of 290, which is basically northwest. That impact site is back to the east. So it seems to me that they got lost almost as soon as they got up in the clouds, which would have been 100 feet off the ground or less. And
well, they never responded, John. I listened to the same tape that you listened to. They never responded, and the control tower kept reaching out, trying to make contact, and there was no contact, and this is the end result. Obviously, something happened here. I had some guests that said they didn't think it could. I have pilot friends of mine that do fly jets, and they suspect it might be a stall based on the speed or trajectory. It did reach an altitude of about 1,600 feet and then dropped off at about 2,400 feet per minute in that descent. You see it, it's like a rocket ship, headed straight down to Earth, or a meteorite.
Right, exactly. Well, that's one of your previous guests said that they'll be looking for pieces that might have come off the airplane, and I wonder about that. But it might be something as simple as, I don't know whether this was whether this jet was equipped with a glass cockpit or whether it had, the analog instruments, the ones we call steam gauges, which are more older and more traditional. But it could be something as simple as losing instrumentation and losing maybe lighting on the control panel, because if you can't read your instruments, and he was in the clouds, if you can't read your instruments, it's just like what happened in the JFK Jr. crash. It's like what happened in the Kobe Bryant crash. You get in the
You hear
clouds,
it?
you can't tell up from down.
You hear it?
And if
He just said the Kobe Bryant crash.
you may have pulled back on the yoke, broken something off the plane.
He just said Kobe Bryant crash.
Tail, a piece of the aileron, and then
Let's
you've got
go.
an uncontrollable aircraft, and it's going to dive to Earth the way this one did.
Well, if we go to the JFK crash,
What's that, like confirmation number 20 tonight?
instrument trained for a flight that he was taking, and even his own instructor wanted to fly with him on that flight.
Correct.
And
Why did they mention the Kobe Bryant crash? Because it's all a ritual.
you don't see the coast, and you just see black, and you have the feeling that you're flying
Let's
that
go.
aircraft straight, and you have every fiber of your being believes that. And once you are instrument trained, you are taught to ignore your own feelings and let the instruments override those feelings. And that is something that has to be practiced at a very high level for a long time to get to be able to transcend that, right?
Right, exactly. And I'm not saying that the pilot failed here. I'm just wondering whether instruments failed, whether, he had a total blackout of his instrument panel, because, you've talked about the possibility of hitting the autopilot. Well, at 1,600 feet, I don't think they would have engaged the autopilot yet. They were still actively making the turns that the control tower had requested of them. So they would do that manually, and then probably when they get up, 10,000
If they
feet.
even heard it.
Correct.
I mean, because they didn't respond. They didn't make that western turn that you talked about. They weren't even responding, and the tower kept trying to reach out and correspond with the plane. One of the things, and by the way, in the case of Kobe Bryant, if you recall,
There it is again.
there was
Kobe.
low cloud cover, and this was the case of a Sikorsky helicopter, and every police helicopter.
They're talking about Kobe right now.
Had been grounded because of low cloud cover, and they requested a visual flight. It's a two-pilot chopper, and yet they only have one pilot using it. And apparently they were missing some of the.
Yeah, they're probably watching
instrumentation
my
that
stream
would
right
have
now.
Guided them around what ended up being the mountain that they crashed into, and that could have been, in my view, preventable. At least according to every expert that I talked to. What will we look for? The black box certainly will have the communications with the control tower, but there's a lot of other information that will be in there that they will glean from this, assuming they find it. I understand that they did locate the black boxes based on the mid-air crash in the Potomac from earlier in the week. If they find the black boxes to this Lear, what other information can they glean from that, John?
Well, they'll get a lot from it. Obviously, they'll have, cockpit communications. Obviously, one of the pilots would have said something to the other about, I've lost instruments or I've lost lighting. I don't know. The rule is aviate, navigate, and communicate. You do those things in order. So if you've got a problem, the first thing you're supposed to do is fly the airplane. Don't worry about talking to air traffic control. That's the third thing on your list. So if they clearly were having some kind of a problem, and they were trying to, I'm sure, figure it out. It's just a question of what was it that happened. Again, I think they somehow lost their instruments. I don't think the plane was on fire as it was coming down. I think that video that seems to show a glow is just because, as I said, low clouds being illuminated by the landing lights, which are very bright and very powerful.
Well, considering it was a medevac flight in a sense that, you had a medical patient on board, there is the possibility that oxygen was on board as well. You have to consider that might have been a factor inside the fuselage.
It could have been, but, those systems are very robust. And again, I know just from being in Philadelphia tonight that there were very low clouds, and they were in the soup within seconds of taking off. And if they were not ready for that, or if their instruments failed, I think that's a much more likely explanation. And if we find a piece of the plane, separate from the impact site, I think that's going to tell a lot.
Yeah, by the way, we are awaiting Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is expected to give remarks momentarily. When he does, we'll bring that to you. The governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is saying federal state partners are all on the scene. It's an active scene. Asking the people in the Commonwealth, if you do see debris, do not pick it up, do not touch it, to call 911 immediately. There could be fatalities. John, as we look at this, and I pray to God that some type of miracle happened here. At that speed, at that altitude, I don't see any chance of anybody surviving that, do you?
No, not on the aircraft, certainly. I just hope that the casualties on the ground are at a minimum. I know that people were burned, but I hope there are not fatalities on the ground. That's going to be the big question here.
We do know it was right near that mall, and we do know that a couple of homes, multiple homes were ablaze as a result of this crashing Lear 55. Just to add to the news, I mentioned earlier that Donald Trump put out a statement, so sad to see a plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, more innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being credited for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all. J.D. Vance also retruthing that statement.
I'm still here, guys. I'm researching everything I can with all the information coming out. It's a lot to put together. But if you guys have any decodes or observations, let me know.
Oh, John.
And keep sharing and keep liking. Thank you.
And you look at, an aircraft like a Lear 55, viewed by a lot of pilots as basically a Ferrari or a Porsche or a sports car in the air. It's 204 knots, maximum speed, 1,600 feet, then dropping, like a rocket, 2,400 feet per minute in their descent. And you think about that possibility, it's hard to imagine. I mean, it is almost a vertical drop if you're looking at it.
And thank you everyone for all the nice comments and the compliments. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
I have seen it. I can't think of a particular crash or case, but I have seen that kind of thing. There was the plane crash. It was a turboprop that killed the family of country singers or gospel singers. I've lost the name, but that happened on the Montana-Wyoming border earlier this year.
Wasn't that a King Air, if I recall, or
I think
that was Paul Wellstone was a King Air.
It was a Pilatus PC-12 is what it was. Which
Pilatus is a single-engine prop.
Single-engine turboprop, right?
Turboprop, yeah.
And I think that plane came down at a very steep angle, and the feeling, I believe that the preliminary indication from the NTSB is loss of pilot control. So, if again, I hate to belabor this point, but if they were in the suit, you can't see the lights on the ground. You can't tell up from down. And if they didn't have instruments or they weren't reading them correctly or some of their instruments failed, it's just, you just point the plane somewhere and hope that it's level. It's
let me ask you about that. You're almost insinuating, or I'm reading into it, and if I'm wrong in interpreting what you're saying, correct me, but we're talking about 1,600 feet, and it's not uncommon for a jet to take off with low cloud cover. And wouldn't that be a scenario where they would more quickly hit the autopilot if they're up in the sky to avoid the very thing that you're talking about, spatial disorientation?
I guess it depends on the crew. I mean, as I said, they were still supposed to be following direction from the control tower. They were told to turn to a heading of 290 degrees. And the fact that I think my interpretation is that they not only hit that heading, but then went way beyond it and did at least a 180 in the sky, or maybe even more than that before they impacted. That tells me that they were already lost, seconds literally after they left the ground.
Once the plane takes off, isn't it can't you possibly hit the auto? My understanding is you can hit autopilot almost from the minute you take off from the ground. Is that not true?
Yeah, that is true. It depends on the autopilot and the aircraft, but and it depends on what the pilots have set up. They may have figured that they were going to get routed around by air traffic control for a while, and maybe they were going to program the autopilot later. It's anybody's guess, really.
Yeah. John, how many years you been flying, my friend?
More than 20 now.
Oh my gosh. Do you fly jets also, or what do you fly?
No, I only fly things that I can afford, and I can't afford a jet, but
they're not inexpensive, there's no doubt.
I have spent some time in jet simulators, including some pretty high-end ones, but I do not fly a jet now.
A very good friend of mine who's a pilot, and I'm sure you'd appreciate this, made the observation that, pilots are great, but great pilots, you really get to see their skill when something goes wrong. And you pointed this out earlier, and I heard your comments, the safety record of flying. Now, it is extraordinarily strange in light of what happened with this mid-air crash this week that, we would have back-to-back, crashes like this, although very different in nature. But flying is one of the safest things you can do, and the fact that over 100,000 commercial flights will take off every single day, and I think it's 0.8%, of any incident that takes place is a pretty darn good track record. I wouldn't say we've perfected flight, but we've come pretty darn close to perfecting it.
Right. So the odds of the last two plane crashes being connected are like, 1 in a billion, right? Astronomical. But that's not the case. They're connected perfectly, as I've been showing all week.
And, since the Colgan Air crash, which was back in the early 2000s, we had lost nobody in a commercial aircraft crash in this country until the plane hit the chopper over the Potomac.
Yeah, I remember there was that Lear that went down in Connecticut. We mentioned the other Lear with the pop star that went down. There was another Lear, a Lear 35. This is a Lear 55 we're talking about today, that crashed at Teterboro. If I recall the year correctly, it was 2017. In that case, it was a stall on approach to landing that resulted in a high-speed nose-down altitude. And this is why I'm getting bombarded with people that I know in aviation and pilots that I know, and the consensus among them is that they believe their gut is telling them, at least the majority of texts that I'm reading as we're on the air here, that this could be a stall, and it wouldn't be the first time for a Lear. But anyway, John, we really appreciate your expertise, the time you spent with us, and as always, we'll be watching you.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I appreciate it.
All right, we go now to former Black Hawk helicopter pilot, Republican Congressman Tom Barrett. Tom, welcome back. We appreciate you being with us. As you look at the speed and trajectory, I keep asking everyone, I love your take on this.
Yeah, Sean, this is another absolute tragedy. Like you said, there are still a lot of questions left to be answered, and we, expect a thorough investigation of this. I think we can all draw our own theories, but that was an absolutely unusual attitude position for that airplane to be in. There was nothing natural or normal about that. That's not a normal flight behavior, a normal flight pattern or attitude to be in. So something else was taking place at that moment before that aircraft impacted the ground the way in which it did.
Yeah. What do we know about when you see that speed, that trajectory, that the plane had just taken off, reaching an altitude of 1,600 feet and dropping like a rocket or a missile. I mean, that's a frightening scenario.
It absolutely is, and we know that it tends to be the case that a lot of aviation mishaps, the overwhelming majority, take place on takeoff or landing. Those tend to be the most critical modes of flight, and when the most types of incidents take place, either because of crew workload or system failures or a mishap that takes place, those are the modes of flight when you're transitioning through takeoff or landing that tends to be the time at which these things become more of an issue. Certainly that happened in the most recent case over Reagan Airport with the collision there, and it's happened now at this unfortunate loss of life incident here in Pennsylvania as well tonight, both of which took, one on takeoff, the other on landing, both again in those highly, more prone to situational risk is really during those takeoff and landing modes of flight.
Yeah, Congressman Barrett, we appreciate you being with us. If you're just joining us, a Lear 55 jet crashed into a mall, also impacting a number of private homes, multiple homes ablaze. As you can see on your screen, emergency response has been fast and furious, and every attempt is being made to save lives. We know 6 souls were on board. This Lear 55 crashed around 6:30 this evening after departing from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. 6 people on board the plane en route from Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri. We learned that, in fact, that a young...
Missouri, like the Kansas City Chiefs are in Missouri. Hello.
Board with what were 4 crew members, and one of those being a health aid provider. And this comes less than 48 hours after that deadly in-air collision between a commercial flight, American Airlines flight, and that Black Hawk Army helicopter that left 67 dead at near Reagan National Airport.
67 dead. Kobe equals 67.
Breaking news. Alexis, what's the latest? We're waiting for Governor Josh Shapiro, by the way, to deliver remarks on this deadly crash in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Hi, Sean. Yeah, hopefully the governor can give us some more details. Maybe they can identify these people who were on board. We can get some names, but heartbreaking. And I think when I was talking to you before, it's like you got to take a pause because we're looking at the fire. We're trying to figure out what happened, but you got to think about the people on board. These jet rescue air ambulance crews tell me that all 6 people on board didn't make it, including a young girl and her mom, and then the 4 crew members. So this girl had just finished life-saving treatment in Philadelphia. They have some of the best doctors at some of these hospitals here, so they specifically brought her here from Tijuana, Mexico. I'm told that the young girl, her mom, and all the crew members were all originally from Mexico. They were supposed to land back in Tijuana, but they never made it. So she finishes up this treatment. She's supposed to go home and celebrate with her family, and the plane goes down. In terms of how that plane went down, as you were talking about with aviation experts, they were trying to figure it out too. But I think the main story for people on the ground and people are watching at home is thinking, what's going on with all those fires that were everywhere? Well, I'm told that's because this airplane, since it had just taken off, was full of jet fuel. So this thing goes down right there in the middle of this busy area in Philly on the city's north side. It was around 6 o'clock, so they were coming and going, things moving quickly with those cars, with the traffic. Here comes this plane smacking down right in the middle, so hard that I'm told by some fire officials, Sean, a gas line ruptured. 6 houses were on fire, and 6 cars were on fire.
Stop it!
In that Ring doorbell video.
Stop it, guys. We were joking earlier that they were going to see 6 houses and 6 cars. They just said it. Guys, we were joking earlier. We're like, watch, they're going to say 6 houses and 6 cars. Are you kidding me? We were absolutely kidding. We're like, yeah, haha. Next thing you know, they're going to say 6 houses and 6 cars. They actually just said it. Oh my gosh. What in the world is going on?
In Philly, so it kind of spread through those homes pretty quickly, but they were able to get those people out. So 6 people, according to this group, didn't make it, but we don't know about the...
6 people, 6 houses, 6 cars. Are you kidding me? The Eagles in Philadelphia have 666 wins. They picked up win number 666 by scoring 55 points. We have a Learjet 55, 5 years and 5 days after Kobe died. And the Eagles picked up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death. And that same day they tweeted out a helicopter. And Kobe died in a helicopter, and helicopter equals 666. And Kobe scored his career high in game number 666. You're telling me 6 people on the plane, 6 cars, and 6 houses? And they're saying the plane took off at 6:06? And again, they're probably going to change that number, because they always do, but you guys heard it earlier, 6:06 several times. This is insane.
Hero's about to take to the microphones. If I can, Charlie, just put you on pause here for a second. We've been waiting for the governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to speak. You can see that he has local, I believe the mayor is with him, the mayor of Philadelphia also.
Guys, we're about to hear from Governor Josh Shapiro. Guess where the governor was born? The governor of Pennsylvania was born in Kansas City, Missouri. Drop the mic, man. Are you kidding me? The governor who's about to talk is from Kansas City, Missouri. Oh my gosh. The plane was headed to Missouri where the Chiefs play. Oh my goodness.
And prayers for all who may have been impacted and affected by this tragedy. Several dwellings and vehicles were also impacted. And so we are urging people, particularly those families who live in the surrounding area, to please stay home if possible. If you see any debris, and those who are conducting the investigations have repeated consistently, please do not touch anything because it is still an active investigation. Just call 911, please, if you see anything. Investigators and all of our federal, state, and local partners are working as expeditiously as possible during this very difficult time. New information that we want to share with you, that shelter is now available at the Samuel Fells High School located at 5500 Langdon Street.
Did she just say 5500? Bro! 55 again? Bro!
Shelter and support, it is readily available for you. In terms of our federal and state partners, I want to say especially
another
thank you to
55.
the NTSB.
Look at this,
They
6,
are here on site
6,
now. The FAA,
6.
the Pennsylvania State Police, Pennsylvania
Oh
DEP,
my gosh.
of course our police and fire departments and OEM. I am here with Governor Shapiro. We've been in constant contact since it started. You'll be hearing from him shortly. But I also want to say a special thank you to our additional partners who we have spoken with.
Yeah, the Eagles just scored 55 points. Learjet 55. Satan equals 55. Today is 5 years and 5 days after Kobe died.
Make sure any and everything that we needed from the federal government, those supports and services are available. Congressman Evans, Boyle, and Scanlon, our congressional delegation, a special thank you to each of you for your support. I also need to affirm that locally here, Senator Joe Picozzi, Rep. Solomon, Reps. Nielsen, Doherty, who represents this area, and Bellman, our commissioner.
This is the mayor. Remember, today's 222 days from the mayor's birthday.
Time when we needed to affirm what the One Philly philosophy means. The time is now.
And Kobe started COVID with the whole 222 stuff. Remember, Wuhan coronavirus 222 declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11.
I now want to turn it over to our governor.
But yeah, today's 222 days. Remember, order out of chaos is 222. Today's 222 days from the mayor's birthday.
The mayor preaches about.
And Josh Shapiro is from Kansas City, Missouri.
She talks about a unified approach to governing every day. What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. we saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another. I want to reaffirm the comments the mayor said about all of the different agencies working together, and I want to especially thank and salute Philly Fire and Philly Police, who did an extraordinary job this evening. We know that there will be loss in this region, and we want to offer our thoughts and our serious prayers for those who are grieving at this moment. The mayor knows, and I want you all to know, that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania stands firmly with our partners in the city. We have, at the request of Commissioner Bethel, 45 state troopers who are on the ground right here in Northeast Philly. We have 25 members of our PennDOT team who are here right now. We have members of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Authority who are here, including our director, Randy Padfield, who joins me behind here. We also have members of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, who are here to make sure that any hazardous materials are addressed. And as you heard the mayor reference, we're joined by several state representatives and senators. I want to thank them. They will make sure that whatever is needed for this community gets to this community. I also spoke earlier this evening with the United States Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Duffy, who offered his full support to Northeast Philly. And as the mayor alluded to, he has dispatched 4 members of the FAA to Philly, and there are 4 members of NTSB on their way as well. We have all the resources that we need. And again, as the mayor always says, one Philly, we are unified in our approach to deal with this emergency. And again, I'll just end by sharing my prayers, the prayers of my wife, Lori, our First Lady, and on behalf of 13 million Pennsylvanians, we are all here for Northeast Philly tonight in this very, very difficult moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all. When we have additional information to report, we will come back and give another briefing. But now we want to let our federal, state, and local partners do their jobs and go to work. We'll report back to you when we have more information. Thank you all so very much for your patience and understanding.
The mayor of Philadelphia, the governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the mayor emphasizing anybody sees any debris, don't touch it. It's an active investigation. Call 911. A shelter is available for people that have been impacted by this crash tonight of this Learjet 55. It's available at a local high school. Both the governor, the mayor praising state, local, federal authorities, the NTSB, the new Department of Transportation head, Secretary Duffy, and emergency officials, state, local, federal partners all joining, and neighbor helping neighbor, as Governor Shapiro said, and our prayer.
All right, guys, I got a new one for you. So I told you this whole ritual is obviously connected to the Super Bowl, right? The plane was headed to Missouri, like the Kansas City Chiefs are in Missouri. This happens in Philadelphia, and it's all connected to what just happened with the other plane crash, with the helicopter, and the Eagles are on 666 winds. Eagles equals crash in gematria, and I can't recap the whole thing. It's been, over 2 hours. But long story short, we've clearly established a connection between this ritual tonight and the Super Bowl, right? And again, the Eagles scored 55 points to get to the Super Bowl. This was a Learjet 55, and she just announced the I think it was the shelter address, 5500, and today is 5 years, 5 days after Kobe died. Okay, well, check this out. So I told you this whole thing's connected to the Super Bowl, right? So the plane crashed near the Roosevelt Mall. Roosevelt, right? Look. Roosevelt is a perfect match to Super Bowl in every cipher across the board. That's another huge confirmation. This whole video, I told you this whole thing was connected to the Super Bowl. Look at that. It crashed near the Roosevelt Mall. Roosevelt is a perfect match to Super Bowl, including the number 41, like Kobe Bryant equals 41, dead at the age of 41. And remember, when Kobe scored 81, The rest of the team scored 41. In Kobe's last game where he scored 60, the rest of the team scored 41. Kobe's last shot was over player number 41. Kobe came off the court for the last time with 4.1 seconds left, and there was a Kanye video where he throws a basketball time bomb at Kanye's helicopter, and the last time you see the time bomb, there's 4.1 seconds left, and LA equals 41, and Kobe died 41 days from the Pope's birthday. But anyways, Roosevelt has the 41, like Kobe being Bryant, like Kobe Bryant equals 41, dead at the age of 41. And we're connecting this to the Super Bowl, right? Look at that. Roosevelt Mall, and Roosevelt is a perfect match to Super Bowl in every cipher. I'm sure it's just another coincidence, right? Can you believe they said 6 houses, 6 cars, and 6 people? When I told you this whole thing connects to the 666, the Philadelphia Eagles. Here, if you're coming in late, hold on, let me pull it up for you. I just want to show you the Eagles have 666 wins. One sec. Eagles all-time record, including playoffs. There you go. The Philadelphia Eagles are 666 and 665 in the regular season and playoffs all time. They got 666 wins right now going into the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 59. Revelation equals 59. Eagles versus Chiefs equals 59. Black Mamba equals 59. And we just kicked off the snake year. Right? Unreal.
Through all these procedures and treatments. And her plane went down on her way home. So that's coming as we're learning more details also about these fires. So I think, you talked to all these aviation experts and they try to explain, was the plane on fire when it was going down? Well, all you know is the thing slammed right into the middle of a very busy area. This was around rush hour in Philadelphia. So people were coming and going all near that mall, and then you see this huge fireball come right down. There's so much debris. There are pieces all over the place of this jet. So big pieces, small pieces, and the entire area is covered in jet fuel. So that's kind of the main concern, as you just heard from the mayor and also the governor. They've got 4 FAA officials heading there, 4 NTSB crews, 45 state troopers, and lots of fire crews. I just got off the phone a short time ago, too, with one of those fire officials who told me the fires are under control, but that was after 2 homes at least were lit on fire. It spread then to 6 row homes. So 6 row homes near that mall, Trace, lit on fire. At least 6 cars near that mall went up into flames. So that's why when you're looking at what looked like a war zone in some of that video was because...
Yeah, and Kobe also had the 666 workout. Thank you, Mike. Let me show you guys that too.
So going back to sending our thoughts and prayers to this little girl's family who's now finding out that she's not coming home. We'll have more details, though, as we get it.
Yeah, Alexa McAdams will get back to you as the news warrants. Thank you. Yeah, they talk about this, and the reporting on the ground is that there are a number of injuries.
Look, the Kobe 666 workout refers to Kobe Bryant's intense training regimen where he would work out for 6 hours a day, 6 days a week, for 6 months straight. I mean, come on, man. Like, what is this reality?
Intersection very near the mall, and so the injuries happen in the people who were near those areas walking or in the homes nearby, but the authorities have not told us exactly.
And also, if you're just coming in, don't forget the moon landing was 666 months ago. The Eagle has landed, right? In the full name of NASA, National Aeronautics and Space Administration equals 666 also.
Quarter of a mile away was an actual oxygen tank, and there was no speculation as to see if the oxygen tank was damaged in any capacity, so we don't...
Why is Kobe so important? Because Kobe kicked off COVID. Remember, Kobe was buried in Corona del Mar, and it's all connected to COVID, and helicopter equals 666, like vaccination equals 666, and COVID was declared a pandemic. exactly 666 days after the Clade X pandemic simulation. They just rolled out the Stargate project. If you add up the 4 base ciphers of the Stargate project, it equals 666. And fun fact, Larry Ellison, he was born 666 days from Donald Trump.
Not sure if you can hear me here, but I just want to know, when you say witness, I want to know what you saw at the time and what you heard, if you can describe it for us, Kyle.
Yeah, you guys have been airing it.
You guys let me know. How are we doing so far? Am I missing anything? Is there any big code that I've missed so far? Gene Spice, Cozy, all the great coders in the chat. Y'all let me know if I'm missing the key point or if we're right on track.
I rushed to the scene, and that's when literally everything in front of me was on fire. Parts were scattered everywhere from the plane. And so I went out to cover it, but almost immediately the officers came up to me and said that I had to get out of the area. So I was scrambling to find another vantage point as everything was unfolding. And that's what I witnessed. I witnessed flames everywhere. Houses were on fire as well. And just, as I said, debris scattered everywhere. And also, too, at this press conference, you did hear the governor and the mayor reiterate not to touch any of the aircraft parts because it's part of the crime scene investigation. And when I covered the incident in D.C. as well, the same sentiment was shown there as well. Don't touch anything on the ground because it's all a crime scene investigation right now as they work to figure out what happened.
Kyle, I'm just wondering, did you see, because there are reports of injuries on the ground, did you see anybody who had been hurt, anybody who you believe that might have been hurt, or did you hear about where the...
And again, if you're just coming in, you missed it about, I don't know, maybe it was 30 minutes, an hour ago. They were literally bringing up Kobe Bryant and the Kobe Bryant crash. Like, after I'd been talking about it for like 2 hours. Then they bring up Kobe Bryant. Like, this whole video has just been nothing but confirmations tonight.
Crash in
I mean, just the fact that there was a plane crash in Philadelphia by itself is a huge confirmation, because I just tied the last plane crash with the helicopter. I tied it to Philadelphia and Kobe Bryant before this happened. So, it's just unreal. Look at that big fireball. Wow.
Horrible night for America.
Absolutely, and a horrible night capping a horrible week for this country. Miles, I want to talk about what we've learned tonight, which is that this flight was actually only in the air for about 40 seconds. 40 seconds. And we were just playing the air traffic control audio just moments ago, and they didn't get a response.
Earlier they said 41 seconds, if you go back and listen. I'm pretty sure. We'll see if they wind up changing it, but earlier they said 41 seconds. Like Kobe Bryant equals 41, dead at the age of 41.
Little context here. Medevac flying, particularly with helicopters, in this case, of course, fixed wing, but medevac flying is among the most dangerous sectors of aviation there is because of the nature of the mission. The crews are often under pressure to save a life, frankly. They are oftentimes flying at night in bad weather. They often land in unfamiliar short landing strips. There's a lot of reasons that is the case. So medevac flying is a tough one. This aircraft, the Learjet 55, this one was built in 1981. It's commonly used for this purpose. It's about the right size, has good range and good speed.
Built in 81, like Kobe scored 81 in game 666.
Don't know, and it'll be a long time before we figure this one out, but this is an aircraft that was clearly not responding to the control inputs of the crew. What could cause that? Was there some hydraulic failure of some kind which made it impossible for them to move the aero surfaces? Probably unlikely. It was not great weather on departure. Was there an instrument failure which caused them to lose their orientation? When you're flying through the clouds, you're relying on your instruments to maintain your situational awareness, and it can be very confusing if you lose that. Was there something in that pre-flight checklist that was overlooked that turned out to be quite crucial? We do know this, though. This type of aircraft operating under these circumstances will have a cockpit voice recorder and a flight data recorder. Now, it's a tremendous impact and explosion we can only hope that they are designed to survive this kind of thing, but let's hope they do survive so we can get some answers as to what happened here.
Yeah, I mean, that will be critical at this stage. Justin, the plane seemed to begin to descend around 1,600 feet.
Right.
What is happening at that altitude?
They're basically on departure. So they're honestly, at that altitude, they should be climbing out and having a relatively normal flight. As Miles just said, though, these flights are almost like angel flights. The people doing them are looking out for the interest of the passenger, who's someone who needs medical attention. I think one of the questions in any of these crashes is what kind of medical attention does this person need, and what kind of emergency situation are they facing? Is this just a normal flight, or are they really trying to get this person somewhere, so they can get emergency medical treatment? However, as Miles said, this airplane lost control. So whether it's a hydraulics issue, whether it's a trim issue, meaning they lost the ability to control the airplane, I think that's likely what happened here.
Yeah. Just real quick, Miles, there was another incident in 2023 where a Cessna plane went off course and crashed suddenly. That was due to loss of cabin pressure. Are there things like that could have affected a plane like this on takeoff?
Well, at 1,600 feet, you wouldn't be looking at a loss of pressurization as a cause. This aircraft was barely off the ground. When you consider its rate of climb, it was barely flying. So something very fundamental was wrong. And there have been cases in the past where aircraft have been involved in crashes on departure when the flight crew forgot or didn't go through the checklist properly and forgot to remove certain pieces, covers on the pitot tubes, which are the tubes which measure airspeed. There are, in some cases, ways that the control surfaces are locked when they're on the ground, so that the wind doesn't make them flap around. If you're not careful about your checklist, those things can get omitted. And in both of those cases, if you lose the airspeed, you would lose your situational awareness. You might get disoriented in the clouds. If you don't have the ability to control the control surfaces, that clearly would be a significant problem. So these are some of the things that the investigators will be looking at. Obviously, way too early for me to speculate on that, but those are, if you look at the history, those are the kinds of things that happen in this scenario.
All right, everyone, stand by for me. Coming up next, we're going to speak with a witness who saw this fireball explosion happen and is on the ground. Plus, more breaking news on the other deadly crash in D.C., including what search teams are discovering in the water.
This part changed my life.
Superman, crazy. Just that simple little...
That's going to tell them a lot about what caused this accident.
Yeah, I was reading this earlier, John. This is from the Associated Press saying that the flight data showed a small jet taking off from the airport 6:06 p.m. and disappearing from radar about 30 seconds later after climbing to an altitude of, as you mentioned, 1,600 feet. Disappearing from radar. The process of disappearing from radar, John, is it when you lose the transponder, or can radar still pick you up until you actually get to an altitude where it can no longer scan?
Well, the radar, it's just, you see those antennas, swirling around in circles. So they register. I don't know exactly what the speed is, but the radar will sweep around in a 360-degree circle, and maybe every 15 seconds or so, it will pick up a target, in this case, the jet. The fact that it disappeared from radar simply means that the radar turned away, and when it came back, the jet was gone, which, based on the speed with which this thing dropped, makes complete sense, I think.
Yeah. John, I want you to listen with me, because we just got our first recording of the audio, the tower audio with this plane. It's a little long, so it clearly starts before the plane took off, but I want you to listen, and then we can kind of analyze it on the backside. Watch this.
Submitted Medevac mid-service 056 on departure, turn right heading 290, runway 24, clear for takeoff, wind 25010. Medevac mid-service 056 affirmative, on departure, turn right heading 290, runway 24, clear for takeoff. Medevac mid-service 056, contact Philly departure 123.8.
123.8, my time of Sierra, Kilo 56 Medevac. Thank you, good day.
Medevac mid-service 056, Northeast Tower, contact Philly 123.8. Medevac mid-service Northeast Tower. Medevac mid-service 056, Northeast Tower, you on frequency? Medevac Mike-Tango Sierra 056, Northeast Tower, how do you hear this transmission? Medevac mid-service 056, Northeast Tower. Motion space here, 56098 Foxtrot, Northeast Ground, Roger. Stand by one, I'll get back to you when I can. Stand by. First to runway 24, what's going on down there? Position 755, we have a lost aircraft. We're not exactly sure what happened, so we're trying to figure it out. For now, the field is going to be closed, so no inbounds or outbounds probably. Alright, understand, thank you. We're 609 Foxtrot, I'm sure you copied that, but for right now, we're gonna call the field closed. We'll try to get you out there when we can. If we can't, we'll have to take you over to Atlantic, but stand by for now.
So the audio runs, John Scott, roughly 2 minutes. And you can see in the first 12, 14 seconds, you have the medevac plane responding. It says 290, they respond. And then, I'm not sure if they responded twice, but it's possible they responded twice. And then you have this series of medevac, and there's no response at all, John. So it appears like after Wheels Up, there was no response. Do you find something different in that?
No, I think you have it exactly right. One of the pilots replays or restates the intended takeoff runway and the heading after takeoff. So they're taking off on runway 24. Then they're supposed to turn about 50 degrees to the right as they climb to a heading of 290. And the tower asks them to switch over to Philly approach, which, for those who don't know, it's a different traffic controller that covers a larger area outside the actual airfield. So they apparently never did that, because you can hear some agitation in the tower controller's voice when he's asking if they are on frequency. They never switched over to the other frequency, which normally happens when you get to about 1,500 feet or so. So I think, pardon me, they were already having problems. And again, that heading that they were supposed to fly, 290, I need to look carefully at a map of where this accident happened, where the crash took place. Right. But I believe that they went beyond 290 and almost made a 180-degree turn and flew back to the east instead of the west, which was their intended direction and what air traffic control told them to do. They went back to the east and crashed east of the airport, I believe. And that tells me that they were already lost.
And that's what my thoughts exactly, John, because you're looking at this, and as we explained the other night, you're looking, when they're giving you things, they're giving you compass directions, and it's exactly right where you think maybe they turned, maybe they recognized there was a problem. The old rule is that you aviate, navigate, and then communicate. No time to communicate. Right. You want to make sure you get this plane right. So they turned. Maybe this was an attempt to maybe head back to the airport. Maybe they recognized a problem before, because it got to 1,600 feet, and then, it was well before they got to 1,600 feet. There was zero communication between the ATC, the air traffic controller, and the pilots. But it seems like there might have been some action right before or right after they got to 1,600 feet.
Right, I'm curious that you don't hear a mayday from the pilot, anything like that. Now, you are exactly correct. You're supposed to fly the plane first, and the last thing you do is talk on the radio. But there's no mayday, nothing like that. So it's very strange, but I think my gut tells me they're going to find that it was a loss of control and probably loss of instruments somehow that led to this accident. Now, one related note is if the pilots found that they were, maybe they have an airspeed indicator that is suddenly climbing very quickly, that tells them that they're not leaving the ground. Now they're heading toward the ground. They may have pulled back on the yoke, and that could have broken something off of the airplane. You can do that. You can overstress an airplane. You can snap a wing off if you act too quickly at high speeds, and something like that could have happened. And at that point, they don't have an airplane they can control at all.
Right, but I wonder if you go through the process of elimination, John, and I know it's all early, but if you go through the process of elimination, if in fact they were not on the heading they were given and they tried to turn back, that would indicate that maybe it wasn't this catastrophic thing or this inside explosion. Maybe it was something they simply lost, and they tried to correct the ship before it just went down. It just stalled and then went into a spin.
Sure, and when you look at the angle at which they came to Earth, that doesn't necessarily mean that something had broken off. I mean, it's hard to describe for people who don't fly, but spatial disorientation is so wicked. And I've mentioned that that's what killed JFK Jr. It's what led to the Kobe Bryant crash, because you're in the clouds, you can't see anything. Your inner ear is telling you that this way is up when it's really the other way. It's just very, very difficult. You've got to rely on your instruments, and if for some reason they weren't able to see their instruments, maybe they had an instrument failure, it would have been very, very difficult to bring that plane in safely anywhere.
Yeah, it's good analysis as always, John. Scott, stand by if you want. I want to go back to Alexis McAdams. She has some breaking news. Alexis, what are you finding?
Well, Trace, I've been trying to make calls to fire officials who are on the ground, because the question is, now that we know about this poor little girl and her mom and these crew members from Mexico that lost their lives, you're looking at these burned out cars. Were people in those cars at the time when this plane went down? The fire official tells me he heard about at least one person who was walking around, he said, quote, on fire near the scene. So he said there's a lot of foot traffic in this area there, and whatever happened with this explosion going down, we know there was also some type of gas leak or gas main break that happened. There was just fumes and fuel everywhere. So according to some fire officials, they say there were some burn victims. We don't know exactly how bad those injuries are, but when you look at this area that looks like some type of war zone, you gotta think about the other people on the ground that were hurt. This was during rush hour there in Philadelphia. It's a busy area, a busy city, and a busy time to be on the road, and this plane goes right down. So I wanted to talk about the debris field, because Trace, you were talking about this earlier.
I'm still here, guys. I'm just decoding in the background.
Oxygen tank, we're told by a witness, went about a quarter mile from the scene. So with that power from going down and the oxygen tanks on board, that thing went flying. And then also there's a McDonald's nearby from looking at some maps and some of this video, and then also a diner. Witnesses and workers at that diner say somebody was sitting down having dinner when a big piece of metal broke right through the glass of the diner and hit someone in the head. I don't know how badly that man is injured, but that is coming from the diner there on the ground and from reporters trying to get information. Going back to what we know as well about the victim, just for people tuning in, we can tell you that it's a young girl. They won't give her age yet because they don't want to give too much information, as they still have not identified her by name. But we know her and her mom died on their way back to Mexico, as well as those crew members. In terms of how experienced they were, I know you and John have been talking about that. We're told by the jet company that they were very experienced. So you can, put with that as you will. We know 4 FAA officials are out there. The NTSB is on scene. The mayor. We're just hoping in that next briefing that they'll give a little bit more information. They're asking for prayers, and they're also telling people don't touch anything. That's because jet fuel is so dangerous, and this whole area is basically contaminated. So they've got some officials in there too trying to clear that out as well, Trace.
Yeah.
Alexis, great information. Thank you. I just want to read kind of what Alexis was saying there. We just got the statement just to kind of give the verbate here. All 6 people aboard were from Mexico. The child had been treated in Philadelphia for a life-threatening condition and was being transported home to Mexico, according to Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. The flight's final destination was Tijuana after a stop in Missouri. The patient and her mother were on board along with 4 crew members. This was a seasoned crew, they're saying, that everyone involved in these flights goes through rigorous training. And the quote here is, when an incident like this happens, it's shocking and surprising. All of the aircraft are maintained, not a penny is spared, because we know our mission is so critical. This, by the way, if you didn't hear it, this is a high-end rescue ambulance service, air ambulance service, if you will. This is the same company that actually picked up David Ortiz when he was shot in the Dominican Republic several years ago. They took him back to Boston, and you know, this is one of those places, one of those people that, or services that uses great jets. This is a great airplane, and their safety record is immaculate. Let's bring in retired airman, American Airlines Captain and Coast Guard Aviator Steve Blankenship, a former flight nurse who served a helicopter crash into the Potomac River 20 years ago, Jonathan Godfrey, former Black Hawk helicopter.
Hey, El Paculi, good to see you, and everyone else just coming in. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to do a recap on everything we found tonight before we hop off. It's going to be at least an hour from now, probably longer. So we'll be hanging out for a while. I'm still looking up stuff behind the scenes, and there's all kinds of stuff to connect. So don't worry. If you're coming in late, we'll do a full recap before we wrap it up.
Certainly confirmation when they might have just been wheels up, but after that it was silence and they went to 1,600 feet and there was no response at all from the airplane. What do you make of that, Jonathan?
Yeah, I think that aviating and controlling the aircraft at that point is the primary concern. I think it's not unusual, especially if there was an emergency.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Steve, to you, give me your take on what you think might have happened. There's a lot of different theories out there. What are you leaning toward when you see the condition of the plane, when you hear the transmission between the air traffic control tower and the pilots? What is your best assessment of this, Steve?
Well, I tell you what, we've had a lot happen to us in the past 48 hours. This is a hard assessment to make. I heard about disorientation. That's a possibility. But based on what you said, Trace, about the training of this company and what they have to go through, having gone through that type of training, I doubt very seriously if these seasoned instrument pilots would have had an issue that they couldn't recover from unless everything went dark ship, and then God knows what you do in that situation. Without instruments and IFR conditions, it'd be very, very difficult to maintain a straight and level flight or even a normal climb out with a turn. Mm-hmm. And remember, Trace, 1,600 feet, that's just a couple heartbeats. It could have been also something catastrophic happened to the flight control system. They could have lost an engine, got it sideways, spiraled into the ground. It's only speculation, my friend, at this point.
Is there an indication to you, Steve, when you see and you hear that we were talking about the fact that they were told to go at 290, so they were told to head at 290, and they ended up kind of coming back to the east, and that's where the crash. Does it sound like there was an attempt to try and right this airplane?
Either that or they had an engine failure that turned them that specific heading. That's what happens. If you don't catch an engine failure real quick and press on the opposite rudder to maintain a straight line of flight, the airplane will be all to the left or the right depending on which engine fails. So that's highly probable too. I think that would be my first guess. At 1,600 feet to erratically have a departure from a climb out, the nose of the airplane going in the opposite direction, it clearly points potential engine failure to me at this juncture. But Trish, 1,600 feet.
Let me just pause you there, Captain, really quickly. I want to dip into our local affiliate because they're talking to someone on scene.
Young child with a head laceration. A piece actually went through a red pickup's window, hit the kid, and the parents were shouting, "Help us, help us, help us." No one was around to help at the time.
Of course, he's got a Philadelphia Eagles jacket on.
Gave it to them, said, "Push this on his head, keep pressure." I ran back to my car. I got rags. I got anything I could find to, like, absorb blood.
I mean, there's the Eagles jacket right there.
My mom worked at a doctor's office. She was there. She was helping me. She's disabled. She doesn't walk fast. She was walking fast. And cops were very thankful to us. They said, "Thank you very much. We've got this now. Please try to get out of here safely." There were 3 or 4 car accidents just getting out of the mall. And I'm like, I'm getting out of here. I got home. I threw up twice. Like, because the adrenaline just said, "Hi, I'm here." And I threw up. It was a very shocking and disturbing experience, seeing everything that happened.
Did you know it was a plane right away?
I figured it was a helicopter or plane because I was hearing someone say it was a 747.
He just said helicopter.
Like, it's too small. We would have heard it. Those big engines. I find out it's a weird jet.
So the guy with the Eagles jacket just mentions helicopter.
Literally at Northeast Airport. Well, not anymore, actually. And she texted me saying, "Yo, did you see that?" Yeah. Because she knew that I was going to be right there. She was worried. My entire family was worried. My daughter texted me and saying, "Please be okay. Please be okay. Please be okay." And I literally got home and I collapsed. I was unable to do anything for a while.
So when the plane initially crashed, you said the truck next to you got impaled with some debris. Did you see anything like that else going on around you, or was that truck like
Very, very much so. The car that was parked on Cotman on the side had a hole at least 2 feet big in its windshield, and it was burning. I looked in, or was it parked? I don't know. I looked and I couldn't see anyone. I'm hoping that the child got out safely. I don't know anymore. I wish I could find them because it was a small silver car and say, "Thank you for being alive. Thank you for getting out." The brunt of the impact was absorbed by Dunkin' Donuts. And then I've been scared, but this was a new level.
You've been listening to a witness describe the horrific moments that he witnessed this plane crash in northeast Philadelphia.
That was graphic, and that was about as good a description as we have heard about what was happening.
Here, let me give you another little connection to Kobe. See how they were highlighting high traffic? Private business jet crashes near Philadelphia Mall. High traffic area. See how they highlight high traffic? There you go. High traffic equals Kobe Bryant. What are the odds? Here, since I got it pulled up, I'm not going to recap everything right now. We'll do that at the end. Look how many tabs I have up at the top to recap. Anyways, high traffic equals Kobe Bryant. And crash equals Eagles. And they called it a major incident, which equals Kobe being Bryant in multiple ciphers. And it happened at the Roosevelt Mall. Roosevelt perfect match to Super Bowl. Let's see. And it was an air ambulance jet, which is 135 and 54, like Kobe being Bryant, 135, 54, like fly, Eagles fly. And, yeah, it's 222 days from the mayor's birthday. Like order out of chaos, like 222, the big number with COVID, and Kobe kicked off COVID with the helicopter crash. Helicopter equals 666. The Eagles are on 666 wins. Kobe scored his career high in game 666. It was a Learjet 55. Today is 5 years, 5 days from Kobe's death. The Eagles just scored 55 points on the anniversary of Kobe's death to pick up win number 666. Well, what the heck? We're already here. Let's do a little recap midway. Why not? So I've been talking about plane crashes in Philadelphia all week because we just had the helicopter and the plane collide. That was January 29th. That was 159 days after Kobe's birthday when helicopters 159. And what crashed into the helicopter, it was an American Eagle. An Eagle from Wichita, Kansas, kind of like Kansas City, and I know Kansas City's in Missouri. Well, guess where the plane was headed tonight from Philadelphia? It was headed to Missouri. Can you believe that? Anyways, back to the helicopter and the plane. It was an Eagle from Wichita, Kansas, hit a helicopter 159 days after Kobe's birthday when helicopters 159, plane and helicopter 159, figure skaters 159. They were figure skaters on the plane. Here's the big part, guys. The Philadelphia Eagles, right, all-time wins. Don't just look up, regular season. You got to look up all-time, regular and playoff wins. They picked up win number 666 against the Washington team. You had the helicopter hit the plane in Washington. They left the Washington Commanders on 666 wins. The Eagles have 666 wins right now. The day that they picked up win 666, on the same anniversary of Kobe's death, the Philadelphia Eagles tweeted out a picture of a helicopter. What the heck? Kobe from Philly, big Eagles fan, dead on January 26th. That's the day the Eagles advanced to the Super Bowl and picked up win number 666 by scoring 55 points. Now we got a Learjet 55, 5 years and 5 days after Kobe's death. Are you kidding me? And Kobe scored his career high 81 points in game 666. Helicopter equals 666. Kobe has the 666 workout. All right? And we're also 666 months from the moon landing. The Eagle has landed. The full name of NASA, National Aeronautics and Space Administration, equals 666. And guys, did you hear what they were saying? They said 6 people were on the plane, 6 houses were on fire, and 6 cars were on fire. And then they were talking about the plane taking off at like 6:06. But I've heard different times. But anyways, back to the helicopter and the plane collision. The plane was approaching runway 33. Like masonry equals 33, the highest degree of masonry, the 33rd degree. Well, Kobe equals 33. And Kobe wore the number 33 in high school. And back to the Commanders, who were left on 666 wins. That was their first conference championship in 33 years. And we had a Black Hawk helicopter go down 33 days from the anniversary of the Black Hawk Down movie limited release. And the word collide equals 33, and it happened 33 weeks before Mahomes' birthday, and Black Hawk helicopter is 330. And the name of the pilot of the plane, there were 2 pilots of the plane. One was Sam Lilly. Wow, where have we seen those numbers? The 135 and the 54. Let's see. Where did we see that 135 and the 54? Hold on, let me pull it up for you. I got so many tabs open. There you go. Hey, look at that. Same numbers, different day. Air Ambulance Jet, 135.54. Like fly, Eagles fly. Like Kobe being Bryant. Where's the video of Kobe saying fly, Eagles fly? Hold on. Where's that at? Here it is.
Fly, Eagles fly. Fly, Eagles fly. Fly, Eagles fly. Fly, Eagles fly.
Yeah, Kobe, fly, Eagles fly. Big Eagles fan, right? So there you go. Fly, Eagles fly. 135.54, like Air Ambulance Jet, like Kobe being Bryant. Like the name of the pilot from the plane. Are you kidding me? Sam Lilly, 135.54. And who's the other pilot? That was Jonathan Campos, which equals 75. Like Army Helicopter 75, like Plane and Helicopter 75. Like Kobe equals 75, and it happened on a day with 75 date numerology. And a total of 67 were killed, right? 64 on the plane, 3 on the helicopter. That makes 67, like Kobe equals 67. And big find, guys. This was not in the live stream I did earlier. This was a huge find. They identified the name of the helicopter pilot. The helicopter pilot was named Andrew Eves. Andrew Eves equals 1831. The helicopter collision was 1,831 days after Kobe died in a helicopter. Are you kidding me? Andrew Eves. Like Adam and Eve. Eve was tempted by the serpent, right? And this happened on the first day of the snake year, right? And Kobe, the snake, the black mamba. Remember when Donald Trump had the military sword and he was cutting the cake with the plane on it on Inauguration Day, and Melania's dress had the snake? Here, I'll pull it up for you. One sec. My arm was getting tired anyways. Hold on.
And when that nose comes down and it's just accelerating, it drops out of radar quickly. It says a lot that the pilots did not even have a chance to respond. No mayday, no anything. And so it'll be important for us to hear those internal communications. That'll tell us more about what happened.
Yeah, and so are you saying that if they didn't respond, I mean, if you the old rule, aviate, navigate, and then...
All right, so you see how there's a plane on the cake and Trump's got a sword? So the plane crash was on the 29th day of the year, the first day of the snake year. The snake equals 29. Potomac equals 29. Sword equals 29. Trump equals 29. Right? And she's got like, it looks like a black snake, like the black mamba. Kobe, right? So, anyways. Isn't that crazy? Andrew Eve. Like Eve, the serpent in the garden. This happened on the first day of the snake year. That's crazy. He's the helicopter pilot. Kobe died in a helicopter 1,831 days before this. And the name of the helicopter pilot, Andrew Eves, is 1831. That's craziness. There you go. Potomac 29, the snake 29 on the 29th day of the year. Kobe, he's the killer snake, the black mamba. And back to the dress, right? The black mamba dress, sword 29, Trump 29. You got a plane on the cake there. So it's almost like they're telling you, hey, on the first day of the snake year, look out for a plane incident. Speaking without speaking, right? Anyways, speaking of snakes and planes, yeah, right, Cozy, the same initials as Adam and Eve. A. Eves, Andrew Eves. Anyways, snakes on a plane. Remember, this happened on the first day of the snake year. Snakes on a Plane came out August 18th in the U.S., so this happened 201 days before the anniversary. And, again, big number with the pandemic, event 201, runway 33 equals 201. That old serpent 201, another name for the devil. And remember, this was on the first day of the snake year, right? 129. Look at the verse about that old serpent. And the great dragon was cast out. We just left the year of the dragon, now we're in the year of the snake. The great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil. That's Revelation 12:9, like 129. Like that crash happened on 129. On the snake, the first day of the snake year. Just happened to be 201 days from snakes on a plane. Runway 33, 201, that old serpent 201. There were 3 people in the helicopter. It happened 3 days after Kobe's death anniversary. And it happened 60 months after Kobe's death. And remember, Kobe scored 60 points in his last game. And there were 60 passengers, 4 crew on the plane. The helicopter was a H-60, Collide 60, figure skater 60. So, anyways, huge connections to Kobe, obviously. But yeah, the big part tonight, it's all about the 666. They're saying 6 people on the plane, 6 houses on fire, 6 cars on fire. The Eagles, guys, they're on 666 wins right now. I mean, this is crazy. Kobe scored 666, or sorry, I always say that. He scored 81. It's pretty hard to score 666 in a basketball game. But no, Kobe scored 81 in game 666. Don't forget, Kobe being Bryant is 81, Mark of the Beast 81, and helicopter equals 666. So, pretty undeniable. Let's see. Anything else to talk about here? Eagles is a perfect match to crash in 3 out of the 4. Major incident equals Kobe being Bryant. That's what they're calling it. Major incident. Today's 5 years, 5 days after Kobe's death. It was a Learjet 55. The Eagles just scored 55 points on the anniversary of Kobe's death. And in my research tonight, I found another big discovery with the helicopter crash, which I said was all connected to the Philadelphia Eagles and Kobe, right? Well, look what I found tonight while I was live. The collision with the helicopter and the plane happened on January 29th. That was the day leaving 336 days left in the year, right? Look how perfect. Philadelphia Eagles equals 336. And that was the night of the helicopter crash. The day leaving 336 days left in the year. So there's another confirmation. Let's see. The plane was headed to Missouri tonight. The Kansas City Chiefs play in Kansas City, Missouri. Today's 222 days from the mayor's birthday of Philly. And remember, Kobe died right at the start of COVID. And COVID all about the 222. Wuhan coronavirus equals 222. Declared a pandemic 222 months from 9/11. The first U.S. case 222 days from Trump's birthday. Trump equals 222. Trump just won the election 222 days from his birthday. And that's a huge number with the Chiefs. Andy Reid picked up win number 222 in his first Super Bowl victory. And, gosh, there's so much to say about the 222. But, yeah, Wuhan coronavirus 222, order out of chaos. The flight was flight 5342. When you write out 5342, it equals 222. Samuel L. Jackson equals 222. That's the star of Snakes on a Plane. But, yeah, there's just so much I could say about the 222. It's like the main... it's the main part of my channel, the number 222. So the fact that today's 222 days from the Philly mayor's birthday, and we've already connected to... I mean, I talked about the number 222 in my live today, connecting it to the plane crash. It's really unbelievable. I feel like I'm forgetting something about the 222, but anyways, the first U.S. case of COVID, 222 days from Trump's birthday. They rolled out the Stargate project, 222 days from Trump's birthday. Declared a pandemic 222 months from 9/11. Trump just won the election 222 days from his birthday. Obama tested positive 222 days from his birthday. So, let's see, where were we? We're 666 months after the moon landing. The Eagle has landed. The full name of NASA, 666. The Eagle is on 666 winds. Air ambulance jet equals Kobe being Bryant, and fly Eagles fly. We just saw the Witness wearing the Eagles jersey. Cozy let us know the Eagles, the band, have a song called Old 55. That's interesting. Don't forget Satan equals 55. Let's see, anything else to talk about? It happened at the Roosevelt Mall. Roosevelt, perfect match to Super Bowl. The Eagles are on 666 wins all time. Kobe had the 666 workout. But yeah, that might be what we've discovered so far. It happened in a high traffic area. High traffic equals Kobe Bryant. And again, the stuff that you don't even need the gematria for. They're saying 6 people were on the plane, 6 houses were on fire, and 6 cars were on fire. That's crazy. All right, let's get back to it. And if I missed anything so far, let me know, guys. But I think we're doing a pretty good job considering this is all on the fly. And we started this 3 hours ago with absolutely no information other than there has been a plane crash in Philadelphia, and I went live as quick as I could. So this should tell you there's something to this stuff. That I could put all this together on the fly and it's all perfect, you know. All right, let's listen.
A ball of fire just flew into the sky and the whole gas station started shaking.
Yeah, and that ball of fire was caught on camera many, many times. I want to bring in Philadelphia resident Lindy Lee, who actually saw the crash. Her parents go to a church and live near that area. Lindy, what can you tell us about what you saw and what you heard?
Trace, thank you so much for having me. My family actually bought their church because they're Christians and they wanted to revitalize this really run-down church. So we actually have a weekend school for kids that we had to cancel because there's no way that we're going to ask kids to come into this area again. I was heading that way because we generally do that towards the weekend to make sure, you know, everything's ready for the kids.
And guys, as you come in, please hit the like button and the share button. Thank you.
Way to describe it, and then we were immediately told to turn back, and I tried to argue my case and say that, you know, we own the church down the street, but we're not allowed to go in that area, which it's completely cordoned off. It happened, I think, around 6:30, 7, and the entire area is blocked off. This is horrific. I'm kind of just shocked that this would happen here in my hometown.
Yeah, and when you say that your parents own the church, and where in relation to the church, I mean, how far would you say, Lindy, that the church is from the actual crash site? Is it near the mall, or is it a block or further away?
It's on the same street. It's on Continent Avenue. I would say it's about maybe, I'm not really great at math, I know I'm Asian, but a quarter of a mile, maybe less than that. It's close enough for me to see it clearly, and also to smell. There's a smell. It smelled like burnt tires, and we just weren't allowed in. The police immediately descended upon the scene, and people were just running around screaming. It was just terrifying. It was like something out of hell. I just can't believe it. How did this happen twice in a week?
Yeah. Because it's a ritual.
Are so shocked. Everyone is just.
She said, how does it happen twice in a week? Y'all know why? It's all ritual.
It's actually closer, Lindy, people running by, people kind of scampering and moving about. Did you ask anybody, talk to anybody who was actually closer to this to kind of get an idea of what they were seeing and feeling?
Well, I was just asking people what is going on because it wasn't immediately clear to me that it was a plane crash. I actually found out from the news. If I did not have access to what was going on, because I wasn't paying attention in the sky, I just saw a fireball. I was actually reading through X to find out what happened. I had to ask the people around me too what happened. You know, somebody even said we're under attack. Like, that was a reaction that I heard on the street. So there was a lot of confusion on the ground. The reason behind it wasn't immediately clear to the people on the ground. And this is just so sad. You know, this is supposed to be a happy time for Philly with Eagles going to the Super Bowl. This is not. This is just heartbreaking. It's really sad for this community.
Lindy, thank you for...
There you go. Now she's bringing up the Eagles in the Super Bowl. I mean, this is comical.
Let's get back to Alexis Adams to get some breaking news, the latest and what she's hearing from New York. Alexis.
Hi, Trace. So I just wanted to start again, as people at home are tuning in, with who was on board of this medical plane. Okay, we know it was 6 people who were all originally from Mexico. That includes the crew and the pilot, who were all volunteering, I'm told, to help a little girl through this jet rescue air ambulance plan. So she had been in Philadelphia getting all of this treatment. I don't know how sick she had been, but they said she wouldn't have made it if she would have not been sponsored to be able to come to Philadelphia to have these life-saving treatments. So she's leaving today. There's this little celebration, I'm told. She gets on that plane with her mom and this crew, and they're all excited to go back to Tijuana, and that plane went down in 30 seconds, okay? They had just boarded. It was a fireball, and I think some of the best stuff that we've been able to take in was that man, Trace, who we just heard from just a short time ago in that live interview with one of the local stations, who said it sounded like, you know, some massive explosion, and he came out, they thought they were like under attack in the area, and he said he was trying to help render aid. He said that his mom works at a doctor's office, and so he tried to use any skill he had to jump into action. That's what it comes down to. This is about people out there in Philadelphia helping each other right now. There is jet fuel everywhere. And then in terms of weather, it's kind of raining out there right now, so they were able to put out those fires. At least 6 homes were on fire around 6:30, and they were these row homes. I don't know how many people were in those homes, but I'm told by fire officials they were able to get those people out and get them to safety. Also, 6 cars were lit on fire, and some of the images, I don't know how to pull them up too, but the entire car was burned out. And it's just
you hear that, guys? These people are so bold. I told you when I first started this video 3 hours ago, this was all connected to the number 666. They're saying 6 houses on fire, 6 cars on fire, and 6 people on the plane. You gotta be kidding me.
details on who was injured. Fox Digital is now telling us 6 patients taken to Temple University Hospital.
Wait.
On their campus there, 3 treated and
You hear that? 6 people were taken to the hospital? What?
provided. But one of the things too, when you talk about that debris field, and you know all about this from covering, breaking news, you go out to these crime scenes, you're trying to figure out the lay of the land. Well, the lay of the land here goes for quite some ways, blocks and blocks. They found a medical oxygen tank, we're told, about a quarter mile from the scene. That shows the force of this crash. And then also a large piece of metal, I guess, went through a building and smashed through the glass and injured someone. So that's what we're hearing right now.
Alexis McAdams, we'll get back to you soon. Thank you. Let's go back to Fox Report anchor and licensed pilot John Scott. John, it's interesting here. We see the pictures and we see the explosion, and it looks like this plane was loaded down with fuel. We know that it was going back to Mexico, but there was also a stop in between from Philadelphia to the Branson, Missouri area. Is it routine to fill the plane? I know that the range is some 2,200 miles for the Learjet 55. Would you fill the plane like you're going to Mexico, even though you're stopping in Branson, or is it routine to get a little bit of gas in Philly and then more gas when you get to Branson, Missouri?
That's the pilot's decision. A lot of, jet fuel, like everything else, has gotten very expensive these days, and it's possible, to look up the prices for the route you're going to fly, and you might want to save $1 a gallon or something by stopping in a place like Branson. Hard to know. But yes, they were planning to go quite a ways. The mileage to Branson is significant, more than 1,000 miles, I think. And so they would have had quite a load of jet fuel on board, which explains the size of the fireball when that plane did come down.
Yeah, we had both Captain Steve Blankenship, former American airline pilot, John, and you seem to have, and others seem to have kind of put maybe a backseat to the whole theory of the oxygen tanks exploding here, because it doesn't seem to be a major risk. And so with that, it seems like there was some kind of mechanical failure on board this airplane.
That's what I'm thinking. And again, medevac crews, usually very experienced. We don't know anything about this crew, but the company said that the pilot had, I believe, 1,000 hours. That's a significant amount of experience. I am reminded of a crash that took place, I want to say 5 years ago or so, in the San Diego.
Oh, by the way, guys, if you're just coming in, over an hour ago, after I already talked about Kobe like the whole night, I think it was Hannity, they start bringing up Kobe Bryant and the Kobe Bryant crash out of nowhere. So that also happened tonight.
Complete the instrument landing that he had hoped for. So he asked to do a go-around on visual flight rules, and that's what he started to do. But as he did so, he overshot the runway that he was hoping to land on. So what happened is he put the wing, he went into a very steep bank. Well, when you do that, you have to have the airspeed for it, because the air needs to stay attached to the upper surface of the wing. He was flying too slowly. The air detached. They call that a stall, and people will be hearing a lot about the possibility of a stall in this case. The wings simply stopped providing lift, and that plane went down. That medevac plane went down in San Diego. They may find that something similar happened here, because if they were in the clouds, if they lost their instruments or something, if the captain pointed the nose up too high, again, you need that airflow over the wings, and I know you know this, Trace, from your pilot time as a pilot, but you need that airflow over the wings, and if you exceed what's called the critical angle of attack, that airflow detaches from the wings lose lift, and that's when the nose goes down, something like that, and that could be what preceded this particular crash.
Yeah, John Scott, stand by, if you will. Good analysis. That is a picture of the Learjet 55 right there. We're just getting word, by the way, that the Philadelphia crash was the second fatal incident in 15 months for Jet Rescue, which is the medevac company that crashed their plane. The plane was crashed tonight. In 2023, 5 crew members were killed when their plane overran a runway in the central Mexican state of Morelos. and crashed into a hillside. So the second crash in 15 months for jet rescue, which will bring up some questions for investigators, because we are now, despite what's happened this week, we are in the safest time in aviation for the past 15 years in the history of aviation. And to have 2 crashes in your company in 15 months will raise some questions. We're coming right back with breaking news. And here we go. We are continuing our breaking news coverage. You see on the right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look at Philadelphia. That is the scene of another plane crash tonight. It was a Learjet 55 with 6 people on board. It was working for a company called Jet Rescue. It was a medevac chopper or medevac plane, and it had 2 pilots, and it had 2 medical workers. It had a patient, a child, and some family member was with that patient. All 6 of them were on board. There are no signs anywhere of survivors. We want to bring in correspondent C.B. Cotton, because she's live in Philadelphia at the scene of the crash. She has got information about a patient who was treated tonight. And C.B., where are you exactly, and what are you seeing and hearing?
Hi, Trace. Well, we're here at a diner about a quarter mile away from the crash site, and I can tell you there are sirens for as far as the eye can see. There are so many people moving about in this area because Northeast Philadelphia has just been left stunned in the worst way tonight after this medical transport plane crashed moments after taking off. I can now also confirm some more tragic news. We know that Jet Rescue Air Ambulance, the company that owns that plane that crashed, they did tell us 6 people were on board, 4 crew members, pilot, co-pilot, physician, paramedic, and a young girl and her mother. I've just now confirmed with Shriners Children's in Philadelphia that young girl had been treated at their hospital. I just got a statement moments ago from a media spokesperson. I want to read it and share it with our viewers. It says in part, quote, Shriners Children's is heartbroken to confirm that one of our pediatric patients and the child's mother were aboard the Jet Rescue Air Ambulance that crashed in Philadelphia this evening. The patient had received care from Shriners Children's Philadelphia and was being transported back to her home country in Mexico on a contracted air ambulance when the crash happened. Because of patient privacy concerns, we cannot say more about the patient and her family at this time. And the statement goes on to say that the entire medical crew at the hospital is deeply impacted. The hospital offering its hearts and prayers to those who are also impacted by this situation and thanking the first responders. So just some more tragic details that we've confirmed. I've also spoken with a spokesperson for that medical transport plane, and he described both the pilot and co-pilot as very seasoned, adding that the company Jet Rescue Air Ambulance flies 700 missions a year. So that's some of the details that we've heard tonight from the company itself. We also know that that flight's final destination was Tijuana International.
All right, guys, I found it. I went back. I didn't tell you this, but I went back and I've been listening to the whole stream through my headphones. I found the part where they said the plane was in the air for 41 seconds. They did say 41. Now, like I said, they're going to change these numbers probably. But guys, this is huge because I'm connecting this whole thing to Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant equals 41. Kobe Bryant died at the age of 41. When Kobe scored his career high 81 points, the rest of the team scored 41. In Kobe's last game, he scored 60. The rest of the team scored 41. Kobe's last shot in the NBA was over player number 41. And when Kobe came off the court for the last time, there was 4.1 seconds on the clock. And then there was a video with Kanye West and a helicopter with a time bomb. And when the last you see of the time bomb before the helicopter explodes, it's at 4.1 seconds. Okay? So let me show you. Let me bring it over here. All right, let me show you that Kobe died at the age of 41. And Kobe Bryant equals 41 like Roosevelt 41. This plane crashed by the Roosevelt Mall, and Super Bowl is 41. This is all connected to the Super Bowl. But the main thing here, Kobe Bryant equals 41. Kobe died at the age of 41. I told you guys that he said 41 seconds. Here, listen closely. I'm going to turn it up all the way, all right? And here, let me play a little bit first. Maybe I'll slow it down.
How long was it in the air for?
How long was it in the air for? Here, let me slow it down. He's going to say 41 seconds, guys.
The weather could potentially be a factor only because of the fact that the clouds are low, there's light rain and mist that poses a whole nother set of challenges for pilots when it comes to staying oriented and keeping the airplane upright relative to the horizon. I'm just going to look back at the data here, the open source data.
Pay attention.
From ADSB Exchange. It says that this flight took off at about 6:06 and 21 seconds local time. That's the first return signature from the transponder on the plane. And then the last signature that shows the 11,000 foot descent is at 6:07:02. So if we're going to subtract that, we're talking about 41 seconds in the air.
You hear that?
This seems like this plane only...
Did he just say 41 seconds in the air? Guys, Kobe Bryant equals 41. Kobe died at the age of 41. That was my voice on the replay. But yeah, there it is, guys. They did say 41 seconds. We caught them, guys. Now they're talking different numbers, but there it is. Proof from CNN. They said 41 seconds. Kobe dead at the age of 41. Kobe Bryant equals 41. Wow. I mean, wow. There it is. We got him, guys. We really got him this time. Oh my goodness. You guys got to share this video everywhere. That 41 seconds confirmation, that's the cherry on top. Wow.
And the problem is it happened shortly after they took off, so they weren't high enough to recover. One thing that we do as pilots is we practice stall outs. We get up in the air and we cut the engine just in case so we can learn what to do. But you usually have height that you can maneuver and try to find a landing ground. Knowing that area, I will tell you that the boulevard, it's Roosevelt Boulevard, is a major street and it's wide. And I'm curious as to whether or not he felt the plane going down the pilot and tried to steer towards that wide street and figured that was his best chance for survival because that's the area where the plane crashed. But the fact that it happened so soon after takeoff, it's really not a lot you can do because you don't have a lot of space and a lot of height to maneuver and find the best place to bring the plane to the ground safely.
And Dante, one more quick question before I bring in the rest of the panel, because we know they responded saying that, yes, they knew they were supposed to go to 290, right? Well, you look at the location of where the crash happened, they came back the other way. So something happened. Something either they tried to correct or something disastrous happened in flight. But it's interesting that they were not on the heading. I mean, they went up, and even if something disastrous happened, you would think they would be on the heading they were given.
You would, and one thing again in training, what we learn is you don't try to turn back around.
And let me tell you this, guys, just in case they give me a strike for this video, I hope they don't, but sometimes when I do a really good decode, they delete my whole channel. Make sure you are subscribed to all my backup channels. I put out a video this week giving you all my backup channels. They deleted 2 of my backup channels this week, okay? Also, in most of my videos, in the description and the comments, you can also find the backup channel, or just search JosephAcquaviva with the 4 2s, okay? This is the type of information that they love to delete, okay? So please, before you go to bed tonight, make sure you subscribe to the backup channels. And hopefully when I wake up, this video will still be up. This is such a big confirmation, I can't believe it.
Saw that plane really fall into the ground pretty fast.
Yeah. Dante, stand by if you will. I want to bring in General Christopher Walker here. General, I mean, what are your thoughts when you hear Dante say, you know, listen, there's a possibility this thing might have stalled. It might have just came up and stalled. I mean, we know the weather was bad. We know the cloud cover was low. Is that something that you think is feasible?
All right. So from the steep angle of descent, it pretty much was a stall or the wings came off. But it's more likely a stall. And as for the pilots looking for a clear place to land, quite honestly, my opinion, in IFR conditions and all Mexican crew, they don't know Philadelphia. They were just trying to stay alive and keep the plane aloft. It had to be a catastrophic failure of some sort. Watching those landing lights come down like a Scud missile, it just tells me something very bad went wrong.
Yeah. I mean, Captain Blankenship, when you hear the general talk about a catastrophic failure, in your estimation, what is a catastrophic failure?
Guys, see how they write 6 people? S-I-X people, P-E-O-P-L-E? That equals 41 also. When you write it out just like that, 6 people, it equals 41. Like Kobe Bryant equals 41, dead at the age of 41. And I just played the clip for you. They said the plane was in the air for 41 seconds. Unreal. But yeah, there's another 41. 6 people equals 41.
Departure. In this case, a departure. Catastrophic means something blows up, something explodes, a wing falls off, a rudder fails, things of that nature. Catastrophic means it's over with for you.
Yeah. And so let's go the next level down, Captain, if you would. What is something that is severe but correctable?
Severe would be, but correctable is clearly an engine failure. And I'd like to reiterate, so people aren't concerned, the airlines and that specific jet, not to get too technical, but you reach a speed going down the runway that if you have a failure, you have enough distance to stop. Also, there's a speed at which you go down the runway, which is past that speed, that if you have a failure, you just put more power on the good engine and you take off and climb out. And as the attorney lawyer said, you make a nice slow turn, come back around and land the airplane at the most suitable place you can land it. And I also agree that the pilots would not be looking, Trace, for a street to land on. They were looking at their instruments and hopefully they were working.
Yeah, and just so we're clear on this, Captain, I mean, it's a fact that you probably many times in your career have worked on in a simulator, taken off with one engine. I mean, these planes are all certified to do just that, to take off on one engine if you're past the point of no return.
Yes, sir. I can tell you how much time I spent in a simulator and maybe flight training doing it in real airplanes with engine failures slightly before or after takeoff. Yep. But Trace, we're Americans, and I would be remiss if I didn't say, you know, we need serious prayer. Our hearts go out to those people in D.C. who lost loved ones, and our hearts go out to this who lost in this incident. And for the people in Philly, our hearts go out to them for this tragedy and lives that were lost there. So, you know, we need to take a moment and reflect. We have a lot to be thankful for, but we need to throw prayers up to heaven for these people who have lost so much, sir.
Yeah, I mean, and Captain, you go back from the first day of this month. You had that terror attack in New Orleans. You had another incident in Las Vegas. You had the fires in California that killed people and destroyed tens of thousands. This is all in January. You had the inauguration, and then you had the plane crash 2 nights ago, and then you had this plane crash. I mean, you know, people are saying, hey, we need to get to February, which is happening at least on the East Coast in another 47 minutes or so. But it really is. I mean, you bring up a good point, Captain, because it's a lot. It's a lot to endure for this country in a month, and there's been very few answers as to why a lot of this happened. I think that's what's frustrating to Americans.
Yes. Yes, and then Trace, there's another major point that none of us, we've been so busy answering your questions, have enunciated. Aircraft accidents are always a confluence of events, whether they be human or mechanical. It's a confluence of things stacking up, and then you reach a critical mass where there's a failure, either a human failure or a mechanical failure, or human failure and a mechanical failure, both.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Mark McKeith, we're to you now, because these are things you learn when you start covering airline disasters, and it goes all the way back. For me, you go back to TW-800 that that exploded over Long Island, and you think it was just one thing, it was just one explosion, and then you go back through the rebuilding and the whole investigation, and sure enough, it's a series of things that led to that, a series of mistakes. Even you go back 2 nights ago to the mid-air collision near DCA, and you will find, and they are already kind of lining up, that it was a series of mistakes. It might have been air traffic controller, it might have been the helicopter being too high, it might have been the plane changing runways at the very last minute. So a series of things that contribute to this. We always kind of look at what's the most catastrophic thing, and you might want to ask, what are the 9 things that led up to the most catastrophic thing?
Absolutely. It's always a whole series of unfortunate events that continue to cascade and cause these things to happen. They call them contributing factors for a reason. There's just a number of factors that just stack up to contribute. Now, I did notice something just as we were talking here, watching the aircraft fall out time and time again here. About 2/3 of the way down, you see a slight change in direction. And I'm not sure if that's just, it's picking up speed and the aerodynamics are causing it to shift, or if there was an input from someone on the aircraft getting a control of some sort. But I see that happening there about 2/3 of the way down, and that stands out to me. I'm not sure that it's anything important, but we also, right now we're looking on the screen of the oxygen tanks, and the concern earlier was how easy is it to destroy an oxygen tank. This one flew 1/4 mile and it's pretty much still intact. And so that's just a testament to how well these things are built. And so, yeah, it's always numerous things. Was the thing that happened last 2 nights ago, you have a crew that's maybe out of position. You have unclear communication between the aircraft and ATC. You have multiple aircraft in the air to put eyes on. There's all sorts of stuff that play a role. It's never just one thing.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And General Walker, to you now, because you go all the way back to the Air France crash that crashed into the ocean, and you read the reports of that, and it was simply, and they not only had the cockpit crew, but they had a flight crew that was sleeping, and you had the captain come in from the other flight crew trying to figure out what was going wrong, and between all of them, they couldn't figure out how to keep the plane from stalling. I mean, they were at 35,000 feet and went into the ocean because they couldn't figure out. There was just this mentality of trying to figure out how to get the plane flying straight and level, and they could not accomplish it.
And that particular one, I believe, was a problem with icing on the pitot tube. So
That's right.
The air speed was showing. They said this doesn't make any sense, and so this is a part of something that happens all the time with airlines and the military. We call crew resource management, where we try to say, all right, if everybody is staring at that red light, no one's flying the airplane. What we're trying to do is say, all right, someone fly the airplane, you all figure out what's going on. But in this particular case, everything happened much too quickly. With the ATC radio calls we heard, they didn't really have time to try and say what's going on here. It seems to me that they were struggling with the aircraft and it went down. Here's something though, through decades of military service, I've seen lots of accident investigations, NTSB, as well as military accident investigators. They go very thorough. They're they're going to go to that airplane. They're going to pick every scrap. They're going to look at every rivet. They're going to get the black box. They're going to look at everything. There are sometimes even all of us who consider ourselves experts are surprised at what the actual cause was. But when those investigators really comb through, holy smokes, you never know what you're going to get. So right now, yes, we are all speculating, but we may be surprised.
Yeah, and it's interesting here, Dante Mills, because he makes a very good point when you talk about recovering, as they had, by the way, in the DCA or the Reagan crash the other night. They have recovered the black boxes from both the Black Hawk helicopter as well as the commuter jet, the regional jet, and so those will be helpful. But when you look at these black boxes and you talk to NTSB people, I wonder, because they always say that they get more, people think they're going to get more information from the flight data recorder because they can kind of hear what the pilots were talking about in the final seconds of the flight before the crash. But it's usually the flight data recorder that gives you the indications of what exactly was happening on board that airplane at the time.
Absolutely. If you look at the plane crash from 2 nights ago, what we learned from that data recorder is the height that helicopter was flying at, and know that height wasn't supposed to be there. So it was supposed to be at 200. It was about 300, and that's kind of what put it in a harm's way and in the path of that commercial flight. So we are going to learn more about this. But one adage that my instructor always told me, he said, planes want to fly. And the thought is, if you take off, right, it shouldn't be difficult to keep it going. Or even if in this instance of an engine failure or a stall out, you can coast. But that didn't happen here. So there has to be something else that went wrong that's out of the norm. And that's what the general is talking about. We're going to find something here that just sticks out and is different from most other flights, because what happened here should not happen. It's not consistent with flying a plane or when things happen in the air. Normally you can recover or something can be done, but clearly there was no time for that to happen here. But I just want to point out again and give my love to the city of Philadelphia. I've been on text and on my phone, just checking in with people from the area, making sure they're okay. You see these texts going around because, again, it is a congested area and nobody knows. Just that concern of everybody in the Philadelphia area. I want to give a thank you to the Philadelphia mayor who immediately came out and reassured everybody that Philly is going to get the help they need, and just asking for the prayers of the nation, because it's going to be a hard time there for a long time.
Yeah, it's a very good point, Dante. You're a good man for pointing that out. Captain Blankenship, to you, I mean, he makes a good point. I mean, I remember going out when my buddy, who was at the time a captain for U.S. Airways, and we'd fly in his 182 when I was learning how to fly, and he would sit there and he'd say, listen, if the plane is trimmed properly, it wants to fly itself. You can take your hand off, you can push the, you can push the, it's gonna fly itself. It's gonna fly straight and level.
Right. Yeah, a lot of people ask me, well, what's it like to fly a big jet? I say, well, if you can fly a Cessna 150, you can fly a big jet. Airplanes are airplanes, and a small airplane can kill you just as fast as a big airplane or a fighter jet. Airplanes are airplanes, aerodynamics are aerodynamics, and the laws of nature are the laws of nature, sir.
Yeah, and so, Captain, when something like this goes wrong, and you look at these investigations you have over the years, I mean, every pilot I've ever met always likes to go back and look at these investigations to find out what happened, to find out how they can better themselves in the future. You look at these investigations; it's always interesting on what happened, and sometimes it is pilot error. Sometimes the pilots, we always initially knee-jerk to catastrophic, or they lost this or lost this, and yet sometimes it's just pilot error.
Absolutely, and that's heartbreaking when you discover that, Trace. It really is that we're humans and we do make mistakes, but oftentimes if it's pilot error, again, it's more than just one eye at a time, sir. Yeah, it's a confluence of human errors, one stacked on top of the other.
Is Alexis Adams ready? Because I want to go back to Alexis Adams and get some breaking news and an update on what's happening. Alexis, what are you hearing?
Hey, Trace. Well, we know 6 people were taken to Temple University Hospital. 3 of them were treated and released, and 3 are in fair condition. And just a short time ago, we heard from that witness who laid it out pretty well. He said he was near the mall, and he was with his mom, who worked at the doctor's office. They heard what they thought was a massive explosion, saw a fireball in the parking lot, 6 cars on fire, and 6 homes going up in flames, too. And then he said he looked over into the street and saw this little boy who was badly injured inside of a red pickup truck, okay? So this kid...
6 people on the plane, 6 houses on fire, 6 cars on fire, 6 patients sent to the hospital. My goodness. So, I've been busy behind the scenes. Guys, I just found some amazing stuff. We're almost 4 hours into the live, and I just found some unbelievable new information to share with you. Wait till you see what I got here. Hold on, let me make sure it's all ready to go. 1 second. Wow. I can't even believe it. Can't even believe it. 1 second. Here we go. 1 second, guys. Okay. So, look, you see how they're showing Roosevelt Mall on the screen? Let me get my pointer. You see over here, Roosevelt Mall. Roosevelt Boulevard, okay? So Roosevelt, I already showed you Roosevelt is a perfect match to Super Bowl. And this is all connected to the Super Bowl, right? Check this out, what I just found. So I did some research, and of course, the Roosevelt Mall is named after Theodore Roosevelt. It says, yes, the Roosevelt Mall in Philadelphia is named after President Theodore Roosevelt. Okay, how does this connect to Theodore Roosevelt? Well, number 1, today is 270 days before his birthday. Let me show you his birthday. Theodore Roosevelt Jr. Okay, Teddy Roosevelt. His birthday is October 27th. All right? So today is 270 days before his birthday. It was an air ambulance jet, which equals 270. How about that? And that's only the first part. Today's 270 days before Teddy Roosevelt's birthday. Air ambulance jet 270. There's 1. Okay, you ready for the next part? All right. So how many days is it after his birthday? Well, including the end date, today is 97 days after his birthday. And you want to see how perfect that is? Plane crash equals 97. Drop the mic. Oh, yeah. And if you don't include the end date, it's 96 days after his birthday. His name is Theodore Roosevelt Jr., which equals 96. Get out of here. Come on now. It's 96 days after his birthday. The Roosevelt Mall, where this crash happened, it's named after Theodore Roosevelt Jr. Today is 96 days after his birthday. Theodore Roosevelt Jr., 96. Including the end date, today is 97 days after his birthday, like plane crash. And today is 270 days before his birthday. 270 before his birthday, which is the gematria of air ambulance jet. And remember, air ambulance jet equals Kobe being Bryant. Let me find it. See how Roosevelt, perfect match to Super Bowl. Eagles, perfect match to crash in 3 out of the 4. Where is it? Here it is. Air ambulance jet also equals Kobe being Bryant. Unreal. They called it a major incident, which equals Kobe being Bryant. But yeah, how about that for some new information 4 hours into the live? 96 days after his birthday, Theodore Roosevelt Jr., 96, 97, including the end date, like plane crash. And it's 270 before his birthday, like air, ambulance, jet, 270. My goodness.
That plane, according to ASN, went...
Does anybody have anything in the chat that I missed so far? Anybody have any good finds? Let me know.
A minute. That's how fast it was going. So it obviously not a survivable accident. But again, when they were only at 1,600 feet altitude, when they started, when radar contact was lost, everything happened very quickly. And
yeah,
the question is why.
Yeah, and you wonder, to get that speed, to get that velocity, do you need some kind of power, or can it just fall at that velocity?
Well, that's another good question. I would think that the engines, that would suggest to me that the engines were actually working. But I don't know.
Guys, if you're just coming in, they're saying 6 people were on the plane that crashed. There were 6 houses on fire, 6 cars on fire, 6 people have been sent to the hospital. This is all connected to the Philadelphia Eagles and the Super Bowl. The Eagles just picked up win number 666 all time, including the playoffs, on the anniversary of Kobe's death, who died in a helicopter. Helicopter equals 666. Kobe scored his career-high 81 points in game 666. The Eagles left the Washington Commanders on 666 wins, and then you had the helicopter collide with the plane in Washington. Kobe's got the 666 workout. The moon landing was 666 months ago. The Eagle has landed. The full name of NASA, National Aeronautics and Space Administration, equals 666. And, yeah, this is crazy, guys. They're saying the plane, we just listened to the clip. I pulled it back up. They said the plane was in the air for 41 seconds. Kobe Bryant equals 41, dead at the age of 41. And when you write out 6 people, S-I-X, and people, it equals 41. And when Kobe scored his career high 81, the rest of his team scored 41. In his last game, he scored 60. The rest of the team scored 41. His last shot was over the number 41, came off the court with 4.1 seconds left on the clock. And then Kobe was in a film with Kanye West, and during the film, Kobe threw a basketball time bomb at Kanye West's helicopter. The last time you see the basketball time bomb, there's 4.1 left on the countdown. All right? So this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Eagles equals crash in 3 ciphers. Major incident equals Kobe being Bryant. Today is 5 years and 5 days after Kobe died. It was a Learjet 55, and the Eagles scored 55 points on the. I don't know if I mentioned that a few seconds ago. My brain is all over the place. But when the Eagles picked up win number 666, right? They did that on the anniversary of Kobe's death. It was January 26th, and Kobe is from Philadelphia. And remember, on game day, the Eagles posted the picture of the helicopter, right? But yeah, the Eagles scored 55 points. Satan equals 55. It's a Learjet 55. Today's 5 years, 5 days after Kobe died. And they have a shelter set up at the 5500 block, we heard, from the mayor. Today's 222 days from the mayor's birthday, like order out of chaos. And that was the big number with COVID. And Kobe, started COVID with the crash. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up. What I was just talking about. But yeah, the big point, guys, I've been talking about Philadelphia and Kobe and the plane crash all week. It was on January 26, 2020 when Kobe died. And on the 5-year anniversary, as the Eagles advanced to their 5th Super Bowl, Eagles picked up win number 666 all-time, left the Washington team at 666. Then we had the helicopter crash in Washington. That same day, the Eagles tweeted out a helicopter. You can go look it up. Kobe scored his career-high 81 points in game 666. Sorry about the glare. 81 points in game 666. Helicopter equals 666. The moon landing was 666 months ago. Let me find it for you. I got so many tabs open. The full name of NASA, National Aeronautics and Space Administration, 666. And the only reason I'm mentioning the moon landing is because they say the Eagle has landed, right? So that's interesting. But yeah, guys, on top of all the 666 we've already talked about, they're saying 6 people were on the plane, 6 houses are on fire, 6 cars are on fire, and they allegedly sent 6 people to a hospital. It's absolutely crazy. The helicopter collision was 159 days after Kobe's birthday, like helicopter 159, plane and helicopter 159, figure skaters 159. There were figure skaters on the board, or on board the plane. The plane was approaching runway 33, Kobe equals 33. The word collide, 33. The pilot of the plane, Sam Lilly, got the 135.54 like Kobe being Bryant. The other pilot has the 75 like Kobe, like Army helicopter, like plane and helicopter. On the 75 day, the date numerology of 75, 67 people were killed. Total, Kobe equals 67. This was a huge find. The helicopter pilot was identified as Andrew Eves. Andrew Eves equals 1831. The helicopter collision was 1,831 days after Kobe died in a helicopter. Andrew Eves, like Eve and the serpent. And this happened on the first day of the snake year. And Kobe, the black mamba, the snake, right? And the snake equals 29. It was on the 29th day of the year. And Potomac equals 29. And then Trump had the cake. Where's Trump with the cake with the plane? There it is. He's cutting a cake with a military sword, and the cake has a plane on it. Sword equals 29, Trump 29, and you got Melania with the black mamba, the black snake on her dress, letting you know, hey, look out for the snake day for a plane incident, right? And Kobe is the black mamba, the killer snake. And again, that plane crash was 201 days from the anniversary of Snakes on a Plane on 12/9, or 129, January 29th, and it's Revelation 12/9, 129 that talks about that old serpent, which is 201, like runway 33 201, like event 201. 3 people on the helicopter happened 3 days after Kobe's death anniversary, 60 months after Kobe died. And remember, Kobe scored 60 in his last game, and there were 60 passengers on the plane. It was a H-60 helicopter, Collide 60, figure skater 60. And yeah, we've been busy tonight, guys. This is crazy. Eagles equals crash. Major incident equals Kobe being Bryant. 5 years, 5 days after Kobe died, we got a Learjet 55. The Eagles just scored 55 points to go to the Super Bowl. They scored 55 on the anniversary of Kobe's death. Back to the helicopter crash. That was on January 29th, the day leaving 336 days left in the year, like Philadelphia Eagles is 336. Remember, I forgot to mention that a few seconds ago. The plane, the airplane that crashed into the helicopter, it was an American Eagle. It was an American Eagle, guys, from Wichita, Kansas. Kind of like Kansas City Chiefs. And I know, Kansas City's in Missouri. But where was this plane going tonight? From Philadelphia. It was going to Missouri. Wichita, Kansas. Close enough, right? Anyways, what else do we have here? Let's see. I'll have to close some of these tabs. I don't need all of them. 222 days from the Philly Mayor's birthday, like Order Out of Chaos. And let's see. Air ambulance jet. Sorry, I had my finger in the way. Air ambulance jet equals Kobe being Bryant, and fly equals fly. Yeah, I got too many tabs open. I don't need all these. Happened near the Roosevelt Mall. Roosevelt, perfect match to Super Bowl. Kobe also has the 666 workout. They said it happened in a high traffic area. Highlighted the words high traffic, which equals Kobe Bryant. I just typed this out so I wouldn't forget. 6 cars on fire, 6 houses on fire, 6 on the plane, 6 sent to the hospital. We went back and listened. They said the plane was in the air for 41 seconds, like Kobe Bryant is 41, dead at the age of 41, Roosevelt 41, Super Bowl 41. Mahomes trying to go 4-1 in Super Bowls. Kobe, the last guy to three-peat, 41 years old. When you write out 6 people, it equals 41. And then we just connected this, the newest find, we just connected this to Theodore Roosevelt Jr. This happened near the Roosevelt Mall, which is named after Theodore Roosevelt. There you go. And this happened 270 days before his birthday. Like air ambulance jet is 270. And it happened 97 days after his birthday, which is absolutely perfect because plane crash equals 97. And if you don't include the end date, this happened 96 days after his birthday, which again is perfect because Theodore Roosevelt Jr. equals 96, and that's his name, Theodore Roosevelt Jr. So, I mean, this doesn't even include like the over 20 slides in the decode this morning, which connected it to Donald Trump and, you know, Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan and all kinds of stuff. I guess just for fun, I could bring up the Donald Trump connections real quick, since we're all here together. Give me a second.
Jumped into action, but then they know now these poor people lost their lives.
Yeah, we have a second time in 2 nights that we are sending our condolences out to families across this country. Alexis, thank you. Well, this second high-profile air disaster in the space of 48 hours raising alarm bells about the state of air travel safety in the U.S. Griff Jenkins is live for us at Reagan National Airport tonight. Griff.
Well, Trace, it has been one hell of a first 2 days on the job for Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Look, Transportation secretaries hope to only incur at worst one massive tragedy like this in their entire term. He's now had 2 back-to-back in the span of less than 40.
All right, let me show you real quick how the plane and helicopter collision connected to Donald Trump. Okay, that one happened January 29th at Reagan National Airport, which equals 229. It happened 229 days after Trump's birthday. And it happened 137 days before Trump's birthday, Washington, D.C., 137. That's the 33rd prime number, like runway 33. And the plane was coming from Wichita, Kansas, which is 138 and 48, like Donald Trump is 138 and 48. And helicopter equals 159, plane and helicopter 159, figure skaters 159, Donald Trump 159. Happened 159 days from Kobe's birthday. And then it was, 60 passengers. And then we had the H-60 helicopter, figure skater 60, Donald Trump 60. The word collide equals 60. It was also 60 months after Kobe died, who scored 60 in his last NBA game. And look at this. This was August 9th, 2024. Trump's plane suffered mechanical issues before landing. We had the plane crash 173 days after that headline. Plane crash equals 173. And I pointed out that it was an American Eagle. And look at the bottom. There I am talking about the Eagles' record right now. This year is 17-3, like plane crash. There you go. I mean, come on. Look at these connections. Eagles is a perfect match to crash. the helicopter crash was on the day leaving 336 days left in the year. Philadelphia Eagles equals 336. They just tweeted out the helicopter, guys. I mean, this stuff is in your face, undeniable. So yeah, there's the Trump connection. And again, Trump had the sword with the plane, with the cake on it, with Melania wearing the black snake on the dress. All right.
Iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there.
Sends your glucose numbers to your phone and watch, so you can always see where you're heading without finger sticks. Dexcom G7 is the most accurate CGM, so you can...
Looks like we're on commercial time. Anybody in the chat have anything? And thank you, Gene Spliced. My brother Gene Spliced. He just put the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle. If anybody wants to support the channel, very much appreciated. And also the links are in the description and comments of every video. Not this one, because I'm live. But yeah, you guys know how to support. If you want to support, very much appreciated. And thank you to everyone who does support.
Online in minutes with GoDaddy Arrow.
I heard someone is playing a Stegosaurus in her school play. Still taking yours?
Every day.
Nature Made. Made with quality. Made to care for you every day. With over 50 years of expertise behind every bottle. Nature Made. The #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Work. Play. Blink. Relief. Work. Play. Blink. Relief.
The only 3-in-1 extended relief formula for dry eyes.
Blink.
What causes a curve? Is it Peyronie's disease? There's somebody I can talk to for help?
I got somebody for that. I got somebody for that.
I got somebody for that. You guys got somebody for Peyronie's disease? There's hope for the estimated.
Here's another important part about the plane and helicopter collision that happened on 129. Look, plane and helicopter collision equals 129. American Airlines Jet 129. The two pilots of the plane, Sam Lilly and Jonathan Campos 129. The word collide 129. That's a lot to be a coincidence too.
Because it's made from the senna plant, a natural vegetable laxative ingredient. Gentle, dependable, Senecot. Also available in delicious gummies.
Yellow and Black is back. Lumber Liquidators cuts out the middleman to deliver absolute low prices. Get pre-finished real wood flooring as low as $1.49 a square foot. Waterproof flooring as low as 30 cents a square foot. Lumber Liquid.
Here's another fun fact. The plane crash that happened on January 29th that collided with the helicopter. Remember, that was an American Eagle coming from Wichita, Kansas. Look when Kansas became a state. January 29th. That's when the crash happened with the American Eagle from Wichita, Kansas. And now we have this crash in Philadelphia tonight, a plane that was headed to Missouri. And Kansas City is in Missouri. It's all connected. Again, the governor, Josh Shapiro, he's from Kansas City, Missouri too.
We're also following a big breakthrough in the investigation into the mid-air crash at Reagan National Airport on Wednesday evening. The black box from the military helicopter that collided with the American Airlines jet, that has now been recovered. It will be absolutely key in trying to figure out what was going on inside of the Black Hawk. So will two new videos that have been obtained by CNN that show the moment of the crash. Here's one of them, shot from the banks of the Potomac. You can see the helicopter coming in from the left. It approaches the plane as it's heading toward Reagan National Airport, and it flies right into it. Debris from both aircraft plunging into the river. Now this is the second new video. It's shot from...
Remember, Potomac equals the snake in 2 ciphers. This happened on the first day of the snake year.
Ball. Part of the plane spins off toward the left and into the river, while the Black Hawk debris falls toward the right.
And so it crashed into the water. Don't forget, water equals 67. There were 67 people total between the plane and the helicopter, and Kobe equals 67. So does Kansas City, for the record. So does Super Bowl 59. They equal 67.
Noted, this is going to be absolutely crucial to understanding what may have led up to that crash back on Wednesday evening. We had already reported that the 2 black boxes from the passenger jet had been recovered. That's the flight cockpit recorder and also the flight data recorder. The cockpit voice recorder. Interestingly enough, one of those black boxes was filled with water. So the NTSB investigators, they said that they had to actually put it into a vacuum oven to get all of the moisture out. But as you noted, the NTSB is confident that they'll be able to get as much information as possible out of those 2 black boxes. But that key development today is that the Black Hawk helicopter also had a black box, and it had no exterior damage to it when the NTSB found it. Literally, Laura, these black boxes can help even create an animation. That's how many data points there are of exactly what happened right before that crash. That's so important, especially with the Black Hawk, Laura, because there's been a lot of questions over the past 24, 48 hours about the flight path of that Black Hawk helicopter, especially because CNN learned from a flight tracking company, Flight Radar 24, the Black Hawk helicopter was flying, it appeared to be flying about 100 feet over the maximum altitude that it should have been flying around Reagan and around the Potomac River. So all of this is going to be crucial to this investigation.
Danny Freeman, so important to try to unpack what's going on here. Thank you for that information. We got a lot to unpack on what happened in those moments before the fatal crash right here in Washington, D.C. I want to bring in former Army Black Hawk helicopter pilot Elizabeth McCormick. Elizabeth, I want to begin with these, frankly, stunning videos that have been obtained by CNN that show 2 new angles of this collision. This video shows the helicopter flying at rapid speed over the Potomac River as the American Airlines flight is seen flying, of course, toward the airport. Then,
shortly after departure, and even the fuel on board on the Lear 55, just the fireball, which you would see when a fully laden plane does hit the ground, but the medical oxygen on board looks like it also exacerbated that explosion when it hit the ground. That's what I'm looking at.
Captain, to you, we've only got a few minutes here trying to wrap this up. What about rapid decompression caused by a cargo door blowout, sir?
That would be a significant event at altitude, but not that low to the ground. And I think you mentioned earlier something about trim, so we can address that issue whenever you're ready.
Yeah, improperly set pitch trim for takeoff.
Okay. There's typically 2 types of pitch trim mechanisms. One's electrical and one is mechanical with cables. A runaway trim, somebody's thinking, I didn't think of that. They got a great brain. It really could have been a trim malfunction that would push the nose up and stall, and then you'd have that aerodynamic picture that we just saw. I don't know.
Yeah, General Walker, your thoughts on the trim?
I'll say this. Again, with the experience of that crew, I do not think that they made any mistakes in setting trim. And as the captain said a little while ago, as for rapid decompression, there's no way. 1,600 feet, the pressure differential from sea level to 1,600 feet is negligible. Heck, in C-130s and C-17s, we open the door to drop out paratroopers and tanks way higher than that.
Mark, your thoughts?
Yeah, you mentioned there's probably going to be something coming up in this that surprises us all. We keep talking about the experience of this crew. Well, I remember in 2005 we had a Black Hawk auto rotation that we were training for that went to the ground. It's not supposed to do that. And on that flight, we had our senior training pilot with over 4,000 flight hours himself, a co-pilot that was being evaluated with several thousand hours himself. We had our senior instructor, standardization instructor for the crew chiefs. We had a FI on there. So we had almost 10,000 hours of experience on that aircraft, and which still crashed it. With that experience, they were able to salvage it in such a way that...
We're at the 4-hour mark right now. We've been live for 4 hours and 18 minutes. I'm thinking I might wrap this up around the 5-hour mark, so maybe about another 45 minutes or so. We'll see. That could change, but I'm not sure how much more information they're going to put out tonight. Like, I don't know if they're going to release, you know, the name of the little girl and all that stuff, so might have to come back with a part 2 tomorrow. And I was going to say or the next day, but no, I got to cover this again tomorrow. Trust me, guys, I am mentally exhausted. And physically. I'm beat down. Dude, January was off the charts. I haven't had a break all of January, so wow. Yeah, I'll probably have a part 2 recap to all this tomorrow. No guarantees, but it's likely. But yeah, maybe another 45 minutes. We'll see if any more information comes out, and then we'll wrap it up, all right? But thank you guys for hanging out, and please do stick around for the next 45 minutes. You never know what we might find. I'll be looking for everything I can back here. But yeah, I probably don't want to go more than 5 hours because I do want people to watch this video. So, good to see you guys, Mike and Stella Blue and Scotty, Cozy, Gene Spliced, Leslie, everybody in the chat. Much love to you. Hey, Benny. Hey, Jellyfish. Good to see you guys. Hey, Decoding Our Reality. Hey, Jessica. Hey, Robin. Hey, Todd. Hey, John. Hey, Bones. Hey, Oscar. Hey, Christy. Hey, Dirk. Hope you guys are all doing well. Hey, Universal. Much love. God bless. All right, let's keep watching.
Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made...
Look at this guy. My Pillow guy selling the cross. Wow.
For only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait.
Crest. Did you know you could save with GoodRx?
Yeah, only 2 minutes left in January. It'll be February in 2 minutes.
Even if you have insurance, GoodRx can help you save. Another good reason to check GoodRx.
Well, you're in the big leagues now.
How was your vacation, Seth? Oh, I needed one.
With your 10% loyalty program discount, that's $200.
Here, I want to show you the other 55 here. Look, the mayor said they have a shelter set up on the 5500 block of Langdon Street. Look at that. The 5500 block. Like Learjet 55. Like today is 5 years and 5 days after Kobe died in a crash. And the Eagles scored 55 points on the anniversary of Kobe's death as they picked up win number 666. Right, to go to the Super Bowl. And Kobe from Philadelphia. The Eagles get win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death, who died in a helicopter, which equals 666. And Kobe scored his career-high 81 points in game 666. And they're saying 6 people were on the plane, 6 houses are on fire, 6 cars are on fire, and 6 people have been sent to the hospital. And no, I'm not making that up. That's all what they said. So, here, let me look something up here. Oh, you guys are putting some good ones. Here, let me confirm these. Man, I'm going to be busy making all these slides. So, yeah, I'm probably not going to be live, you know, at like 9 in the morning tomorrow. It'll probably be, I don't even want to put a time on it, but it's probably not going to be early in the morning because I got a lot of work to do putting all this together. All right, let's see. Here, let me turn this on.
At Spectrum, we understand the value of staying connected to your passion, work, and ideas. That's why we combine the fastest and most reliable internet with Spectrum Mobile to provide you with a seamless connection wherever creativity sparks. And now, as a Spectrum Internet customer, you get one line of Spectrum Mobile for a full year included with your service, with unlimited talk, text, and data. Call 1-833-9...
All right, so look what Gene Splice just put in the chat. All right, we were talking about 55, right? It's a Learjet 55. 5 years, 5 days after Kobe died, the Eagles scored 55 to pick up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death. Look, the shelter's at the 5500 block of Langdon Street, right? Langdon Street, look. Langdon Street equals 55. Come on, man. Come on.
Trend. Now this is more like it. The same goes for my footwear. So I went hands-free with wide fit Skechers slip-ins. Try wide fit Skechers slip-ins.
Well, it's midnight on the East Coast. I'm Laura Coates, and we are following breaking news in Philadelphia. Another aviation tragedy is playing out. A medevac jet crashed less than a minute after taking off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. Ring doorbell camera footage shows what appears to be the final moments of the aircraft just after 6 p.m. Eastern. The plane in a nosedive before slamming into the ground. Within the last hour, the operator of the medevac confirmed 6 people were on board. Its mission, to help ferry a girl who had a medical procedure back home to Mexico. She'd been treated, and the medevac company says that she was cleared to fly home.
This flight was a repatriation flight of a patient who recovered and was headed home. She was fit to fly, cleared to go back home, and we were contracted by a third-party charitable organization to transport her back to Mexico. So the final destination was to be Tijuana International Airport.
I want to bring in CNN's Jason Carroll, who is live for us in Philadelphia. Jason, give us an update. What are you seeing? What do we know now?
Well, we are, just to give you a point of view from where we're standing, we are at the intersection of Cotman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. You can see some of the flashing emergency lights right down the street there. The crash impacted several blocks in that direction, and you can see all around from where we are. This is an area, Laura, where you've got the Roosevelt Mall on one side. You also have residences down there, row houses on the other side. And you think about the timing of this. This happened at 6 o'clock. So we're talking rush hour here. This is a busy area on any day, at any hour, especially at rush hour at 6 o'clock when this flight ended up crashing. Crashing again shortly after 6 o'clock, after it took off from Philly Northeast Airport. Again, what we're hearing about what happened here on the ground, and there were a lot of eyewitnesses.
Real quick, guys, look. Somebody else put this in the chat. It says Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. The plane's owner said a pediatric patient who received care for a life-threatening illness was on her way back home to Tijuana, Mexico. Tijuana, Mexico. What do you think Tijuana, Mexico equals? Tijuana, Mexico equals 55. And the same cipher as Langdon Street, 55, which is the shelter in the 5500 block. We have a Learjet 55, 5 years and 5 days after Kobe died, and the Eagles just scored 55 points to pick up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death, who's from Philly, who died in a helicopter, which equals 666. I mean, this is crazy. She was on her way back home to Tijuana, Mexico. It says the aircraft was transporting a pediatric patient from Philadelphia to Springfield, Missouri. And then I guess she was going to go to Tijuana, Mexico from there, I guess. But look, Philadelphia, like the Philadelphia Eagles, Missouri, like Kansas City, Missouri. Unbelievable. Some are saying 606. I'm hearing different times, but yeah, 606 to go with the 6 people on the plane, and 6 houses on fire, and 6 cars on fire, and 6 people sent to the hospital. I mean, this is one of the most obvious rituals I've ever seen in my entire life, by far. It's unreal. And that's why I've been live for over 4 hours, because I just can't believe it.
Initially, when the crash happened, putting out fires here in the area on the ground. The mayor is saying that not only were their vehicles impacted by the crash, but several buildings impacted as well. So now comes the task of trying to sort out exactly what went wrong here. And as you know from covering these types of crashes, it could take some time before investigators have that answer. Laura?
Stunning. It must have been so disorienting to everyone on the ground to understand what happened there. I want to bring in Stanley James III, who was an eyewitness to the Philadelphia crash. When did you see it? What did you think happened when you first saw this explosion?
Well, the first time that I seen it, I was actually driving in the parking lot trying to get to the store. I was coming to the Ross to get some pants for an interview that I have tomorrow, and flew over top of the car. And next thing you know, as we got up a little bit, I heard a boom, and the whole car just shook. And I was able to see things in front of me shake too, cars, buildings. And I looked back because my kids was just screaming super duper loud. And soon when I looked back, I just seen a big flame. And soon when I seen the flame, the first thing I did was jump out the car. And as I'm running up towards it, I pull out my camera. I'm just thinking, I'm like, I hope it ain't a bomb, or I hope we ain't getting hit. I don't know what's going on in the world right now. And next thing you know, you can see the plane fragments, you can smell the gas.
So the little girl was trying to get back to Mexico, right? Remember, we just had runway 33 with the helicopter plane collision. There's your 33 here. Hello, Mexico equals 33, like masonry 33, like Kobe equals 33. Kobe wore number 33 in high school. But yep, she was trying to get back to Mexico, which equals 33, of course.
You were with your children. I mean, you were with your. What did you tell them? What was that like for them? I can't imagine how scared they must have been.
Mm-hmm. They were shooken up. I tried my fastest to get them out of there. We were stuck down there for maybe 20, 30 minutes. They just wouldn't stop crying. They just kept shaking, and they just kept looking out the windows. And man,
it's emotional to think about that. To think about what could have. I'm so sorry that they were there and you were there, and just how close you were. You could smell the fuel. Did you see buildings that had caught fire? Did you see houses?
Yeah, that's another crazy thing that startled me, because once I seen the crash, my eyes was concerned about that. When I turned back around and looked and see what was going on with my kids and the family in the car, it was so much fire and smoke in back of us too, which shocked me, because I'm like, the crash was in front of us.
Wow.
No lie, the crash site was probably about a block or a half a block long. Fire in pieces. And
people were just running
and crying and yelling and running.
How did you get out? I mean, I can imagine it was probably just chaos.
That's what I'm saying. It took us a little while to get out. People were stopping in their cars, taking, videos. People trying to see where their family was going. People was in parking, waiting for their food in the drive-through line. Like, it was so many cars just cluttered. And yeah, if it wasn't for the cops to clear us out of there, people would probably still be there now.
Were people being cleared out of the house? I know you were near the Ross clothing store and other places. I know that you said there's fast food, everything else. Were people just coming out? Were they being evacuated from there? Were those stores on fire as well?
It was a few stores that were on fire. I can't tell you exactly what it was. Everything was happening so fast, but it was a couple things on fire. Buildings, probably people houses. It happened like right on the small little block, like right where the Ross and stuff sign is, but across the street from apartment buildings. So cars got hit. It was so much stuff.
Do you have a sense of how many cars were hit or how many people may have been injured out there?
Like I said, the accident was probably about a half a block or a block long. And these is residential areas and residential parking. So, yeah.
It's unbelievable. I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad your children are safe and your family, because I can only imagine as a mother how in that moment to get them safe and still understand what happened even around me. Stanley, thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, pray for Philly, man. I appreciate you.
I want to bring in Philadelphia Councilman Anthony Phillips. Councilman, you've just heard from somebody who was an eyewitness to what happened, the chaos, the residential area, stores, things on fire. You've actually been down at the scene. Give me information. What are you seeing? Are there injuries? Tell me about the damage.
And guys, please keep sharing. Again, if you have a Facebook or a Twitter, please hit the share button. Let's get this out to as many people as we can. I think even if we were to end it right now, like, we have exposed some big stuff tonight. And again, I've been connecting what just happened with the plane crash and the helicopter collision. I was connecting that to Philadelphia and Kobe Bryant for the last 2 days. So this is a huge confirmation. The world needs to see this video. So please share this with everyone you can, and please hit the like button. Thank you so much.
The fact that we set up at our local high school, America Red Cross shelter. So I just left there not too long ago. There were several residents from that area that were there taking shelter. They didn't have anywhere to go. There'd be a comforter with love as well as clothes. One of the residents that was there happened to tell me, she said she was literally doing work in her bed, and she was also eating. And next thing you know, they were.
And again, when I get done with this video, please leave a comment on the video after the fact to help out the algorithm. That would be pretty helpful too. Thank you.
You know, barking and screaming, and she saw that all her windows were out. So she can't go back to her home right now because the plane literally knocked out all of her windows in her downstairs area. So all of the elements are in her house right now. So it's going to be a rebuild process for a lot of residents, but I know our city is going to be committed to helping our residents with that. But just letting folks know that this is not an easy thing for a lot of folks in the district that, you know, I represent, as well as the district that another council member represents in the part of the area. And we're going through it right now in the city, especially what happened 2 days ago.
I mean, just thinking about that blast zone being so extensive at it taking out windows in areas, the amount of people, rush hour. Do you know whether there are fatalities on the ground?
Currently, we have not heard about any fatalities on the ground. So that's not clear yet. But what I did hear was that there are several injuries. One particular injury that's been told to me is about a gentleman whose face has been really impacted by this devastating crash. So I'm looking to get more details about what that particular person is going through. But we haven't heard about any fatalities as of yet. And we're praying that there's no more fatalities from the ones that we already know about, which is the individuals that were on the plane. You know, initial reactions, neighbors have been calling me and messages. You know, folks are just, they're like, what is going on with aviation in this nation? You know, folks are just feeling like, you know, is this the end of the world as we know it? And I think folks have a lot of questions about our safety and security, you know, here in Philadelphia.
I understand the fear, just the fact that this has happened. I mean, what does your community need most right now?
Yeah, right now, what our community needs is a lot of answers. Neighbors are at this point, they're fed up. I mean, they're just in shock, they're in disbelief. They want to know, why have there been so many near plane crashes, this recent plane crash? There's been so many issues with aviation in the past several months that has been kind of covered up, if you think about it, because people have been hearing about it, but it's never happened. And so people just want answers to, like, what are we going to be doing to prevent these things from happening? Because these tragedies are not normal, and we don't need to normalize them. And then right now, our community is going to need to be rebuilt. So whatever the federal government can provide for us is going to be really helpful. And I know our mayor is going to work with our administration with that. But, you know, we got some homes that are going to need to get rebuilt. We also got some roads that are going to need to be rebuilt too as a result of this. So there's been a full tragedy, but, you know, Philadelphia, we're going to recover. But I think the shock factor is harder to recover from.
All right, guys, we're only 7 likes away from 400 likes. We just need 7 people to hit the like button, and we can get there.
So sorry for your community, and we will continue to try to understand what happened and get those answers. Thank you.
Keep us in your prayers. Thank you.
Absolutely. Up next, what happened on board that plane before it crashed into this busy street in Philadelphia? I've got 2 aviation experts here to try to walk us through all of it. We'll be back in a moment.
No. Get the plane, bro.
Superman, the Christopher Reeve story, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
Buying a car is kind of a big deal. There's like a...
Back to that? That's supposed to be said in the investigation. Will tell that. I believe that to be unlikely. They did find an oxygen tank on the ground and it was intact. So I'm very reluctant to say that would have been a cause or even a factor. An accident.
I thought John. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to say I thought John also made a very interesting point about weather. A low ceiling there tonight, John.
That is definitely a factor. An accident is not one thing that happens. It's a string of events that would lead up to an accident. And the first thing would be the weather. Shortly after the accident, I checked the weather at Northeast Philadelphia, and it was 700-foot overcast. So they were in the clouds at 700 foot. Now, there was another very, very interesting factor that the NTSB is going to look very strongly into, and I haven't heard anybody mention this. But if you listen to the audio of the Northeast Philadelphia control tower, the control tower called them, and I can't remember their call sign, but it was...
Hey, John?
Yes.
Hey, John, we actually have that. I'm glad you mentioned it. Why don't we play that, and I can get your reaction on the other side. Listen here.
Please do. Medevac Med Service 056, contact Philly departure 123.8.
123.8, Mike Sierra 056 Medevac. Thank you. Good day.
Medevac Med Service 056.
See how they're saying 056? Don't forget how big that number 56 is. Freemasons equals 56. Masonic Ritual 56. Society of Jesus equals 56. That's the Jesuits. But yeah, 56 a big number. And they're saying 056 there.
Next service 056 Philadelphia. Next service 056 Philly. Next service 056 Philadelphia.
There you have it there, John. I mean, repeated attempts to contact the aircraft unsuccessfully there.
Okay, Kevin, a very good point, but you need to go back to the beginning of the tape where they...
Thank you guys for hitting that like button. We are now at 411 likes. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
Like the next leg or the following day. In the airlines, the co-pilot will always sit in the right seat, and the captain will sit in the left seat, and the co-pilot would fly every other leg, or whichever they would determine, from the right seat, captain would fly from the left seat. Sometimes in general aviation, the captain and the co-pilot will switch seats at different legs, and the co-pilot would fly from the right seat or the left seat, depending on his ability, and if the captain feels he's interesting thing about this tape is if you listen to they cleared up for takeoff. They cleared up for takeoff. They said medevac once.
All right, guys, I got to go refill my drink. I'll be back in like a minute. You guys let me know if I miss anything over the next minute, all right?
Oh, that he was not driving. He was the actual radio man. The other pilot would have been the one that was manipulating the controls. When they took off, they went into the clouds. And then when the tower controller switched them over to talk to departure control, which is a different controller, they said medevac 123, contact Philadelphia on 123.8.
John, we're going to have to leave it there. Unfortunately, we're up against a real hard break, but I want to have you back this week. Thank you so much for your time. Maybe we'll get you later on in the show.
Answered that second call. It was a different pilot that answered that second call.
Time out. We're back with more after this.
Wow. Incredible. Amazing. My go-to is Lumify eye drops. Lumify dramatically reduces redness.
In 1 minute.
I mean, look at the difference. My eyes look brighter and whiter for up to 8 hours. Lumify? It's kind of amazing. See for yourself. I'm Kelsey Ballerini, and I'm Ride or Die Country.
I always lose the country singers.
No one knows what it is like to be a woman in Nashville, except for a woman in Nashville. Yes!
We should just do a separate show.
The Voice. Check your local listings.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only.
To be honest, in my mind I thought, like, what if the rocket would, because I'm from Ukraine, right? And there's war. There's always rockets coming in and stuff like that. And then I see, like, things flying. Like, no way, the war started again? You know, and you say, you never know.
Oh my God, the fate of the people on board still unknown. We know that at least 6 people on the ground were injured. Here with me in the studio, CNN aviation analyst Mary Schiavo, who is a former Inspector General for the Department of Transportation. Also here, former FAA Administrator Billy Nolan. I'm trying to wrap my mind around what an investigation would look like now. An explosion, how do you try to understand or figure out what happened?
Well, the NTSB is already gathering data. It's looking for the maintenance records. It's looking for the fueling records. It's going to be important. You know, were the manifests and what was loaded on that plane. So already they're in the paper gathering process because they can't access the site. There's, you know, burning materials and fuel and contamination and people to take care of. But when they then go to the site, obviously they will collect all of these parts that people have said are all over, and they will construct a debris field. They'll actually map out where they pick up the various parts, and they will do their best to get them all. Surprisingly, you know, when you work accident investigations and you go in later to do the private part for the families, sometimes you find parts that are strewn out that they're so far and wide that they don't get them. And then people often think that the NTSB always puts the plane back together.
Yeah.
They don't. It depends on if they have to, and they don't want to unless they have to because it's very expensive. So
They've famously done that in the past. There was a very famous one. Tell me about that.
Well, TW-800, which is the plane that it exploded off the coast of New York. It fell into the ocean, and at first they thought it was a missile. They thought it was a shoot down terrorism, a bomb on board. And they literally had to go to the bottom of the ocean and get all the parts, and they reassembled it in Virginia. The NTSB had it to find out and to see literally where the explosion happened, and you could see the implosion going out rather than in. So they knew it wasn't a missile; it was an explosion from the fuel tank. And then they used this plane that they put back together for many years as a teaching tool, and they taught classes there. I took some of those classes. So they don't always put it back together. They look for the key parts of their theory. But here, if there's no evidence to explain what happened, this might be one of those accidents where they have to try to reconstruct.
How about the breadth of the debris field? What would that indicate to you? And of course, if we think of black boxes instantly, would they have had one?
All right, guys, I got a new one for you. So they just showed this eyewitness, Vadim Osipov. Look at his first name. Vadim. It's a perfect match to the word crash. Look at that. The Eyewitness talking about the crash. His name is Vadim. Vadim. 49, 22, 86, 32, like crash. 49, 22, 86, 32. And then Vadim equals Eagles in 3 ciphers. So Eagles equals crash. Vadim equals crash and Eagles. And his name is Vadim Osipov, right? Look. Vadim Osipov, 55. The little girl was trying to get back to Tijuana, Mexico. 55. There's a shelter open at the 5500 block on Langdon Street, which equals 55. The plane was a Learjet 55. Today is 5 years and 5 days after Kobe Bryant died in a crash. He's from Philadelphia. And the Philadelphia Eagles just advanced to the Super Bowl by scoring 55 points on the anniversary of Kobe Bryant's death. And they picked up win number 666. Kobe died in a helicopter, which equals 666. And Kobe scored his career high in game 666 of his career. And remember that same day of the game where they scored 55, they tweeted out a picture of a helicopter. And on top of all the, don't forget Satan equals 55. But also, they're saying 6 people were on the plane, 6 cars are on fire, 6 houses are on fire, and 6 patients were sent to the hospital. So anyway, just wanted to show you that. We got another 55. And his name, Vadim, is a perfect match to crash. And it equals Eagles in 3 ciphers. That's pretty crazy.
They're waiting for answers, and I think the NTSB has a lot on their plate, and they have to make sure they come up with recommendations that really will make change, because it's clear that the United States citizens are expecting it.
And I said blow up, but it was a nosedive first, right? Then causing this explosion. This is shocking. What do you think happened?
Yeah, that would be, I don't think it's the moment to speculate in terms when you see something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
All I would say there, you've got a loss of control because you don't expect that you're going to lose control. This plane is
hey Travis, good to see you.
Multiple times a
hey
day,
Eddie, how you doing?
It's doing multiple flights. It sounds from all indications you've got a qualified and current crew that it's flying aboard. So how did that happen? That's of course is what the investigation revealed. I just want to go back to the point around, how safe we are. The FAA, the NTSB, the industry itself has come together during my time as FAA administrator sitting in the chair. I did an administrator's call to action where we brought the industry together to say we're seeing some near misses. Let's look at everything. Let's look at the data. Let's look at the trends, and let's work together. And our goal was, we had gotten to a point where, fatal commercial passenger accidents, we haven't had one in 16 years. But we said, well, let's move that. Let's move the bar. Let's eliminate near misses. So this has been the goal and the aspirational goal. And so I think, but to the guest's point, is doing a better job of communicating that. We talk internally a lot about the work, the progress, and the success we've had in driving down the number of fatal accidents and also getting better at near misses. So we'll get.
I certainly hope less than 72 hours, 2 crashes, one in an urban environment. We don't know the fate of everyone on board. We have more on this. Please stand by. I need your expertise here tonight. And ahead, President Trump responding tonight to the plane crash in Philadelphia. And it's frankly quite different than how he's responding to the collision in Washington, D.C. We'll discuss next.
Kobe didn't want to be one of the all-time greats. He wanted to be the best. He made
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Black Mamba was born. Kobe, the making of a legend.
What the heck?
On CNN. They want to take.
Did that really just happen? What the heck? Did they just play a Kobe commercial immediately after they went to commercial? Man, bro. Oh my goodness. And remember, Fox News earlier brought up Kobe Bryant and the crash. My goodness, man. They just played a Kobe commercial, man.
Takeoff, this flight control warning would be one of the things that would happen to it within 30 seconds.
Okay.
It's a surprising bit on flight control.
Yeah, Black Mamba equals 59. Like, we got Super Bowl 59 coming up. Eagles versus Chiefs equals 59.
So, Kevin.
All right, Jonathan, quick timeout here as we continue our breaking news coverage of the devastating air crash in Philadelphia. 6 people on board presumed to have perished. The pictures are incredible. We'll continue.
6 people on board, 6 houses on fire, 6 cars on fire, and 6 people sent to the hospital.
Emus can't help people customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. You're just a flightless bird.
That's why only Don is trusted to save wildlife.
And again, the plane was headed from Philadelphia to Missouri. Kansas City Chiefs play in Missouri. They're going to play the Philadelphia Eagles in the Super Bowl. This happened by the Roosevelt Mall. Roosevelt is a perfect match to Super Bowl. Eagles equals crash in 3 ciphers. This is wild.
I've got one less thing to worry about.
So, Dad, how old do you have to be to get a tattoo?
Team safety settings on by default.
All right, they're both on commercial, so we're just going to let it ride.
To all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, thank you. ServPro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
At Spectrum Enterprise, we give over 80% of the Fortune 500 the technology solutions they need to meet their growing business demands. Whether it's ultra-fast connectivity, seamless transactions, safe and secure data, or reliable always-on technology, these businesses demand better, and we're here to deliver it. Get a network you can rely on with our 100% uptime SLA guarantee.
Attention super markup shoppers, it's about time we paid everyday low prices, like at Aldi. Not increasingly high prices for potatoes. And these sales that aren't really sales. We're getting hustled, people. Hey buddy, that loyalty card, useless. Because at Aldi, you don't need one to get a good deal. Here at Aldi, they don't play pricing games. You just walk in and save. That's why they're #1 in everyday low prices.
Everything we don't do is for you. It's an Aldi thing.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing.
Let's get your slip-ins.
Trump tonight praising first responders in the Philly plane crash. He writes on Truth Social, so sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all. And that's a much different response than what we've been hearing from the president since Wednesday's mid-air collision in Washington, D.C.
I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. But they actually came out with a directive to white. And we want the people that are competent.
Now I want to bring in CNN senior political commentator Scott Jennings and former Obama White House senior director Nayyera Haq. Glad to have both of you. But what tragedy has occurred since the last time any of us spoke to one another? I mean, I'll begin with you, Scott. President Trump's initial response to both of these tragedies is sympathetic. But within 24 hours of the DC tragedy, he turned to culture wars, to political attacks. why do that at a time when people want answers and really the compassion for what has happened?
Yeah, I mean, he thought he had a point to make. I think, ultimately he may have a point to make. I don't personally think it was the right time to make it because it was in the immediate aftermath. And there's always time for finger pointing and policy debates after something bad happens. I think it might have been too soon, truthfully. I think his tweet tonight on the Philadelphia situation, which is terrible and tragic. These people were on a mercy mission, obviously, is the correct tone. And ultimately, at this point, with two major crashes and investigations going on, all people really want to know right now is, are we up to handling these investigations? Can we figure out what's going on? Are we safe when we fly? I mean, these are the kinds of questions people want answered from their government. And ultimately, they'll be looking to the president and the administration to get those answers. I think the NTSB and the other people communicating from the federal government are doing a great job right now. Including a friend of mine, actually I've known for 25 years, Todd Edmond, who's been on our air, who's on the NTSB, I think is doing a yeoman's work. So overall, I like what's coming out of the federal government in terms of giving people reassurances that they're handling these investigations, and now they even have even more work on their plate.
Yeah, I don't envy those who are trying to give answers to really what has been unthinkable these past several days and the questions that are ahead. Nayara, do you think today's response was a course correction or just the newfound insight?
I think it's news, apparently, that President Trump did something that we all recognize as normal in the wake of a tragedy. We'll see what tomorrow brings. This has been a few weeks in which the federal workforce, which includes the Federal Aviation Administration, all of the air traffic controllers, have felt deeply attacked. They've been offered to resign. They've been told that they are part of a deep state. And I think we are all seeing now in action the value of what many of our civil servants bring to the rest of it. It's keeping not only our air safe, our airplanes safe, it's also keeping safe, right? And keeping them safe. So there's a basic function of government here that we're seeing at play. And I hope we continue, as Scott just said, to honor that workforce for doing what they do.
I mean, Scott, the great point in terms of morale and what we ask of people necessarily in our federal government and our bureaucracy, which of course there is criticism to go around when you're talking about a bureaucracy more broadly. But there's also what's happening in the periphery as we are covering these tragedies. President Trump is currently trying to remove all trade.
All right, guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and start the recap now. We've been live for 5 hours. I'm going to go ahead and show you everything that we discovered tonight, and plus how we got here with the Kobe connection. So let's go ahead and let's start the recap. And if anything happens during the recap, we'll take a look. But yeah, I'm going to wind this down. Probably going to end this within the next 30 minutes, and we'll see what comes out overnight. See if we have any new information. And if we get some new information, which we probably will, then I will probably be live again sometime tomorrow, but no guarantees. I do need a day off at some point. I haven't had a day off in a long time. And again, I am mentally exhausted. So I don't know. You'll probably see me tomorrow, but there's a chance maybe I'll take tomorrow off. We'll see. But again, not likely. There's probably going to be more information coming out, and I just can't help myself. I have to go live whenever there's new information. So give me a second. Let me move some things around here, and we'll get started on the recap, all right? All right, guys, where do we start here? Give me a second.
Has it been removed? What's your take on the timing and the why?
We are seeing also images of the FBI motto being that painted over in the buildings where the word inclusive was included, because inclusive, I guess, is not appropriate for what we want to see in American society. I mean, this is part of what we're being told now, straight from the White House. The idea of DEI being a problem in aviation is actually something that's been an online right-wing chatter for quite some time. And it's interesting to see how that ecosystem, again, now is directly connected to what we hear coming out as official government statements of policy. But this is not a new thing. It is new to us, I think, broader public, to hear very explicitly the questioning of people who are Black, women, of any other persuasion other than white and male, being questioned for their credentials and being called DEI hires, rather than the idea that people are in the job.
All right, guys. So let me show you how we got here. So we've been talking about plane crashes in Philadelphia all week. And long story short, on January 29th, all right, guys, this is the official recap, so pay attention here. So January 29th was when the helicopter collided with the plane. And we connected that to Kobe Bryant because the plane was an American Eagle, and it was coming from Wichita, Kansas, kind of like Kansas City, and you got the Philadelphia Eagles playing against the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. All right, and Kobe died in a helicopter. Right. Actually, before I do the 159, I should probably start with this, and then we'll get back to the 159. All right, here's your official recap. We're going to start here. Okay, this is how we got here. So on January 26, 2025, on the 5-year anniversary, of Kobe's death, the Philadelphia Eagles advanced to the Super Bowl. And by doing that, they picked up win number 666. So the Philadelphia Eagles going into the Super Bowl right now have 666 wins. They just beat the Washington Commanders to leave Washington on 666 wins all time. And now we've had that helicopter and the plane collision in Washington, right? And that same day that the Philadelphia Eagles picked up win number 666, they posted a picture of a helicopter. All right? And again, this is on January 26th, the anniversary of Kobe's death, who died in a helicopter, and Kobe's from Philadelphia. He's a big Eagles fan. And Kobe scored his career high 81 points in game 666 of his career, and helicopter equals 666. Okay? So now tonight, we find out that there are 6 people on the plane, and this is in Philadelphia, the plane crash tonight, right? So there's 6 people on the plane, and 6 houses are on fire, and 6 cars are on fire, and 6 people were sent to the hospital. And don't forget, Kobe has the 666 workout. Let me find it for you somewhere. Here you go. Kobe Bryant has the 666 workout. Don't forget, it's also 666 months after the moon landing, which matters because they say the Eagle has landed, and the full name of NASA, National Aeronautics and Space Administration, equals 666. All right. So that's pretty much the 666 connection, which is undeniable, right? It's just undeniable. On the anniversary of Kobe's death, who's from Philadelphia, the Eagles pick up win number 666 to go to the Super Bowl. They posted a picture of a helicopter. Helicopter equals 666. This is before the helicopter crash. Kobe scored his career high game 666, right? This was before the helicopter crash. So then the helicopter crashed 159 days after Kobe's birthday. And helicopter equals 159. And plane and helicopter is 159. And they were figure skaters on the plane. Figure skaters is 159. I'm going to have to switch hands here. I'm doing it like I used to. My hand's getting tired. I could set up the phone stand, but I don't want to go through the effort. I'll just hold it. So Oh, I need to get back to Kobe. I'm so tired. I am so mentally exhausted. Okay. So back to the helicopter and the plane collision. It was approaching runway 33. Kobe equals 33. And it was also 33 days from the anniversary of the movie Black Hawk Down, had its limited release December 28th. So the crash was 33 days from the anniversary of Black Hawk Down. And the word collide equals 33, right? But anyways, it was runway 33, Kobe equals 33. Like tonight, the girl was trying to make her way back to Mexico, right? Mexico equals 33. And the name of the pilot of the airplane, Sam Lilly, 135 and 54, like Kobe being Bryant, 135, 54. All right. And hold on, I got more 135 and 54. So the plane tonight, it was a Air Ambulance Jet 135-54, like Kobe being Bryant, like fly, Eagles, fly. Here's Kobe saying fly, Eagles, fly.
Fly, Eagles, fly. Fly, Eagles, fly.
So fly, Eagles, fly. From Kobe, fly, Eagles, fly equals Air Ambulance Jet and Kobe being Bryant. Also, they were calling it a major incident. Major incident 135 and 81, like Kobe being Bryant, 135, 81. Remember, Kobe scored 81 in game number 666. Mark of the Beast equals 81 in that cipher. And then the other pilot was Jonathan Campos, 75, like Kobe 75 on a day with 75 date numerology, Army helicopter 75, plane and helicopter 75. A total of 67 people were killed, 64 on the plane, 3 on the helicopter. That's 67, like Kobe equals 67. I made this big discovery today. The helicopter pilot, identified as Andrew Eves. Andrew Eves equals 1831. The helicopter collision was 1,831 days after Kobe died. That's huge. This is the helicopter pilot. Kobe died in a helicopter. Andrew Eves, like Eve, was tempted by the serpent and the plane crashed on the first day of the snake year. And Kobe, the black mamba, right? Happened on the 29th day of the year, Potomac 29, the snake 29. 201 days from the anniversary of Snakes on a Plane, like runway 33, 201, that old serpent 201. That old serpent is mentioned in Revelation 12:9, like 129. Like this happened on 129, the first day of the snake year. 201 days from Snakes on a Plane, right? Kobe connected to COVID in a big way, event 201. COVID, right? Kobe buried in Corona del Mar. And there were 3 people on the helicopter, and it happened 3 days after Kobe's death anniversary. And it was 60 months after Kobe died, and Kobe scored 60 in his last game. And there were 60 passengers on the plane, and it was a H-60 helicopter. Collide equals 60. Figure skaters, 60. All right, so that's just the background information we had going into tonight. This is all stuff I already shared. So we've been talking about Philadelphia. I mean, guys, I made this slide days ago, right? Talking about Philadelphia and 666 and Kobe and crashes, you know, and the Eagles. And now we have this happen tonight. Unbelievable. All right, moving on with the recap. Let me see what I got for you. So crash equals Eagles in 3 ciphers. I don't think that's a coincidence. They called it a major incident, which equals Kobe being Bryant in 2 ciphers. Today is 5 years and 5 days after the death of Kobe. They said it was a Learjet 55. And did the Eagles just score 55 points on the anniversary of Kobe's death, and they picked up win number 666 in the process. And then we heard from Eyewitness Vadim-Osipov, 55. The little girl was trying to get back to Tijuana, Mexico, 55. But first, there was a stop in Missouri, of all places. Like the Kansas City Chiefs are in Missouri. And back, I think I mentioned this, but the other big connection with the collision of the helicopter and the plane was an American Eagle coming from Wichita, Kansas. And I know Wichita, Kansas is different from Kansas City, Missouri, but still, it's the symbolism, right? Kansas, American Eagle. And Wichita, Kansas is not that far from Kansas City. It's like a 2-hour drive, straight shot. And trust me, the favorite team in Wichita, Kansas is the Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, and then the shelter they have set up in the 5500 block, remember? Wherever that was. The shelter is in the 5500 block of Langdon Street. And Langdon Street had the 55. Like Tijuana, Mexico. Like the name of the witness, Vadim-Osipov, right? Vadim-Osipov, look. Vadim is a perfect match to Crash in 4 ciphers. And Vadim equals Eagles in 3 ciphers. And Eagles equals Crash in 3 ciphers. So we cover the 55 connection. And then in the process tonight, I made another big connection to what happened with the helicopter collision, which I told you was all connected to the Philadelphia Eagles, right? Look at this missing piece of information I didn't have. The helicopter and the plane, that happened on January 29th, the day leaving 336 days left in the year. Guess what Philadelphia Eagles equals? 336. So, like I said, you know, Kobe's death was like the big ritual to kick off coronavirus, which was all connected to the number 222. Remember, Kobe's buried in Corona del Mar. 222, also a huge number with the Chiefs, like I talked about earlier. And long story short, Kobe, very connected to 222 and the COVID. COVID was declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11. The first U.S. case of COVID was 222 days from Trump's birthday, the father of the vaccine. Wuhan coronavirus equals 222. Trump equals 222. The list goes on. Obama tested positive 222 days from his birthday. Trump just won the election 222 days from his birthday. Trump just rolled out the Stargate project 222 days from his birthday. Anyways, the Philadelphia mayor, her birthday September 9th. Today is 222 days from the Philadelphia mayor's birthday. That's unbelievable. Considering I literally did a live stream. Well, not this. We're in February now. But I did a live stream the morning of January 31st talking about the plane crash, and I connected it to the number 222. Because remember, that was flight 5342. When you write out 5342, it equals 222. But yeah, order out of chaos equals 222. And today just happens to be 222 days from the mayor's birthday. Just confirmation after confirmation, guys. I think I mentioned it. We're 666 months from the moon landing. The Eagle has landed. The full name of NASA equals 666. Air Ambulance Jet 13554, like Kobe being Bryant 13554. Like Fly Eagles Fly. Let's see. Cozy let us know. The band, the Eagles, they got a song called Old 55. Interesting. I told you this whole ritual tonight. Remember, guys, I told you all this stuff before I ran any numbers. I said this whole thing's connected to the Super Bowl and Kobe, right? Look, the crash happened near the Roosevelt Mall. Roosevelt is a perfect match to Super Bowl in every cipher, right? And let me bring up the Theodore Roosevelt connection, because the Roosevelt Mall was named after Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt Jr., his birthday October 27th. All right. So, where is it? Did I accidentally delete it? Nah, here it is. Today's 96 days after Theodore Roosevelt's birthday, which is perfect because Theodore Roosevelt Jr., his full name equals 96. Today's 96 days after his birthday. Well, what if we include the end date? It's 97 days after his birthday, which is perfect because plane crash equals 97. And how many days before his birthday? Well, it just happens to be 270 days before the birthday of Theodore Roosevelt. And look at that. Air, ambulance, jet equals 270. And that's the same phrase we used that equals Kobe being Bryant. So is it all a coincidence? I don't think so. Roosevelt, perfect match to Super Bowl. Get out of here. What else do we have here? They said it happened in a high traffic area. High traffic equals Kobe Bryant. There's Trump the other day with the military sword with a plane on the cake. And you got Melania wearing the black mamba, the black snake on the dress. And then on the first day of the snake year, we get the plane crash. The snake equals 29, Potomac 29, Trump 29, sword 29. Let's see, what else we got? Again, there were 6 people on the plane, 6 cars on fire, 6 houses on fire, and 6 sent to the hospital. And no, I'm not making that up. That's really what they said. You'll have to go back and listen. And again, this is all connected to the Philadelphia Eagles, who are currently on 666 wins right now. They picked up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death, who scored his career high in game 666, died in a helicopter, which equals 666. Kobe has the 666 workout. Where is it? There it is. Kobe Bryant has a 666 workout. And, yeah, moving on. Let's see. Do we only have the... I want to save the 41 for last. Are we on the 41? Let me make sure. Yeah, she was trying to get back to Mexico, 33, like runway 33 in the last one, and Kobe equals 33. All right, I think we're ready to talk about the 41 connection. And then that should be it. All right, let me show you the 41 connection. Because we caught something very big earlier tonight. Again, they might change this number. They love to change it after the fact, after they've been caught. But you're going to clearly hear this guy say that the plane was in the air for 41 seconds. Why does that matter? Because I'm telling you, this is all connected to Kobe Bryant. And Kobe Bryant equals 41. And he died at the age of 41. And let me pull it up for you. Here you go. Kobe Bryant equals 41. Roosevelt equals 41. Super Bowl equals 41. Kobe Bryant died at the age of 41. And when he scored his career high, 81 points, the rest of the team scored 41. When he scored 60 points in his last game ever, the rest of the team scored 41. His last shot ever was over the number 41, and he came off the court with 4.1 seconds left. And then he's got the video with Kanye West where he throws the basketball time bomb at the helicopter, and the last time we see the time bomb, there's 4.1 seconds left. But anyways, just know this. Kobe Bryant equals 41. He died at the age of 41. And I told you this is all connected to Kobe. Listen to what the guy says.
Potentially be a factor only because of the fact that The clouds are low, there's light rain and mist that poses a whole nother set of challenges for pilots when it comes to staying oriented and keeping the airplane upright relative to the horizon. I'm just going to look back at the data here, the open source data from ADS-B Exchange. It says that this flight took off at about 6:06 and 21 seconds local time. That's the first return signature.
Oh, see, I forgot to mention that. I'm mentioning all the sixes, guys. You gotta remind me. Yeah, they're saying the flight took off at 6:06, guys. So let me go back. There's so much to keep track of, and I need to write this in my notes here. Where is it where I made the little note? Here it is. 6 cars, 6 houses on fire, 6 on the plane, 6 in the hospital. This all started at 6:06. So let me put the 6:06 there for my notes, because I'm going to make slides out of all this. But yeah, that's the other part, guys. On top of all the 666 connections, they said the plane took off at 6:06 with 6 people on the plane. And then we had 6 cars on fire, 6 houses on fire, and 6 people sent to the hospital, as the Philadelphia Eagles are on 666 wins right now. They picked up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death, who scored his career high in game 666, who died in a helicopter, which equals 666. So yes, don't forget that. 6 people, 6 cars, 6 houses, 6 sent to the hospital. This happened at 6:06. All right, let's go back and listen for the 41 seconds. You ready?
From the transponder on the plane, and then the last signature that shows the 11,000-foot descent is at 6:07:02. So if we're going to subtract that, we're talking about 41 seconds in the air. This seems like this plane...
Did he just say 41 seconds in the air? Guys, Kobe Bryant equals 41. Kobe died at the age of 41. There it is. Right there. So if anyone wants to go back, that's where it was. You clearly heard him say 41 seconds in the air. And again, they'll probably change that. They always do. But what a huge confirmation that was, on top of everything else. And then when you write out 6 people, it equals 41, like Kobe Bryant, 41, dead at the age of 41. It's absolutely undeniable. Here, let me put this on the phone stand. My arms are about to give out. Wow, guys. Can you believe this tonight? I can't believe it, man. So yeah, the key takeaways here, I mean, the whole thing is unbelievable, but the plane was allegedly in the air for 41 seconds. You heard him say it. Kobe Bryant equals 41, dead at the age of 41. Eagles equals crash. It happened. It took off at 6:06. You got 6 people on the plane. 6 houses, 6 cars, 6 people sent to the hospital. The Eagles are on 666 wins, and they got win number 66, guys. They got win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe Bryant's death, who died in a helicopter. I mean, I can repeat it a million times, but hopefully you understand. This is like one of the biggest rituals ever, one of the biggest confirmations ever. It's so undeniable. It's so crazy. I just can't believe it. The Philadelphia Eagles have 666 wins. They picked up win number 666 by scoring 55 points, guys. We have a Learjet 55. The shelter is at the 5,500 block of, what was it? The 5,500 block of Langdon Street, which equals 55. The Eyewitness's name equals 55. The little girl was trying to get to Tijuana, Mexico, which equals 55. So the Eagles scored 55. We got a Learjet 55. And today is 5 years and 5 days after Kobe's death. Just unreal. So you got the big 55 connection, the big 41 connection, 41 seconds in the air like Kobe Bryant, 41. Dead at 41. Major incident equals Kobe Bean Bryant. They started out by calling it a major incident. And then you got, you know, the Eagles on 666 wins. They picked up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death, who died in a helicopter, which equals 666, scored his career high in game 666. They left the Washington team on 666 wins. And you're telling me this plane took off at 6:06 with 6 people on the plane. And then after it crashed, we had 6 houses on fire and 6 cars on fire. And 6 people were sent to the hospital. It's just unbelievable, guys. So let me just go through this, make sure I got everything. The big Theodore Roosevelt connection. The Roosevelt Mall named after him. 96 days after his birthday, like Theodore Roosevelt Jr. 96. If you include the end date, 97 days after his birthday, like plane crash 97. And it's 270 days before his birthday, like air ambulance jet is 270. And air ambulance jet equals Kobe Bean Bryant in 2 ciphers. And it's the Roosevelt Mall. Roosevelt is a perfect match to Super Bowl. So, anyways, I know I'm being repetitive at this point, but just want to make sure I have it all in there in the recap. And I think we do. So, let me see. Anybody in the chat? But yeah, this is, anybody in the chat have anything to add before we hop off? Let me know. Gene Splice said, Joseph, much love, brother. We all greatly appreciate your hard work and over 5 hours on this event. Please get some rest and don't stay up all night. Yeah, you know me. It's going to be really hard to sleep tonight and not sit here and research until the sun comes up and start putting the slides together tonight. You know I want to, but I'm going to try to get some sleep when we get off of here. And we'll see if more information comes out in the morning. I'm sure it will. But not bad, huh, for doing this on the fly? 5.5 hours ago, we started, and I said, guys, this is all connected to Kobe and the Super Bowl. And, you know, here, let me see what someone's saying in the chat. Hold on. Okay, never mind. But, yeah, not bad for doing this on the fly, huh? I mean, I told you guys before we had any information. I said this is all connected to the number 666 and all that. And then they start with, yeah, the flight took off at 6:06. And guys, if you remember earlier, we were joking because they were naming all the 6s, right? They said 6:06 and 6 people on the plane. And then we were kidding with each other. We were like, watch, next thing you know, they're going to... This really happened. You have to go back and watch this whole stream. Watch it on fast forward. It helps. But guys, we were literally joking around in the chat. We're like, watch, next thing you know, they're going to say it involved 6 houses and 6 cars. And sure enough, like an hour later, they're like, yeah, 6 houses are on fire and 6 cars are on fire and 6 people were sent to the hospital. And the plane took off at 6:06, and 6 people were on the plane. They're not going to tell you the Philadelphia Eagles have 666 wins right now, all time. They're not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you Kobe. By the way, the other part, guys, remember, we were watching Fox and Sean Hannity. They start talking about Kobe Bryant and his crash. And then we were watching CNN, and right when they go to commercial, they played a Kobe Bryant commercial. Like, you can't make this stuff up, man. So it's just unreal, man. It's all so unreal. I know I'm probably missing so much stuff. I'm afraid to hop off. I know once I do, I'm going to be like, I knew it. I should have talked about that, but I guess there's always tomorrow. So, man, I just can't believe everything. When I saw the headline, guys, I about fell out of my chair. I ran in the garage so quick and set this up. I said, you're kidding me. A plane crash in Philadelphia after I've been connecting the plane crash that just happened to Philadelphia. And again, that helicopter and plane, that was an American Eagle from Wichita, Kansas. And this plane tonight was going from Philadelphia to Missouri. Missouri, where the Kansas City Chiefs are, right? Anybody in the chat have anything I missed? Let me know. Or are we ready to wrap it up? Anybody have anything I might have missed? Hold on. Here, we'll give it like 2 more minutes for anybody in the chat to come up with anything. Give it like 2 more minutes.
No.
And thank you, Visionary Vet, for the nice comments, and everybody else. Appreciate you guys. And please share the heck out of this video. Share it everywhere.
About weight, would any of that play a role?
Well, it can. And what I'm referring to with the vulnerabilities are things that are trained. When you're trained to fly that aircraft, Flight Safety International teaches pilots how to do this and how to manage their fuel inside of the Learjets. Learjets have swept wings. So as the fuel's burned off, it does change the weight and balance somewhat. In this case, I'm sure that aircraft was full of fuel. It was heading down to a 1,100 or 1,200 mile flight, and that aircraft can go 2,300 miles, so it's at least half full of fuel. But it has a tank in the rear of the aircraft. It also has tanks in the wings. So the way that you manage that fuel, it can change the weight and balance if you put too much fuel in the back tank. So that can change that, but pilots are trained to do that. So I can't say that that's what caused this. I'm just saying that that's one of the things that pilots are aware of and how they manage their fuel on the aircraft. Now, your second question about the medevac kit that's inside.
Here, I'm going to give it a couple more minutes. I really want to make sure I don't miss anything. Let me just go through what I have here, just double and triple check. Since we've already been on 5.5 hours, let me just make sure I'm not missing anything at the moment.
What can happen there is the medical box that's in there contains oxygen, and sometimes very large oxygen bottles go along with that. So when we look at the explosion at the end, it's atypical. It's an extremely violent explosion.
You're saying the oxygen could have played a role in that explosion?
Most definitely it could have, yes. That's what I'm saying. As it did with the accident investigation I did in Casper, the same thing happened there.
Okay, and this medevac plane, it's scheduled for 2 to 3 flights per day. So this is a workhorse of a plane. Does something like a maintenance schedule come to mind for you, or is that not a factor based on the videos that you've seen?
No, these aircraft are made to be used that way, and the fact that the pilot does a pre-flight on every flight, no matter if it's 3 or 5 flights that day, the pilot does a walk around, and the maintenance schedule is very tight, and Jet Rescue is a very good operator and has a very good safety record. So I don't suspect any maintenance issues.
Hey, this was very important context. David, Susie, we really appreciate your perspective in all this as we cover this tragic news. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
All right, we're taking a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the latest on the breaking news that we're covering, the crash of an air ambulance jet into a Philadelphia neighborhood. Stay with us.
Superman, the Christopher Reeve story.
The active ingredient in Cialis stays in your system for long-lasting results. Faster acting and long-lasting? We got you. Get $30 off at ro.co/bday.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com. This Tuesday,
I will be a doctor again.
It's her second chance, her last.
Code blue! We signed a DNR. You can't override that.
You're done here. Doc, all new Tuesday on Fox.
Enjoy your risk-free trial.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Everybody hear me?
I sure can.
Do you hear me?
I sure can.
So, can you hear well?
Sure can.
Hear well, feel well. From your first appointment, try our new nearly invisible solution risk-free. Call 1-800-234-7090 now. Empower.
So handsome.
I can't buy this. What's wrong?
Hang on there. Actually, you can. Your Empower investment account has performed well, and this whole off-whitish cantaloupe thingy is really working for you. So...
In the States, our long-standing economic partnership keeps millions of Americans working. In a changing world, it's time to bring jobs back home and build together. More workers, more trade, more prosperity, more security. For generations, this ally to the north has been here. And for generations more, we'll still be here, right by your side.
All yours.
How do you sleep at night?
All right, guys, I double checked and triple checked, and I think I'm good for right now. Let's see, we've been live 5 hours and 40 minutes. Yep, I think it's time to wrap it up. Last call in the chat. Does anybody have anything that I need to see? Anything I missed? Let me know. If not, we will wrap it up, and we'll see what new information comes out. And again, no guarantees that I will be live tomorrow, but there's a good chance. So we'll see what happens. Again, I am like totally mentally exhausted, and I do need a break at some point because January was nonstop. Like every single day of January was like a major ritual. But I have my eyes on the chat. Let me see. Let me make sure. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you everyone for hitting the like button and the share button. Very much appreciated. Oh, did I lose you guys for a second? Looks like I cut out for a second. But thank you, Real Assistant, Jeff, Visionary Vet, The Branch. Thank you guys, LT, Thousand Thrills, Todd, everybody. Thank you guys so much. Yep, great stuff, guys. All right. Let's see. Any last second information here?
When the twin-engine Learjet 55 hit the ground. So far, the air ambulance company that organized the flight will only say it cannot confirm survivors. Also, no word on fatalities there on the ground, though CNN affiliate KYW reported several injuries. One local hospital told CNN that it treated 6 patients after that crash, and 3 have already been discharged.
You hear that? 6 patients, 6 houses on fire, 6 cars on fire, 6 people on the plane. The plane took off at 6:06. The Eagles are on 666 wins. They picked up win number 666 on the anniversary of Kobe's death, who's from Philly, who died in a helicopter, which equals 666. And Kobe scored his career high in game 666. Wow. Guys, that is it for me for tonight. Welcome to February now. It was a crazy January. January went out with a bang, huh? Unreal. So, yep. What a day. I can't even believe it. Yep, we talked about the 222. Yep, 222 days from the mayor's birthday. Like, order out of chaos, like... That's the big number with COVID, the 222, and Kobe's crash kicked off COVID. Kobe buried in Corona Del Mar. Wuhan coronavirus 222 declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11. But yeah, if you guys are coming in late, I recommend you go back and rewatch the whole thing on fast forward. And maybe you guys will find some stuff that I missed. Let me know in the comments. Oh, and again, to everybody still watching and everyone who's going to watch this on the replay, I'm asking you guys to do me a big favor with this video tonight. Not only would I like you to hit the like button and share this with everyone you can, if you guys can help out the algorithm and leave a comment on this video after the fact. I'm going to end this like in the next minute. As soon as I end this, please leave a comment on this video to help the algorithm. You could say, good job, thumbs up, you know, keep up the great work, whatever you want to say. Just please leave a comment on this video to help the algorithm. It would be very much appreciated. But yeah, guys, what a night. I can't believe it. Unreal. Thank you, God, for giving me eyes to see and waking me up in these last days. I would rather do nothing else than do this. Like, there's nothing else in the world I would rather do than to be doing this with you guys in these last days, sharing this important information. Hopefully we're waking some people up. You know, I think the helicopter and plane collision started to get some wheels turning for some people. You know, they started putting some pieces together, waking up a little bit, and hopefully this will like seal the deal. You know, especially like if you guys share my videos and maybe you shared my video on the helicopter collision and your friends and family were like, that guy's crazy. Well, send them this video and see if they still think I'm crazy. So anyways, what else can I say? What a day. Huge confirmation. The numbers don't lie. They're off the charts. And the beast system is here. Clearly, guys, the beast system is here, which means Jesus Christ is coming soon. I can't wait. So I'm going to hop off, guys. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for being part of the channel. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. And do me a favor on the way out. Please hit the like and the share. Very much appreciated. And as always, keep looking up. We are living in the biblical end of days. Jesus is coming very soon. I can't wait. And I will see you guys on the next video. God bless.